good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good whatever it is, wherever you are. Someone was here early. Sophia was here an hour ago. It's those luscious lashes, Jamie. They're magnetizing.
Bringing them in.
Dog Daddy was right behind her. Probably shouldn't say doggy and right behind her in the same sentence.
Oh.
Hey, Irish.
Starting early, I see. Starting early.
Yeah, right out the bat. Getting rid of all those who doesn't want to hear my stupid takes. Hey, Christine and Christy, they follow along those two. Yeah, I saw you there, Whiskey, so I started up right as you said it. Top of the morning to you, laddie. Morning, Sue. Or as they say down south, morning. Hey, Tracy, how are you doing? And Sniper, pew pew.
Morgan Sniper.
Yo, Sean Bird.
Hey, Jokey.
Peter, how you doing? Lucas back. Back again. Tell a friend. M. Young's back.
Oh, goodness, we've missed you.
And Hospice, yes. Anyone, I know you all saw the very lovely, very talented Hospice Jess on my Snap Your Day stream this Saturday. I am still looking for new angels. If anyone wants to apply, go into the Discord. There's one called Waiting for Wings. Say, I'd like to be on your show on a Saturday. In that accent, because Jamie will be the one going through them as she runs the channel. And she likes a good accent. So if anyone, male or female, we don't discriminate, wants to be on as an angel, please go in there and say, "Hola, amigo. Can I be an angel?"
That is a requirement. You must come on the show with an accent.
Even a flat Midwestern accent is okay.
Yep,
Kitty Cat
that
Lover.
works for me.
That's a cool name. And kitties. Oh, Jamie. Julie from Scotland.
I want her on the show.
Who? Julie?
Julie from Scotland.
Yeah, she can just apply over at I Got Wings. Or Waiting for Wings. Duh. Wendy Yu. Good morning to you. Betsy. Hola. That's hello in Spanish, Jamie. Hello, Mr. Whiskey. I have special proposition for you. That's so much hate. Stacy, how are you this fine morning? How's my head from yesterday? I've almost slept 8 hours since yesterday, so just don't let us watch 6 hours of video again. No, the burning toast smell has subsided. Fubar, thank you for hitting the likes up. Well, Lucifer was an angel to begin with. Work takes way too much of the fun. Only got an... Well, Jamie knows an Australian accent. Do your rendition of an Australian, Jamie.
Don't put me on the spot.
Every time you see an Australian, you always tell me, can you say, throw another shrimp on the barbie?
No, I've never done that at all. I don't pretend to be able to do accents well, and that was terrible. How does everything turn like Irish, Scottish kind of with you? You're funny.
I don't know. I was actually trying to do an Australian accent, and then it came out Scottish as well. So.
Irish.
Yeah, it's like when I tried to say, "Oh, me lucky charms." No.
Oh my
Hey, White
God, I
Paint.
can't today.
Yeah, too much of groundskeeper Willie. I don't know
I
what's wrong
feel
with me.
like that's what I heard too.
I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying to work on my accent, but everyone is Scottish. Well, it's the immigration to the U.S. A lot of Scottish people went over there, so each accent kind of is Scottish. They always have to be Lucky Charms.
Oh my goodness.
I'm so. Where in Discord do you post Aussie accent link? I haven't had. Maybe I should make a special read a page of the local newspaper for Jamie, just so she can hear any accent.
Yes. I would
She would love
appreciate
it.
that.
Sorry. Hey, Miami Spice, or as Jamie calls it, Miami.
Miami Spice.
Exactly. Throw another shrimp on the Barbie. It's so
What is a
weird because they call
Barbie?
it. It's a barbecue, Jamie.
Why do they call it a Barbie? Just
Because it's a
nickname for
grill.
it?
But, and again, it might not be correct because it was said by in the Dumb Dumber movie, and they don't call it shrimps either. They call it prawns. So
Did that really originate from Dumb and Dumber?
yeah, it's because he's stopping asking a lady for directions to the
I
airport.
know it's my favorite movie, but I
Yeah,
didn't know that's.
and he says, "Oh, do I spot an accent? Yes, I'm from Australia. Australian. Throw another. I can't. Why can't
She
I do
says
that?
Austria,
Yeah, Austria.
and then he.
Throw another shrimp on the Barbie. It turns right into Scottish again.
I needed this. Thank you for the laughs this morning.
Oh, look! Just because I stopped making Irish accent, Sniper became a member.
Aw.
I'm not sure I'm going to do the pew pew sound every time I see him.
Everyone may have a seat. Wave off the stake for the defense. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good evening. We are still in the state's case in chief. The state has concluded its direct examination of Detective Riddle. You are now recognized, Mr. Whalen, for cross-examination.
Thank you.
And Sniper gifted one membership to
Detectives,
Stacy.
whatever you want to call me. You can call me by Tim.
Thank you,
I think
Sniper.
you guys changed from inspector or from investigators to detectives at one point or one
Technically,
the other
yeah.
way?
Yes, sir. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning. You and I have different jobs in this system, right?
Correct, sir.
But some of it's similar. I have to I have to talk to witnesses, interview witnesses, talk to the accused, right?
Yes, sir.
And similarly, when folks meet me for the first time, they don't know me. They don't know if they can trust me, right?
Correct.
And when they meet you, they don't know if they can trust you.
Absolutely.
I find that I have to work to gain that trust. Do you?
And thank you so much, M. Young, for the 5 gifted memberships. They went to Miami Spice, Linda
Miami.
Guillemette, Valhalla Avoids, of course, McKinley, T-Bone, and Stacy Marie. So only 2 of my mods got subs this time, but thank you so much, M. Young.
I think I would describe it as building rapport.
Okay. Now, in your testimony yesterday, you said that your unit handles rapes, robberies, murders, other violent crimes, or they did at the time, right?
At the time, yes, sir.
And now you're mostly homicide.
Yeah, or shootings.
Excuse me?
Shootings as well.
Shootings.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you met,
And Thank you, Sniper, for one more gifted membership. Pew pew. It went to Dennis Heaton. Haven't seen him in a while, right?
Ms.
Is that what you're
Howington at
gonna
her
do every
home
time Sniper's around?
on the 14th of September, 2019. You didn't know anything
love
about
it.
it, did you?
No, sir. First encounter I've ever had with her.
And when you initially interviewed her there at the house, you did it with a digital recorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we heard yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And according to my count on that, at about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, 2 minutes and 35 seconds, she says, I have PTSD. I have post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, sir. I heard that yesterday as well.
Hey, Penilla.
Did you hear that on September 14th of 2019?
I don't recall. Just going back, I probably did, but I'm not real sure. I don't sure if I recall that.
And then when you interviewed her there at the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was because you needed to interview her that she was not allowed to ride in the ambulance with her daughter to the hospital. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of protocol on that. The little baby had already been, or the 5-year-old had already been transported, and she was still on scene. I'm not real sure. You know, we were dealing with a 2-year-old there as well, so I'm not sure the circumstances when the ambulance took off with the child. I'm sure they wanted to get medical attention to her.
And a KPD officer, we've seen the video, transported her to the hospital.
Correct.
And you weren't at the hospital.
No, sir. I sent Brandon Wardlaw to the hospital.
Wardlaw was at the hospital. And you weren't in the room when the doctor came in to tell her that her daughter had died.
Absolutely not.
Detective Wardlaw was.
I would assume, yes, sir.
You and he didn't talk about that?
I don't recall. I know he was there, so I can only assume that he was probably present.
Well, you reached some conclusions fairly early on that you didn't think Miss Howington in your interview at KPD after the hospital seemed appropriately distressed or emotional.
I think yesterday I told the jurors that I'm not sure how I know people react different, and I've done a lot of scenes, so I'm not sure what the appropriate way someone reacts. Everybody handles stress different.
Given that you had that concern, there were times when you and Wardlaw left the room during that interview, right? All the blank spaces we cut out.
There were times we would come back.
Don't have to do a lot of things, but
Did you ever ask him what she was like at the hospital? And
I don't recall, sir.
so it really wasn't that big a concern to you why she might be in the emotional state she was in.
We were investigating the death of her 5-year-old child.
I understand that. So at the time you were investigating that, you knew she had PTSD.
Based upon what she told me, yes.
Well, yeah. At the end of that interview, you went through her purse and saw all the psych meds that were in there, and she said that was for PTSD, right?
That's what she conveyed to Detective Wardlaw.
And those were all prescription bottles.
Yes, sir.
With her name.
Yes, sir.
Her prescription.
Sure.
And in your developing of rapport with Miss Howington, and you asked what was wrong, why she was wasn't really talking to you much. And she said, I'm a little nervous. I'm scared. I was raped by a police officer.
She did. She said that early on in the interview, and then she said it again. Yes.
Right. And what was your response?
I think we saw it yesterday, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you, as a professional investigator, who also investigated at that time at least rapes, do you get training on how to deal with a rape victim?
Sir, what happened to her is tragic, and I do not condone that. But at that point in time, I thought she was deflecting, and I thought she was not being honest about the death of her 5-year-old child.
Detective, as a professional who deals with rape cases, do you get training on how to deal with
Before I go,
I've dealt with several rapes over my career.
Do you get training on how to deal with rape victims?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that's what you did? In response to her informing you she was nervous because she's in a little room with 2 male police officers, and 18 months before she was raped by a male police officer.
I think at the point where I got a little out, well, let's just say frustrated. I was extremely frustrated. Yes, sir.
But that's not what you said.
Yes, sir.
No, you told Wardlaw says, you say, I'm sorry, after you work through all that after a bit, you say, I came off a little like an asshole. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And Wardlaw says, we're dealing with a 5-year-old. We take this seriously.
Yes, sir.
And you said, no, I'm angry.
I was
He
angry.
says, no, we take this seriously. And you said, no, I'm angry.
I agree.
Who were you angry at?
I was angry with Miss Howington.
The grieving mother.
I would disagree with your explanation. I'm not sure how she was grieving, but to not cooperate with an investigation baffled me.
2 minutes and 40 seconds into your interview, 10 minutes and 30 seconds into your interview, you were so angry with her that you leap from the chair and start screaming at her, come over the table, pointing your finger and saying, are you fucking kidding me? Your daughter's dead and that's what you're concerned about?
Yes, sir. I said that.
You're damn right you're going to jail tonight.
She was tampering with evidence.
Which you said, I don't care about tampering with evidence charges.
I don't. I want her to be truthful about the death of her child.
Because to you, truthful is important, right?
Truth is important.
And you accused her of being untruthful.
Very untruthful.
And she told you, let's be clear, you eventually find out from her that she.
Linda, welcome and thank you. I didn't see the name. I hope I pronounced it the correct way. We have a lovely chat. I'm kind of an airhead. Don't mind me. It's Jamie everyone is here for. And please participate as much as possible in chat because there are lovely chat people. Just stay away from Iris when she shows up. She's a little bit sus, that lady.
She tells the story about the unidentified black male because she doesn't want Gavin to live with the fact that he killed his sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
She told.
That's not what she said.
I'm asking you.
He can answer if that's what she said, that's what she said.
I think later on in the interview, yes, sir.
Yes. You know that within about 10 minutes or so, let's see where that. Seven. The text messages which were sent this is to Joey, right?
From the back of the police car?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, she says, go to my house the back way and get my gun out of the bush under the air conditioner. Gavin shot Destiny, then come to UT. I got you.
I did not get this until probably 3 or 4 or 5 days after the fact, after we rebuilt her phone.
We haven't heard anything about
Telling
the kid other than there was a problem with her, with the father.
Well, this is problematic. The only time on these texts is at the top, and it's the same on all of them.
Should have been
right?
swapped over so you can get that. I'm not
So
sure.
we don't
Anyway.
know exactly what that time frame is.
I can only assume that was while she was en route to the hospital.
So pretty much immediately she's telling her friend,
Well, T. Underwood, let me give you. We will catch up in the break. So, what happened, according to the state, is the defendant put a bullet in the chest of her 5-year-old daughter. No reason why, she just did it. That's a police officer arrived at the scene, found the girl already passed away. They have a surveillance video showing she's the only one arriving at the house with an unknown male. He leaves the house. Think 8 minutes later, she comes out and throws a gun in a bush. Her defense is kind of hampered by she gave 8 different accounts of who did it in her interview with the police. Either it was an unknown black man sent by some Mexicans, an unknown black man sent by the daughter's father, or her last attempt was her 2-year-old son found a gun and did it. So yeah, it's a very weird case. We have no reason why she should have done it, and the reason why the dad should have done it was because he was angry at her. Or it was such a weird. We watched 2 hours of interviews yesterday and couldn't understand much of it. But she had 9 different explanations of what happened. Oh, and she tried to give her phone away to someone else. On her phone, she contacted one of her. She sells Oxy, and contacted one of her buyers and asked him to come and collect the gun at the house, even with the police at the house. So she seems very suspect, I would say. But again, on this channel, we try to give you the benefit of the doubt, at least until we hear how deep water you can drag yourself into. I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Danny. Yeah. Hey, Patty B.
Gavin killed Destiny. I'm on the way to UT.
That's what she's telling him. Yes, sir.
She told you she put the story about the unidentified black male in order to protect her son.
Eventually, later on in the interview, she said that.
What's frustrating you and making you angry is you believe she's wasting your time in this investigation.
It is through my experience. People do not want to tell on people. That's what I deal with. We deal with family members all the time, Mr. Whalen. And I think through your experience, no one wants to tell on someone. I just thought there was more to the story than what she was giving. People do not walk into a home and just randomly shoot 5-year-old children.
Now,
Palola's mom, if she did, why didn't she claim it was an accident? That's a maximum of 30 years in prison. She could just say it was an accidental shooting. But instead, now she's looking at life.
Yeah.
And see, Sniper, pew pew, did it again. Thank you so much, Sniper. That meant Rolling Stone got a membership.
Yay.
let's talk about what you know now. Because now you know that 18 months before this shooting, she was raped by a police officer.
That's terrible.
It is. Let me ask you. Have you reviewed the TBI investigation?
TBI investigations are closed. And I think the DA's office may have reviewed that. I'm not sure.
Did you ask to review it?
No, sir.
And
No,
no,
it
better
didn't.
reduce sentences.
I did call and we inquired about that. Yes, sir.
You called and inquired about it?
I had a supervisor call and inquire.
When did that supervisor call and inquire about it?
Maybe a month or so ago.
A month or so ago.
I don't know what's a TBI.
And that supervisor inquired about it, but didn't share it with you, the
Yeah.
file?
Isn't it like
Sir, those files are not open to us. The file would be open to the DA's office. And if they've got a copy of it, it was probably from the head DA here in Knox County, Sharm Allen.
She claims she got distressed during the interview because she had PTSD by being raped by police
I'm
officers.
going to ask you to look at a piece of video. Judge, could you put that on?
that's
my
what I
table?
thought. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Saw it yesterday.
Thank you, Kelly. I think it was a rambling, incoherent story. Oh.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious? Your daughter is dead?
I know that.
And you don't want to tell us who killed your child?
No.
Lord have mercy. Do you have a heart? Do you have a soul?
More worried about being charged for throwing that phone in the toilet
You're fucking right. No, she will be charged. You're going to be charged with tampering. That's tampering with evidence. I'm serious to God. You're going to go to jail for that tonight. You can lawyer up, do what you want to. We want the truth from you. If you tell us the truth, then by George, I'll call the damn DA's office and tell them, hey, we'll slow a roll here. But if you're going to sit here and bullshit us on this, then we're not going to help you.
I don't like this part.
10 minutes and 30 seconds in, did that look to you like a man who cared about the fact that this woman had been raped by a police officer and had PTSD and was in distress? Did that look to you like you cared?
She was uncooperative pertaining to the death of her 5-year-old child. I just disagree with you, Mr. Whalen.
And whatever is in her, going on in her mind is of no damn concern to you. That's what you're telling the jury?
What is of concern of me at that present time was the death of her 5-year-old child.
Do you think that was not uppermost in her mind on that at that moment?
I would hope so.
And do you think that to her protecting?
Object to putting himself.
Calls for speculation.
You believe the mental health of her child would be uppermost in her mind, right? He just testified.
Then move along. He's already answered, but that's cause for speculation. Sustained.
And you tell her you don't care about tampering charges, right?
I want her to be truthful with me about what happened. At this point in time, we weren't aware that Gavin was the suspect in the crime.
You told her you don't care about tampering charges.
As well as I told her I didn't care about drugs as well.
You told her.
Yes, sir. I did tell her that.
And then you jump from your chair and say, you're going to jail tonight.
She's lying. She's lying, sir.
Well, does that sound like a man who doesn't care about tampering charges to you?
I'm trying to get her to cooperate with this investigation.
I believe someone in this interview used the term, once a fibber, always a fibber.
I believe later on, I saw it yesterday and you shaking your head. Yes, sir.
That was you, right?
I said that. Yes, sir.
So when you tell her, I don't care about tampering charges, and then burst out into your outrage about you're going to jail tonight for tampering, would she have any reason to believe that you're anything but a fibber?
I'm not sure what she believes. I can't speak for her.
You fibbed, right? I don't care. You're going to jail for it.
After about 10 or 12 lies, yes, she's committing crimes.
Yep, and she was interfering with your investigation because she wouldn't tell you that she picked up the casing, right? You kept saying, this doesn't make sense.
We couldn't find a casing.
You can't find a casing.
Sure.
That's because you're in a KPD interview room, not at the scene, right?
I'm trying to gather facts to figure out who killed her 5-year-old child.
The first officer on the scene, Officer Cummings, tells us that after they, I think, got
I think he's doing a good job of trying to
they went down
rehabilitate.
inside that house and they found that gun.
I was in the interview room, I believe, when they found the gun.
You saw that. You saw the testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
He said they went down the side of the house, found the gun.
Yes, sir. They found video and found her walk to the side of the house. Yes, sir.
Pretty early on in the investigation.
I did not know this at this particular time of the interview.
I understand that. You're accusing her of lying to you about where the bullets are and where the casings are.
So we're trying to figure it out.
You're trying to figure it out by accusing her of having moved them or taken them.
I believe she took it downhill when she's trying to destroy evidence at UT Hospital and get unknown people to take her cell phone. That's suspicious to me. I think you would agree that's suspicious.
We haven't heard anything about it, Sean.
Well, except that you kept telling her you don't care about dope charges.
I don't. To this day, I don't.
And yet we got Mr. Key's text message about, hey, can I get some pills?
I don't care. I don't care about that.
He did say that he checked into it and it checked out.
That message
Or
came
he
off of
checked
her
into it.
phone that you
He
got.
checked into it, but he
Several
couldn't
days
respond.
later, I
Yeah,
was never aware of this message until that phone was examined, Mr. Whalen. I'm not sure what you're talking
Tennessee.
about.
So let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Had you waited and let this grieving mother deal with the fact that she was in the house when her daughter was shot, and you let her have a day or two to figure out what was going on, and you had the time to get a basic grasp of the investigation, would that have ended with a better interview?
I think we will agree to disagree. I thought the right course of action was to look into the death of this 5-year-old little girl, to get suspect information and to wonder why in the heck someone is trying to destroy evidence. That was my thought process. That's where I'm going with this. I'm going to agree to disagree with you respectfully.
No matter how
Hey, Wendy.
your understanding of the investigation was at that moment.
So we can agree to disagree.
Well, you didn't know. You told her that it's not possible, one, for Gavin to have fired that gun.
I still, to this day, I'm not sure. I don't know. We've heard numerous stories. I don't know what happened.
You know, there are studies that show that child can fire.
I'm not a firearms examiner,
Right.
so, I know it's a certain pound of trigger pull. He's got small hands.
The TBI agent comes in here and testifies later that that child could fire that gun. Would you respectfully disagree with him too?
He's the professional, and I would agree with him.
You said he couldn't fire the shot because he would have had to been over her on that couch.
Yeah.
Firing the shot.
Yeah.
Where do you
It's always the state that makes their part of the case first, and then the defense will take over. And but I don't think she will take the stance, because she's been caught in 9, or she's told 9 different versions, and she will be open to cross-examination. So I don't think she will take the stand.
what position do you believe she was lying in when that shot was fired?
Sir, and with all due respect, I never went to the hospital. I just went by. I know where she was shot. That the couch looked tall. We're doing an interview right here. Let's backtrack here. I don't know what angle, and that you will have a medical examiner to tell you all that. I don't know.
Thank you, Detective, for pointing that out. I'm asking you,
Yes.
in your interview, you're telling her he had to climb up on top and shoot her like that.
I thought it was, I felt really weird about blaming this on a 2-year-old child.
There was a pillow behind her on that couch. She was lying on her side, and the bullet is in the pillow behind her on the couch, right?
Well, technically, she had been moved, so we couldn't fully reenact where she was on that couch, but the bullet was in a pillow. You are correct.
There was a whole line of pillows along the back of that couch.
Correct.
Now, not being a gun expert or a medical examiner, but an investigator of homicides, if the bullet is in the pillow lined up on the back of the couch and not in the cushion of the seat of the couch, which position do you believe she would have been in when that shot was fired? It doesn't call for speculation. He's an investigator, for God's sakes.
If you know, answer the question.
At the time that I was conducting this interview, no projectiles had been discovered in that pillow. So at this particular time, I do not know.
I'm asking you now.
And I'm explaining to you, I do not know at this particular time.
I'm asking you right now, with the knowledge you have right now,
To this day and time, yes, sir, I will agree with you.
she was lying on her side and the bullet goes
Yes,
through her
sir.
and into the.
There is a medical examiner report that will report that.
Now, do you think it's possible that Miss Howington knew what position her child's body was in?
I would think she would. Well, based upon the many different versions we
I think
received,
she's
I don't know.
pointing at the
So
television.
you, in this
interview.
half-cocked rush to an interview, put the child lying on her back on the couch and telling the woman who knows a fact that he would have been over her shooting like this, right? That's what we end up with.
Correct.
So the woman who knows a fact is being told by the professional investigator, that's not true. Right?
Correct.
That's what you might call a fib.
Yes, sir. I don't think we need to argue that point.
You said fibbers are fibbers, just like with police officers. If I fib, I'm not allowed to testify.
Sir, I didn't have an accurate fact.
People might call that a fib.
I don't necessarily know at that particular time it was a fib, but we can move on. I will agree with you.
And the other fibs that she was telling you were that this man shot from the door all the way back to that couch in the second living room.
Hey, Irish.
That was the original story.
No. No, that's a mischaracterization. She says, you want to go from the 911 and what she told me initially? Is that what we're talking about? I took it to understand the guy walked into the middle room and shot the little girl at point blank range, and his eyes got big, and I guess he dropped the gun or ran out. I don't know, because we don't know that version, but I never once said the suspect shot from the front door, or she never told me the suspect shot from the front door.
Didn't she?
I thought
I believe she did.
And if you take for just a moment the possibility that a grieving mother tells a story to protect her 2.5-year-old, then you would agree with me, whatever she tells you after that story really doesn't matter, because she's telling the story to protect her child.
If you want, what?
I object to that question.
If the individual that you are interviewing knows the facts and believes they have a good reason for having told you a lie about what happened, the rest of the things they say don't really matter, because they know what happened. And they have already decided they're going to tell you this story for what they believe to be a good reason. So if she tells you she didn't see a casing there, she didn't see a casing there. But if she had, it wouldn't have mattered, because she's already told you this story.
Is there a question?
Yes. So if she says,
Ask a question, don't give a speech.
Yeah, and she would get a
why were you accusing her of having moved
negligent
the
child
Because we couldn't find a casing, sir.
case against her. She wouldn't get a murder case.
Investigator wore a wheel gun, but we couldn't find a casing. So I just wanted to know where it was. I don't know that. Did I accuse her of that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, several times.
Okay.
This doesn't add up. There should be a casing there. You're not fine.
Sure. I'm in the middle of an investigation interrogating a person who's lying to me.
What did you say yesterday about casing?
Yeah, but she couldn't get life in prison for
When I
that.
pulled it out of my magazine,
No. What did you say yesterday about casings? Those little
they can go
buggers-
anywhere.
those little
Absolutely.
buggers can
Say
go
hey
all
to
over.
a
Yes,
recovery
sir.
addict
I
for me.
agree with you 100%.
So knowing that, and knowing you haven't really investigated the scene yet, why are you accusing her of moving something that you know on its own may have gone anywhere?
At what point did I accuse her in this interview? Just
Tell her over and over
you
again.
can just let me know, so I want to be accurate. I don't want you to misrepresent my words.
You don't recall her saying this
Of
doesn't
course I
line
do,
up.
but I want to know what point in the investigation did I say this?
I'm asking you, did you say this isn't
Yes.
lining up? We should be finding
We
shell
should.
casing.
Yes, sir. So at some point,
Did you move
at
the
some
shell
point,
casing?
if I said that shell casing, we're looking for the shell casing at some point in this interrogation, yes, I did say that. I did say the little things bounce around. I did say that.
Well, you didn't tell her that.
I'll agree with you, Mr. Whalen.
You
I'll agree
didn't-
with you 100%.
You didn't tell her they bounce around and move all over the place.
No, sir.
No, you told the jury that.
Sure.
I'm asking you, why didn't you give her the benefit of that doubt in that interview, since you hadn't been investigating the scene yet?
We are investigating the death of a five-year-old little girl.
Let it be
And
your
we're
biggest
trying to
video
get
ever.
suspect information gathered, and I'm trying to figure out why. the
Good
girl
job,
she's
bud.
lying.
And when you were watching that video, the porch video from next door, you kept talking about the car pulled into the driveway, right? The first car pulls into the driveway and is sitting there.
Yes, sir.
And you tell her you haven't seen it because you pulled into the same driveway.
This was that on the 17th, September the 17th, the second interview? Sure.
And you've been to that house, right?
You talking about
Her house.
Yes, sir.
502
Yes,
Walnut.
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Her house, then it's an empty lot.
I think it's an empty lot. Yeah.
You know there's not a driveway in that house.
No, it's a street parking lot. Sure.
So when you were saying this car pulled into the driveway, so you had to see it.
Absolutely. She walked right by it.
It was a
She
car.
parked right behind it.
It wasn't a car in her driveway. It was a car parked on the street. Were there cars parked on the street that night? other cars parked on the street that night?
You all have got the video. You can make your own assumption.
Well, how about you answer my question? Were there other vehicles parked on the street that night?
Sure. And she parked right behind the car, and then she motions for the young man, whoever's in that car, to come inside the home.
How do you see any of that?
You
Yeah,
say they were pulled into a driveway, so she
I saw
couldn't have missed the car. It wasn't a driveway. Lots of cars park on the street, right?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
No, I don't like his attitude.
And during your interview with Ms. Howington, she told you about the incident days before this. She said initially in the interview on Thursday that Mr. Oliver came to the house and was outraged, banging on the door like he was the police. He was upset because her new boyfriend was at the house. They had a confrontation out front, right?
I do recall her mentioning the confrontation with Antoine, but I got a little bit more information after I interviewed Callie.
Right. You interviewed Callie and you interviewed Mr. Oliver.
Oh, absolutely.
And they both told you about that incident on Thursday.
I know Daniel Hensley, who's Callie, told me about that incident, and I don't recall if I'm not real sure about Antoine, but if it's on video, he said that. Sure.
He tells you he took the clip out. He thinks he took the gun away from her. He takes
I do
the clip
recall
out
that.
and
Yes, sir.
throws it.
Yes, sir.
And he thinks Callie goes over and picks it up.
Yes, sir.
So you've got all that verified, right?
I think on the 16th of September. Yes, sir.
So if that happens the way she described it, the way Antoine described it, and the way Callie described it, Callie is the one who takes the gun on Thursday that Antoine is taken apart, puts it back together, and goes in the house.
I don't know. I would have to assume.
That's what the interview said. But
I'm not sure who took that gun back in the house.
she brought it out because he refused to leave.
She would hear something.
She told him, Judge, the story.
Okay, you're asking don't talk over me. You're asking what Callie said and what Antoine Oliver said. That is hearsay, sustained.
She told you he wouldn't leave. He was outraged and he wouldn't leave.
On the 12th?
On the 12th, yes.
Yeah, I think she said at some point he wouldn't leave. He about hit her with a car. Sure.
And when she comes out with the gun and he takes it away from her and breaks it down.
They have a very volatile relationship.
Yeah, but again,
And so
sadly, something we see a lot with when the defense asks cops, they get very testy.
on the 14th, where was that gun? What did she tell you?
Mm-hmm.
In the closet, I think.
On a shelf in a black bag.
I took it on the 14th that gun was in the top shelf of that closet, upward, very high, and that's why we took measurements.
You went and took a picture in a black bag and there's a strap hanging down.
The black bag comes into play here at some point. I never saw the black bag being moved, but other people said the black bag was moved. I'm not sure.
So what she was telling you is where she kept her gun.
I think you'll see in the reenactment, she tells me that gun is in the top of that closet. I don't recall her ever telling me it was in that bag.
If I ask you, where do you keep your gun in the house?
Yes, sir. I've got a few guns in the house.
You can tell me where you keep your gun.
I can tell you where most of my guns are. Yes, I should know where my guns are.
You said most of them. You can't tell me where all of them are.
I'll tell you where every one of them are. Is that relevant to this?
Yes.
Okay.
You can tell me where you keep, let's just say you only have one gun.
Okay.
Okay, just for the conversation.
Mhm.
You can tell me where you keep your gun.
Sure.
If your wife moved that gun the day before, that gun wouldn't be where you said you kept it.
I know my wife, she don't like guns, so she wouldn't move it.
Again, for the purpose of the conversation, if she moved your gun, you would still, if you said you kept
So
it-
hypothetically is what we're saying.
Right.
Sure.
You keep it on the top shelf.
Maybe because he has this
She
attitude,
moves it to
he's
somewhere
not the
else
last
that she
witness.
moves on the top
they're
shelf.
gonna end with either the
You
medical
tell me
examiner
it's
or
on top shelf of the closet, you're not lying.
Sustained.
a lead detective.
I can't ask the investigator hypothetical.
No, sustained.
At any time, I'm not allowed to
I
ask the
didn't
Michael.
say that, Mr. Whalen. Don't argue with me. I sustained the objection.
I don't
to that
like the
question.
defense
Give
lawyer
me a
now.
basis on that, so I've got a record as to what
You're
I'm-
calling for speculation, which is not relevant. Move along.
If somebody moved Miss Howington's gun from the place she kept it, and she tells you the place she kept it, she wouldn't be lying, would she? She didn't know it got moved.
She also said Callie threw it in the bush.
She did, she told you that. And you didn't say that gun was hidden in the bush, did you?
Well, that's speculation.
No, I would say the gun was thrown out.
It's pretty doggone clear where that gun is, right?
It's dark on the side of the house. She tried to hide that gun while her daughter's inside being shot.
Well, not while her daughter's inside being shot, she's actually on the phone.
She's already wounded. She's already wounded.
The same time she's on the 911 call.
Her daughter is inside, left unattended, while she's suffering from a gunshot wound to her chest.
And the 2-year-old is in there too.
I agree with you.
So how many other shots do you want that gun? How many times do you want that gun to be fired? She don't get it out of the way.
She could take that gun and put it anywhere out of reach and then tell us where the gun was when we come in.
And that would be a rational decision, wouldn't it?
There could have been a lot of rational decisions made on
And
this.
she was suffering at that time from post-traumatic stress disorder before the gun was fired.
I don't know the side effects of PTSD. I've worked police work.
I'm going to
for 20
start
years,
this and we'll talk about it
I've
in
seen a lot of
in
gruesome
a
crime
brief.
scenes. I may have
I think it's
PTSD, never been
a
diagnosed.
good question.
But I'm pretty confident one of the side effects of PTSD is not to be a liar.
Is if I tell you that one of the signs would be to have brain fog, confusion.
Lying?
Memory loss.
Lying?
She's
He's
putting the
not a
gun out.
He raised it, Judge.
He is not a medical professional. I sustain the objection.
Should, can we strike all his testimony then about whether or not lying is a
The jury will listen to those opinions which are qualified, and the court tells you you can accept as that of an expert. These are not those such opinions. Move along.
maybe we approach Judge?
Well, we got a good question from Jane Dixon. What's everybody's theory? My theory is she might have had that ready because she had a drug deal going on, maybe with a new one. She didn't know. She had it easily available and discharged it by accident. I think it was an accidental discharge by her. What are you thinking, Jamie?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what I've been thinking this whole time is something happened. Maybe there was an argument and she had it. Maybe she was scared something happened and it went off accidentally. I honestly believe it went off accidentally. But yeah, like why all the lying? Why not just own up to it? But who knows? Like, I don't think anything like she intentionally did it. I think it was definitely some kind of accident. But
She's out on a $500,000 bond, which she turned into a house arrest because she smoked weed.
yeah. And I don't think she realizes that if she just owned up to it, it's neglect, some kind of neglect, but she'll definitely get less time than life in prison.
Yeah.
You talked about how this couch looked high to you. right?
Yes, sir.
And you do recall saying in that interview, we're going to go out there and get your couch. You know, I just want you to know we're going to go get your couch.
Correct.
I need to meet that drunk vet. We haven't seen him in a while.
12. That's when you recognize that.
Yes,
What is that?
that's the actual sofa she was lying on.
Okay. This is the couch that you're talking about, that Destiny was lying on that night when she was shot.
Correct.
And you believe that couch looks high. tall seat part.
Actually, I hate the new height on couches. They are so low, especially when you are a 27-year-old gentleman with a little bit of a belly. It's hard to get out of them. I liked it better back in the day. They were taller. Yeah, and a $500,000 bail. Hey, bossing for truth. I don't know where Iris is today. She might have. Brandon might be resurrected and have done something to her.
Sure.
And in that video of the walkthrough, you and Wardlaw are standing beside it. It comes up out to your knees. That sounds like a high couch, Steve.
Okay, I'll agree with you. It's an average couch. It's a normal couch.
Why was it necessary to talk about how high the couch was?
Sir, it's a normal couch.
Talking about how high it was made the story sound less likely that Gavin could have shot her.
You know what? Again, how many versions did she give us?
I'm not asking you about how many versions she gave you. I'm asking you about the version you gave.
I did not believe her son was capable of shooting his sister. How in the world can a 2-year-old child know where a gun is, go get a gun, drag a stool? This is all my thought process.
They are really angry at each
People are not
other.
aware of the multiple times a year that small children get guns.
I think the defense is doing a good job, but I'm not
It's
sure
happened.
he's going to win it.
It's happened.
Why are you acting so shocked that a 2-year-old could get a gun and shoot someone? It's just not believable.
Sir, you've seen the interview. I'm not going to tell you to put you do this for a living. I do it for a living. You're a criminal defense attorney. I disagree with you. She was lying and being dishonest. I'm trying to understand and comprehend this mess.
And so you thought that you would get more truth from her if you lied and were dishonest.
Sir, I don't know that I lied to her. I disagree with you. That's misrepresentation of my words.
you seen
The couch was too high for him to be able
Okay,
to do
I
that.
did say that.
And now, you did. And now you say,
I'm just
it didn't happen. It's a normal couch.
for conversation. I'm going to agree with you because it's going to be an argument. It's a normal couch.
Don't agree with me because you don't want to have an argument.
It's a normal couch,
Is
sir.
this a normal couch?
It's
or
a
not?
normal couch.
And so
Yes, sir.
when you said it was
Yes,
too
sir.
high for this
I
to
agree
happen
with you.
Gavin, you were
I
lying.
agree, sir. I did not have any intent to lie to this young lady. I'm not trying to put anything in her head besides get the truth.
How do you have to put things in people's head to get them to tell the truth?
Sir, we're investigating the death of her 5-year-old little girl.
I know. And you know that no matter how many times you say that, it doesn't change anything, right?
Absolutely. It doesn't change things in your mind.
No, it doesn't. We're talking about what was said, why, and how.
Sure.
And we're talking about who was the fibber in this interview. And I'm telling you, you didn't come off too good on the fibber scale either, did you?
Sir, are you calling me a liar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I disagree with you.
When you're talking to a individual, I know you hadn't had any training about how to deal with people with PTSD or stress. In that interview, you all asked her about what kind of gun it was, right?
Correct.
Was it one like we carry, or was it one of those with a round thing on it?
I think-
It was, I don't know.
Because he said during the interview that the 2-year-old son was not tall enough to could have done it because it was a tall couch. That's why it's important. Because the defense lawyer is grasping for straws. Yeah, he is a Ventura. I'm just asking the questions. Hey, Food Fairy. Look in the poll. That's we think she did it.
I think Investigator Warlaw said a wheel gun.
And then said, you know, like in the movies, the ones they use for Russian roulette. Remember
If
that?
that's what he said, is that what he said or
You
me?
know, he played the video.
If that's what I said, then I agree with you.
We haven't heard
Sir, that's
anything.
what I said.
There will
Oh,
be
no,
a
I
medical
don't want you just to agree
investigation.
with me for the sake of agreeing with me. Let's,
I'm confused about what the question actually is.
well, we'll get there. We'll clear it up for you.
Just refer him back to the interview.
He don't drive a black. He drives a white.
Let me ask you while we're here.
I don't know. He goes to the POW auction.
She has told you that she's nervous being in that room because she was raped by a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You and Wardlaw both heard that,
Yes, sir.
right? And so that's when you start out yelling and screaming at her. And then a little while later, you kind of work through the process. And we arrive at this moment on the video in the interview where you're talking about this 300 and what color it is.
Oh,
and who
behind
drives it.
Walmart Clinton Highway and buys cars.
We're pretty certain it's white. But you know, I'm sure it's in there. And he had a hat on. Do you
I
know?
don't know.
Because we've got witness. What was he wearing?
He had on a black shirt and he had a black hat on.
Did he say anything to you? Did you ever see him when you first got home?
No,
Do you think he might have been, you think he really was following you?
I think that he was just watching.
I think you're right. I think the video is going to tell us that he was probably.
Now, we're all friends again because she's agreed with you that it's probably Antoine, right?
And are you asking me how we got to the point this may be domestic related? Is that what you're asking
Yeah,
me?
we'll get to that. But at this point in the interview, you're no longer yelling and screaming at her because she's agreed with you guys that Antoine did.
At this point, I don't know what to believe.
Okay.
For you to come home. We knew this is domestic. And we figured the whole time that you're scared. We understand it. We just don't want you to lie to us. You know what's more than this? You're okay. You're okay.
You lost the baby. Come here. Come on.
She has shingles.
Now, given that she has told you she's uncomfortable because there's two male police officers in the room and she was raped by a male police officer 18 months before, did you think this was an appropriate act?
I can't speak for
I'm
investigating.
not asking you to speak for him. Is that an appropriate act?
That's a consoling act to me.
So,
We were concerned about the 5-year-old little girl. This is tragic any way you look at it, sir.
I'm talking about the young woman who was in your room.
She looks like she's pretty receptive of it. She didn't back away.
How many guns was she wearing? How many guns was she wearing?
There are 2 guns in that room, and we never threatened her with a gun.
No, but you're 2 male officers in the room and she's just explaining to you she was raped by a cop and that makes her scared. So one of them decides hugging her might be a good idea, right?
If that's what he did,
And if that's what he did,
yeah.
what the heck would you call that?
Sir, he hugged her. I will agree with you.
Now, and then at the end of this interview, you go through her purse, right?
And Wardlaw goes through the person. I'm standing by. Yes, sir.
She's got a bunch of pill bottles in there.
People have pill bottles all the time.
Well, they're for her prescription, right?
Sir, if you're asking me, did I know she was diagnosed with
No,
PTSD?
that's not what I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you, went through her purse, right?
Yes, sir.
She had lots of pill bottles.
Sure.
One of them, you asked her
You've
what
seen
they
a
have-
picture
you
of
asked
it.
what
It's
it's for.
open statement.
She says, I have shingles.
Is that what Wardlaw asked her, or did I ask her
I
that?
think Wardlaw asked her
Okay.
while you're standing there.
Okay, if that's what he asked, sure.
And you said what?
Well,
You got shingles and you let him hug on you?
yeah, okay, I
He's got
did
a
say
young
that.
child.
Yes, he does have young children.
Who hugged on who?
He,
Why are you giving her a hard time about having shingles when Wardlaw takes a rape victim and decides to hug her in an emotional moment in an interview?
Investigator Wardlaw hugged her, so we will agree with that.
And you jumped on her for allowing him to do that when she had shingles.
I think it
Building
was.
rapport again?
Did I jump on her? Can we watch it? Am I laughing? I don't understand what you're. I don't think I jumped
I don't
on her.
understand either, officer. That's the one point we
I
do
think we're getting
agree
some
on.
mischaracterizations here. I think I laughed about it and said, "Why would you let
I
him
don't like
hug or
that.
her,
It's a
hug on each other?" However, I describe
He
it.
needs to make him look like an asshole.
That's what happened.
We talked a lot about that yesterday too. Yeah, because he just wants him to be.
So your little boy can't speak very well right now. So he talks pretty well. So he understands everything.
Yeah, it's weird.
Shingles contagious.
You're not even supposed to give it till you're 60 years old. Wait until 30 years.
Let's see what this is. I'm from human service.
Yeah,
See you later, Patty.
Okay. Try it.
We haven't heard anything yet.
You what? I don't see that in here. What's it called?
So your little boy can't speak very well right now. So he talks pretty well.
Yes.
So he understands everything.
Shingles contagious.
Yeah.
Shingles.
Damn. Hey, and he's got a small child.
Back home, so we really like to talk to him.
This child's dead. I don't think he knows.
So what's this one? Clover, what's that?
I have shingles from stress.
Well, that was no good. You got all kinds of contagious, are you? You just now, you let me hug on you, tell me you got shingles.
Damn. Hey, and he's got a small child.
This is love.
Well,
What's this? Fluoxetine or whatever.
That's not a good look.
Joke to you?
I think I was laughing, to be honest with you.
I think you were laughing too.
Sure.
I think you weren't taking her feelings into consideration, were you?
I was.
Sir,
Sir,
I'm sorry, that's an inappropriate question because you're not rolling your eyes. I don't want the jury to get wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a matter up. Your absence, step out, please. All rise.
Oh, Judd's gonna be mad now.
Uh-oh. You need,
Well-
like, what did he do to his hair this morning? Could he have just like?
He fluffed it.
I know, but it's like flowing around the courtroom.
Did she get new boobies?
I will see the attorneys in my office.
No.
Oh, you're going to the. Oh, Daddy's angry.
Uh,
Her boobies looks better. Not better, bigger now than they did in the video. Did she have time to
maybe she's-
get those while she was in bail?
she probably has a good bra on today.
Well, let's end this poll. Only 20. No, people hit the poll. There's 64 people watching, and only 32. Only half of you have put it in the poll. She just got fat. Well, normally, yeah, but still, they looked very elevated.
That's what a good bra will do.
Well, yeah. Oh, he's back. My vote number went down. How the F is that possible? Well, we're ended. People think that. Yeah, she put on some weight, but still. Now you know how easily I can be duped.
Yeah, clearly.
72% think argued with someone, gun went off, accidental discharge, moving it, 21%, and the kid did it, 6%. I don't think this is a good strategy. He came off good by kind of implying that the
Everyone may have a
police
seat. Waive the
pressured
call
her,
for the state
but now he just
for the defense.
began
All right,
yelling.
Mr. Whalen, you recognize for further cross-examination.
Riddle, I don't know if you and I have had this conversation before, but there is a KPD general order about officer-involved shootings. If that officer has time before he talks to an interviewer.
I don't know the gun. I don't know
video
the trigger pressure. It's hard to tell. But I don't
think
think
you're
a 2-year-old
talking
can
about
hold it
the
at aim.
force science or what they believe in force science, that you need 48 to 72 hours to completely recollect what happened.
Okay. So trained professionals need 48 to 72 hours
I'm a
to
kid of the
completely
90s.
recollect
Really
what they
important. Like
recall,
what's are now.
what took place, right?
Yes.
And when you become a police officer, you get some psychological testing, right?
Sure.
So if you had really bad PTSD, you probably wouldn't get to be a police officer.
I don't know what the process is. We have a lot of military personnel working at the police department. I'm sure they suffer from some sort of that.
So when they send you to the academy, they give you training on how to be a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
And how you put important things into
It's a
reports.
2-year-old. You can't do it.
Yes, sir.
You don't leave important things out of reports.
Yes, sir.
They teach you about the importance of getting all the information right.
Yes, sir.
Because police work is a whole lot about filling out reports early on, right? Especially.
It's a lot of paperwork. Yes, sir.
And you got to get that right.
Yes, sir.
And yet, if a police officer were involved in a shooting,
As a Dane, I don't have that much handgun experience. I've only fired 9mm in the military, and only briefly. And I can't remember when I'm 27 years old. I can't remember 25 years old how much muscle mass I had 25 years ago. But a kid could drag it around, but I don't think they could aim it. And the picture we saw looked like a standard semi-auto. The grip size to a small baby hand. I know there's accidental discharges lots of times with kids, but this, if they have to pull it, and again, he dragged a chair, took it down from a closet, went in and hold it and did it. To me, that doesn't make sense. But maybe some of you Americans who has a little more experience than us Europeans.
they might get 48 to 72 hours.
You couldn't get out of
That
the airport.
policy's
We
went
have a
back and
Burger King
forth.
there.
TBI investigates it, and I don't know what TBI's policy is. TBI investigates all that now.
I'm asking about a general order of the KPD.
Do you have that general order that I can read it?
You're aware of the fact that the policy.
I'm not sure that there's a general order. If you can provide that to me, I will agree with you. Do you know where that is in the KPD Standard of Operating Procedure?
602, I think.
I need to read 602. I'm not familiar with 602.
I don't think that this is very.
When I asked you,
Hold on, let me, what's the objection? Well, I mean, do you know or not?
I don't know what 602 is, but here's what I do know. If you want.
Let him ask the question.
Force science, and I got this when I went to force science. They suggest when an officer-involved shooting takes place, 48 to 72 hours. Do they always go by that? I don't know that. I don't know if that's always been a policy.
you remember the Austin East shooting?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. TBI ran that investigation.
And those officers were allowed to review all their body cams and reports before they talked to them.
I was not a part of that investigation, so I don't want to speak to that.
Would that surprise you if I said that's what it was? If they got to review their body cams and their
TBI was in charge of that investigation, and I was not a part of that.
So
Get those
she
ripped
didn't
in.
have 48 or 72 hours.
No, sir. And that's on me. That's on me.
She didn't have 45 minutes.
It's on me, sir.
She didn't have 45 minutes.
Have you ever heard of the first 48 were the most crucial part of a homicide investigation?
I think we have KFC.
I mean, you can laugh, but that's the truth.
She didn't get 45 minutes from the time the doctor told her your daughter's dead.
It's
So
sad.
she was sitting in your interview room on the 3rd floor of KPD, right?
This is sad.
How do you get to the 3rd floor of that old KPD building? How do you get there?
She's taken to police headquarters, what I requested, because we have some serious questions.
Now, let's answer the other question. How do you get to the 3rd floor of the KPD?
I'll explain to them. I requested her to come to the 3rd floor. She's taken in the back of a police car, sir.
Well, they didn't take her in the back of a police car to the 3rd floor, did they? They no drive up to that interview room.
Well,
She had to get into a locker.
figure of speech.
I
Okay.
asked you a specific question.
Specific question.
She was that training that you had about how it's important to get the information in.
She was driven from UT Hospital in a patrol car. They take her to the back of police headquarters. They open the car door. They walk her to the elevator. They walk her up to the 3rd floor, and she's placed into an interview. Is that what you wanted me to answer, sir?
And she doesn't get out of there without your permission, right?
She's in the middle of this homicide investigation, sure.
She doesn't get out of there without your permission.
And she's been read her Miranda, so
She was ready.
yes, sir.
And that included the right not to talk if she didn't want to.
Absolutely. If she would have said, I need a lawyer, we're done.
When she was asked about the phone, and she said, I'm scared, I don't want to talk anymore.
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
That's not, to me, that's not asking for her lawyer.
That's not the magic word. She just said, you said, if you decide to speak with us, you may stop at any time,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yeah.
That's what the.
And
right
request a
says.
lawyer. Yes, sir. It says request a lawyer.
It also says you may stop at any time. right?
Yeah.
Okay. She said, I won't stop. I
She
won't
said
stop."
she wanted to stop.
Did you stop?
No.
So there's a fit for you. You can stop at any time unless you want to, and then I'm gonna say no. You keep questioning it.
We are going to continue to question her until she requests a lawyer. Then we are done. At that point, she has not requested a lawyer. Sir, I know what the Miranda right is. We can read it to him.
But I ask you a question.
No, sir.
Well,
Maybe the judge should instruct him, don't talk, just because you're a witness. It's not your show.
right.
Is it
I like
further on
Jessica
back?
Simpson in that one. Well, she can say, I don't want to talk to you. But he asked her another question and she started talking again. I'm not a lawyer. I can't give legal advice. But if you say, I plead the fifth, and they say, okay, so you won't tell me anything? No, I won't talk about it. No, you won't even talk about how the gun got out in the bush. Well, Antoine put it there. Then your I plead the fifth goes right out the window, because if you plead the fifth, you shut the F up. If you say, I don't want to talk to you, you don't talk to them. That's why the first thing you say is, je voudrais un lawyer. That's French, Jamie, and is, I want a lawyer.
Mm.
And then you shut up until the lawyer is there. Everything you say can and will be used against you, even if you said all the magic words. Ground for the abstain. Is this maritime court? Can we face subject matter jurisdiction? All of these things goes right out the window the second you open your trap and starts going again. So that's why I request my lawyer present. So you don't want to talk about what happened? I want my lawyer. Yeah, but your daughter, we want to help you with your daughter. I want my lawyer. Remember, any cop who says, I'm just here to help you, is kind of like what Reagan said about the worst thing you can hear is, I'm from the government, I'm here to help you. Hey, expert. How are you doing? It's not lawful law.
But you read her.
Haven't addressed subject
Right?
matter
Yes,
jurisdiction.
sir.
And it does say if you decide to speak with us, you may stop at any time.
I agree with exactly what you said.
Hey, expert.
Now, at one point, and it's the results of such are not admissible, You offered to let her, you said, well, why don't you take a lie detector test?
Did I say that or word law? Okay, sure.
And what, do you remember what her response was?
Sure.
What'd she say?
I'm trying to get a reaction out of her. She said, sure.
She said, yes, I'll do it.
Sure.
After that, when you kept questioning her, she said, why don't you give me the lie detector test? She asked you about three or
Thank you
four
so much
times,
for
didn't
showing
she?
up, and I hope everything is
And
okay.
then you say, nah, we're not gonna do that.
We're not. That's on me.
So that's, would you like to call that a fib or a lie?
I think it's if I want to administer that. I asked her a question, and then I said, no, we're not going to do that. Did I?
What do you consider a lie detector test? And what you're doing, I understand, this is a technique. This is how you get people to say things you want them to say, right?
You're a well-versed lawyer. Yes, sir.
So the lie detector is a tool, right?
It's an investigative tool. It's not admissible in court.
And right, and but it's a great tool to say, well, if you didn't do it, take a lie detector.
Mhm.
And it kind of screws up the plan when they say, okay. And you say, well, this doesn't seem right either. Well, why don't you give me the lie detector test?
I agree with you.
And this doesn't make sense either.
I agree with
She
you.
said, why don't you give me a lie detector test?
I agree with you, sir.
And then you just say, nah, we're not gonna do that.
I agree with everything you just said.
Those were lies. You can call them investigative techniques. You weren't gonna give her a lie detector test, were you?
If you're calling me a liar, I disagree with you.
Were you gonna give her a lie detector test?
We did not have a polygrapher there at nighttime. So
You
no,
would have given her one the next day, couldn't you?
I'm not going to do that.
Then why offer it? Why bait her?
You told the jurors it's an interview technique.
And it's also a lie if you have no intention to do it.
I disagree with your characterization of
I
that.
understand you do. In her interviews, you have said that she changed her story many times.
I believe so.
In the interviews, from beginning to end, who was the first person that brought up Antoine Oliver as a possible suspect?
Brandon Wardlaw.
Not her.
No.
And y'all talked about that, her history with her, and so, you know, come on, man, it looks like it could have been him. And then Wardlaw says something about, you know, I'm just going to shoot straight with him. I think he did. And you said, I think so too. He hit the nail on the head.
Hammer and nail.
Hammer and nail.
Yes, sir.
She hit the nail on the head. It's Antoine. Right?
That was the figure of speech I used.
And then after a while, what did she say to you? And then you ask, is it possible? Do you think Antoine could have done this to his father? And you remember what she said?
No.
She said, no.
Mhm.
No, I can guarantee you he didn't do it. Right? I promise you.
Sure.
He didn't do it.
At that time, she was still on an unknown blackmail.
Oh, well, y'all had just thrown Antoine under the bus and said, it's Antoine. We think it's Antoine. You said, yeah, I knew all along this was domestic. That makes sense. And you're scared of him, so you wouldn't tell us that. You changed the story to Antoine. She then, after about 10 or 15 minutes of Antoine did it, she says, you're right. You're right. You're right. I can't do this anymore. That's what she said.
Do you want me to explain to the jurors how we got to Antoine and why we thought Antoine could possibly be involved? There's 8 reports listed in the database involving her and Antoine. Very volatile relationship. She very well could be a battered woman. I don't know, but the reports are ugly. But not only in some of the reports she's a victim, but in some she's listed as a suspect. So that's where we are. We are trying to come to some reason why someone would come into the home and kill this 5-year-old little girl. We didn't believe it was an unknown blackmail. There has to be motive.
No evidence.
And that's where we were going. Could a domestic be a motive? Yes, absolutely. We're not going to force her to lie about that.
Let me ask you this. You said that in the interview too. There has to be a motive.
Yes, sir.
We'll try to. If I'm driving my car home tonight, somebody turns quick in front of me and hits me, Is there a motive for them getting?
No, it's an accident.
It's an accident.
Mhm.
So you do
Make
recognize.
them
an
fix you this
accident.
time so you don't have to be off a month like you weren't
So
here.
there doesn't have to be a motive for an accident.
Go
Yes.
get those pretty teeth cleaned.
Yeah.
There has to be a motive with the initial
Remember everyone,
information we
was
were
the day
just
that
given.
David
That
Crocker
a
died.
black male,
He
an
was
unknown
taking
black
a
male,
while from TNT.
walked into the house and shot a 5-year-old child. That's where we are in this investigation. We're not to Gavin yet.
The expert told
We're
me.
still trying to develop a suspect.
And once she had told you about the September 12th incident with Antoine,
Yes, sir.
and given the history you had already researched before this interview, you had to know that sounded about right.
There was no report made on September the 12th, to my knowledge.
The actions sounded about right.
Oh, hey, Antoine, he's not a good person.
And then you went and confirmed that. You corroborated that, speaking with Antoine and with Callie.
Sure.
And so at some point when she talks about in saying that Antoine was the one that did it and Antoine was in the room, and she's talking about how he shows up and he's acting an ass and he's screaming and angry because Callie's around. She's telling you the same story she told you about Thursday, right? She's just melding it in.
I don't know what she's telling me.
Well, you know the words she's telling you. She told you those same words about Thursday. Then she actually told you it was on Friday.
She told Warlaw that because Warlaw was getting into that a little bit more. Yes, and I'm listening.
And you're sitting in the room.
Sure.
You weren't sleeping.
No, sir.
And then she tells you about that it was one time. She says that incident actually happened on Friday.
I think so.
And then during the interview, she said, "What day is this?" Remember?
Yep.
You had to tell her it's Saturday.
Saturday the 14th. And actually, the incident occurred on the 12th.
Right.
September the 12th.
You think she was lying when she told you it was Friday the 13th?
Well, no.
She was just confused.
Sure, absolutely. People get confused all the time.
Especially if they got PTSD and they got a shooting in their house and their daughter dies. That's a
How do you get confused about your daughter dying? I don't know that.
You kept saying, "Your daughter's dead." She said, "I know." She wasn't confused at all about that, was she?
Sir, we will agree to disagree. I would never, speaking for myself, would never be confused about the death of my child.
I hope you never find out.
I hope I don't.
But right now, you can't tell us from your personal.
Oh, I can tell you, I would be honest about it.
You can tell me you think you would be if you could remember, if you had the facts straight, if it was within 48 or 72 hours.
Yes, sir.
Figure out what happened, right?
Yeah.
I just put up a poll because I'm not sure. And is it me who doesn't get it, or is he just annoying? Does he raise reasonable doubt? Does he discredit this officer? We heard her on the tape. She talked for 2 or 3 hours and
Let's talk.
He only
just a minute
mentioned
about that
PTSD
second interview on September 7th.
in the first 5 minutes.
Were you the one that set that up?
I believe the totality of that was she was taken into custody after she got back from the funeral home.
Did you or Wardlaw call her and ask her where she was? And found out she was-
I don't know the details, but we let her do what she needed to do about the funeral arrangements. And then we wanted to bring her back in. She had a warrant on file and we wanted to continue this interview. Yes, sir.
The second interview is now the woman who has PTSD, had a gun fired in her home, a 5-year-old child was shot. She was taken away from the home and not allowed to go there with the ambulance to the hospital. She goes to the hospital. She's told her son, her daughter's dead. She's then 45 minutes later taken for an interview. 3 days later, once you find out she's getting the funeral arrangements made, someone followed her from the funeral home to the Kroger, to the gas station, to her house, and then you showed up.
Yeah, but that doesn't change anything.
Was that 72 hours later? because maybe her memory's a little bit better. I'm not sure.
You might have a chance. You already.
I'm just saying, you said 70, that she needs a little bit of time.
I did say that. And I said, you followed her to her house and had a bunch of cops there.
There's cruiser video. We treated her with the utmost respect. I don't even think we handcuffed her when we put her in the back of the car.
Right after she got through making her funeral.
Yes.
arrangements, you treated her
It's
with
tragic.
utmost respect.
It's so tragic.
I don't know how
If
to feel
anyone
about it.
anyone wants something slightly different, Fedorowski have made a video about bunkers up in Norway. He makes nature movies, not that kind, not the fun kind, but where he goes around in the Norwegian
No
countryside
further questions on this witness.
Can you
and,
redirect?
and makes these
That's it.
great movies. You should all go watch him. Fedorowski on YouTube.
All right, Investigator Riddle, Mr. Whalen was asking you about your initial interaction with the defendant in this case. And he was asking about her demeanor. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think he was asking you some questions about what was it about her demeanor that made you think she was being deceptive. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes.
Now, when you, we're going to start here. When you start that first interview with her, the first interview that we watched on video, I'm not talking about the one at the scene, but the first one where she comes in and she sits and talks. At that point in time, setting her demeanor aside, okay? So put that completely aside. Was there anything else in your mind that had happened that caused you concern?
I already knew what happened at the hospital.
And so when you sat down and you talked to the defendant initially at the police station, you already knew about what had happened at the hospital. Is that correct?
Are you talking about where I come in? I came in, I explained the process because
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about once you talked to her the first time, the
Yes.
recorded interview that you
Yes.
did, where you sat her down and she's talking to you in the interview room. Is there setting her demeanor aside, was there anything else that caused you concern about anything else that had happened?
the destroying of the phone.
Yes. And so that was one thing that had caused you concern. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also recall that there was some concern you had about what she had said initially to you?
Yeah, there was some concern about suspect.
And so specifically, whenever you talked to her at the initial scene, and she was talking about a black person that did it, and then she was talking about seeing that person from inside the house. I believe she also described
I think
the type of vehicle.
he
that
has
that
a little
person
bit
was
too
driving.
short of
Tell
it.
the jury about
That's
what you were
fine.
thinking when she was telling you that.
Well, when she told me that again, I go back into the simple fact that she's in that middle room in the long distance. How were you able to observe that vehicle that's at that distance and know it's a Chrysler 300? That's a specific car, a black car in the middle of the night. I just thought that was a little weird initially right off the bat.
Okay, so even setting aside how she was acting, the fact that she had described this black Charger from a vantage point where you didn't think she could have been able to see it, and the fact that she had attempted to destroy her phone, she had put it in water and tried to give it to somebody else. Those were two other things that gave you pause. Is that correct?
And this is all before the actual video.
Okay. The defense attorney was asking you about the text messages in this case. And so I just want to kind of give a timeline of where that information came to you. Okay. So can you walk the jury kind of through the evolution of when you became aware of the text messages and when you became aware of the casings and things of that nature?
Well, the text messages were actually several days later. To go back into the phone was turned off. We couldn't get it turned on. It had water on it, and I think it had been bent or broke to a certain extent. So what we did is we had a phone forensic examiner to rebuild that phone so we could do an extraction, a data extraction, and get those text messages. So any text messages taken from that phone would have been days after this event. Now, what was your other question?
The casings, as far as what was going on with the
The
casings.
casing, I was curious about the casing because I know from my experience, and these things do bounce around, just like Mr. Whalen said, they do bounce around. We couldn't find it initially. I didn't want to disturb anything, but from where that shooting was, they generally spit out to the right. Not all guns, but most guns I've been around. And I just didn't see it lying around on the floor.
Okay, and so you asked Ms. Howington about the casings several times, is that correct?
Sure.
Okay, now let me ask you this. You asked Ms. Howington about the casings, and she never wavered or changed her story at all about what happened with the casings,
No.
is that correct?
No.
Now, setting that aside, did she waver or change her stories about other things that happened at the scene?
Numerous.
Yeah, all those changing stories will get her convicted, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The fact that she was lying about other things and changing her story about other things, was that part of the reason why you were asking her about the casings?
Yes.
As far as the video with the porch, or the video that you can see of the porch,
Yes, ma'am.
in that video, you can see the individual come and park the car. Is that correct?
You talking about the first
The very-
individual?
Yes.
Yeah, you can clearly see the lights to that car turn off an adjacent street into that roadway driveway is what we would say it is.
Okay. And did that car park directly in front of her house?
It appeared to me it did.
Okay. And it's parallel parked right in front of that house. Is that
Yes.
correct? And those lights stayed on.
It did.
Okay. And so whenever you told Ms. Howington that she had to have seen that car,
Mhm.
did you take into account that it was parked right in front of her house and that the lights were on?
Yes.
Was there anything else you took into account?
Well, it looked like she beckoned someone to come in from the car at one point in the video.
We don't know. We have never been told, just that it was a semi-auto.
All right. I want to talk about this incident that happened on September 12th. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So Ms. Howington talked to you briefly about something that happened on September 12th. Is that correct?
She did.
I think he has
Her version of
told
what
about-
happened on September 12th,
September.
that changed throughout the interview, correct?
I don't recall a lot of the facts. I think her facts were very limited on what happened on the 12th, and I gained other facts when I interviewed Daniel Hensley.
Okay. She started out the story about September 12th, and she said that Callie brought a gun out, and then later she tells you she's the one that pulled the gun on September 12th. Is
Yes.
that correct? So
Yes.
that's a change about how
Yes.
the gun got there and who did what.
Yes,
And so her story to you regarding September 12th was she pulled a gun on someone. Is that correct?
she did.
As far as when you spoke to Callie, did he corroborate that she pulled a gun on Antoine on September 12th?
He did.
Did Anton also corroborate that she pulled a gun on him on September 12th?
Yes.
And so as far as her story about how the gun ended up in the closet that day, first thing that she told you was that Callie put it in the closet, correct?
I believe so.
Did she tell you that other people put the gun in the closet as well?
I just recall Callie.
Okay, so she says Callie put the gun in the closet.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you remember what her stories were regarding putting the gun in the bush?
She claimed that Callie put the gun in the bush initially.
That was her first story. Her second story was that it was Anton.
Yes.
And then her third and final story was that she put the gun in the bush.
She
Is that
wanted to get the
correct?
gun out of the house.
And so as far as who is handling the gun and doing things with the gun, is it fair to say that first she blames other people and then she says that it was her?
She did blame other people.
And then later on she admits that it's her.
She has no accountability.
She has no accountability. She doesn't.
Okay, you were talking about the black bag.
Yes.
So in her initial statements to you, whenever she gets to the story where it's Gavin now, do you recall that? That was after she had said it was a random black guy, correct?
Mhm.
And then she mentioned
Yes.
that there may be something going on with the Mexicans, I think is her words, that were at the park.
The three
Do you recall
Hispanic
that?
males at the park may have been involved or followed her or something.
She said there were suspicious Mexicans at the
Yes.
park. Those are her words. And then she also said that
comes off a
somebody might have
little
followed her
racist.
home. Is that correct?
Correct. The black vehicle.
Then her next story is that it is her ex-boyfriend Anton.
I mean,
Is that
black guys and
correct?
Mexicans.
That
Yes,
I
well,
risk-
the unknown black male, then we get to.
Then you get to Anton, and Anton comes in and he murders his daughter. Is her next story? Is that
I
correct?
believe her story was he brought a gun in and shot his daughter.
So when we get to the next story where she's saying it's Gavin, do you recall that?
After we were going to put warrants on Antoine.
Mhm. Whenever she gets to the story where she's saying it's Gavin, she gives you a litany of facts that happen with that story. Is that correct?
Correct.
And she tells you specifically that he goes and he gets a
But
bar
she has
stool.
kids with all the.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And that he takes that stool and takes it right past her to the closet.
While they're struggling.
Is that correct?
That's
While they're
correct.
struggling, and then he climbs up on the top of the bar stool and gets the gun
Yeah,
out
but
of the
her
top of the
kids are
closet.
mixed
Is that
race.
correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, while you all are at the police station, she makes no mention whatsoever of a black bag.
The first time I remember a black bag is at the scene. And I believe there was one. I didn't see it, but there might have been one moved.
Okay. So the first time she mentions the black bag, do you recall whenever you all were doing the walkthrough and Phyllis Tonkin's there, DCS is there, and it's on video that we played for the jury?
Yes.
Do you remember Phyllis Tonkin walks out and says something to the effect of, now she's mentioning a black bag?
Was I in the other room talking to Wardlaw? I don't really remember it, but it's recorded.
Okay. And so on that recording, you hear Phyllis Tonkin say, now she's talking about a black bag.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And you keep saying there's something that happened with the black bag. Is that correct?
Me? I don't recall.
So let me ask you this. As far as how that black bag got in the top of the closet, is that something?
Yes, everyone should subscribe to Fedorowski if you like a little more slower paced videos. When you've seen all this craziness, Fedorowski is the perfect way to get away and resettle your brain.
Something that Investigator Wardlaw talked to you about later?
He did.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you about hearsay. I'm going to ask him those questions, but he relayed information to you about how that black bag got in the top of that closet. Is
Yeah.
that correct?
I have no knowledge of the black bag, how it got into the closet.
Okay.
Nope, Sean Bird.
Oh my God.
I've been better at reading Sean Bird's comments.
Investigator,
Yeah.
do you think it's important to get information
Keep an eye
from
on it.
people quickly after an event happens?
Heck yeah, I do.
Uh, when there's an officer involved shooting, is that different sometimes than what we're talking about here?
Yes. These could be self-defenses.
No, because something
this
is happening now.
particular
No, you know,
case-
it's just sitting here thinking,
The first story that you were given was that there was an unknown person out in the community that had just shot a child. Did that cause you concern?
It would cause any, as a citizen of Knoxville, which I am, it would cause alarm. And then as a police officer, it would cause even more alarm.
And when she changed her story that it's Anton that did this, is that something that also caused you to be concerned?
Yes, absolutely.
Was it important for you to figure out immediately what was going on at that house with Destiny?
Sure, absolutely.
Explain to the jury why that was significant and why that was important.
Again, we are trying to determine the cause, the motive. Was this a domestic? And we went there just based on the database. We do not want anyone that would harm a five-year-old little girl on the streets. That was what was important to me, what should be important as any human that's walking or citizen of Knoxville.
You talked about that you guys had looked into some information about there being domestics that were happening. Is
Yes,
that correct? Okay. And just to make sure that I understand, you were saying that there were reports where Anton had abused the defendant. Is that correct?
I believe I pulled 7 to 8 reports.
Okay. Were there also reports, I believe you said, where she was the suspect in things involving Anton as well?
There was a report where Antoine's listed as the victim and she's listed
come on.
as a suspect. Now, that doesn't mean you're guilty. That's just an
Sure.
actual report.
And so was that something that you took into account when you were talking to the defendant there that day?
I guess my thought process,
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
took into
maybe it's
account more
just
than
that
anything was
everyone will blame a black guy or a Mexican. But that's racist too, in my opinion.
Investigator Wardlaw, sometimes do you have to speak to victims right after something tragic has happened, either to them or to their family members?
just to clear the record. I was going to clear it for you.
Did I call you
You called
Wardlaw?
me Wardlaw.
I'm sorry.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Investigator
Did
Riddle.
she called him
Sometimes do you have to
warthog?
speak to victims,
That's the
and,
other officer.
family members of
His
victims
name's
right
Warthog?
after something tragic happens?
I don't
Yes,
know
ma'am,
what
I
the
do.
name it
Is
is.
that something that happens frequently or infrequently?
We talk to family members pretty quickly after events a lot of times.
Is it important sometimes to get people's initial stories when they become a suspect in a case?
Yes.
Why is that?
I mean, we've got to get the facts out there. Not out there, but I've got to get the facts so we can get headed in the right direction from an investigative standpoint. Actual facts, true facts, no fabricated facts.
And so were you frustrated during this interview that you weren't getting actual facts from the defendant in this case? Did it become clear that she was giving you one
Let me
story?
rule first, gentlemen, before you dive back into your next question. You can ask if he's frustrated. That's a fair question because he's talking about his own emotions. But move along.
Were you frustrated with the stories that she was telling
I
you?
was frustrated twofold. As a police officer investigating the homicide of a 5-year-old, and I was frustrated from a parent's perspective.
The stories that the defendant was telling you in these cases they can't all be true. Is that correct?
There was a lot that wasn't true.
And so it was clear to you that she was lying.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sue.
Investigator,
Thought he said
Riddle.
warthog.
did you want the truth
Hey, cool
about
name
what
for an
had
officer.
happened to Destiny?
I would hope for the peace of Knoxville that we would have got the truth on September the 14th, 2019 at 23:14 hours, 11:14 hours at the Knoxville Police Department. Besides numerous tales, it would have been so much easier up front to say this was an accident. And then from my standpoint and the DA's standpoint, we will gather that information. Some people wouldn't, if it's an accident, they wouldn't be charged. I'm not saying we have the charging decision, they do. But if we had that up front, knowing that knowledge, and now we're looking at deceit and lies, you just think there's more to the story.
So was it important for you to get the truth from Ms.
I
Howington?
know.
Absolutely.
That's all.
She didn't know what a casing was, did she?
No.
You had to explain to her,
Yes, sir.
but she'd already been asked about a casing.
Yes, sir.
And you said you had an expert phone extraction person
Forensic
days
phone
later.
examiner. Yes.
Days later do that.
Yes. The phone had to be rebuilt.
Was that within 72 hours?
Sound of freedom.
I don't recall. There's an extraction that'll give you the exact date.
Let's clear up this thing about the Mexicans. What she told you was there were 3 young men at the park who were making inappropriate statements about her
And there may be
breast,
something to that.
and that and that she went over and found the parents and talked to them and said, "You need to teach your boys better. They're talking like that in front of my children."
And she said there might be something to that. I'm not saying that that's her words. That's what she said in the interview.
And you say you got to get the info quick,
Yes, in my opinion.
or within 48 or 72 hours.
I think it's imperative that we get as much factual information immediately as quick as we can.
And Ms. McDermott, just ask you, officer-involved shootings, those are different.
I think she had
Yes,
some
sir.
like anxiety meds in her
Person, right?
back, so maybe she is.
Pardon?
It's a person.
That.
A police officer is a person.
Yeah, she did.
You're dealing with different circumstances here, Mr.
It's because a police officer involved in a police shooting will be sent home for the first 48 to 72 hours, or won't be interviewed before the first 48 to 72 hours, because that's when you have formed your memories the most, is a theory. But again, in a kid's case where you're looking for a killer, Yeah, you asked him at the scene, but that's why he's harping on about it.
Mhm.
To try and say, oh, you took advantage of her. She has PTSD. She's been raped by police officers. She wasn't in her right state of mind. That's why she changed the story 9 times, not a couple of times, 9 times. Yeah, she did good to raise other people's kids, but poor little Destiny, not so much.
Mr. Wayland,
It's a person.
you're dealing with certain circumstances.
It's a person
It's a person,
firing a weapon.
and it's considered a homicide.
Right. So the difference between a citizen who might have been involved in homicide and a police officer who might have been in homicide is what?
Yeah, I know he's just
I don't
trying
know.
to
That's-
put in
that's a third
doubt
question.
anywhere, but it's not really
So
working.
she asked you and you said, yes, it's different.
Yeah.
You were just answering so you wouldn't have to argue.
Can you rephrase that? I'm not.
She asked you a question. With a police officer involved shooting is different, isn't it? You said yes. And I say how, you say
The policy is, or has been, off and on, that you give someone
Exactly. And police
48 to
officers are
72
treated
hours
very
to recollect
differently
their
than normal
thoughts.
people.
Mhm.
that's the difference. Cops get time, citizens don't, to figure it out, to coalesce what's happening in their heads. Right?
I will disagree with you, sir.
You won't.
I just disagree with you.
Okay, well, that's all I'm trying to get to. You say it's a shooting, it could be a homicide, and the policy is officers get 48 to 72 hours, citizens get nothing.
If that's policy, I would ask you to show me that in 6 points.
You just said it, that has been the policy.
It's off and on.
Okay.
Okay.
So off and on, police officers get 48 or 72
Okay.
hours to get their thoughts together and recall things,
Okay.
and citizens get whatever time you give them.
Yes, sir.
In this case, 45 minutes from being told their bars.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may step down, Detective Riddle, approach the bench.
Goodness gracious. So what did you think of that? Did it get anywhere?
No, I don't think there was, and they didn't. To me, the problem is you could hear her talking. We heard her say all the things she said. It wasn't because this officer was beating her with a phone book. She might have some PTSD. She might have some, I don't know, mental deficiency. She might be on drugs, but it doesn't change that she repeated the story when she came back 2 days later.
Ladies and gentlemen, while this witness is coming in, you may have noticed that General Ammons looks very different today. Mr. Ammons has had a family situation and could not be here today, and General Heather Good with the District Attorney's Office has graciously agreed to stand in for him. If you would come forward, please, sir. Raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, please. Adjust the microphone so that you can speak directly into it.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is John Burks.
I think that's too many. Thank you. And you said John Burks?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
Yes, John John, Burks Burks.
And where are you currently employed?
Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
What do you do with Florida Fish and Wildlife?
I'm a law enforcement lieutenant.
How long have you been in that position?
Since I returned, I've been there about 4.5 years. Total length of time with Fish and Wildlife, about 10 years.
Was there a time when you were employed by the Knoxville Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
That was early 2018 through October of 2019.
And what was your role with the Knoxville Police Department from 2018 to 2019?
I was a evidence technician.
Can you explain to the jury if you have training to do your job as an evidence technician?
Yes. So primary role for an evidence technician is identification and collection of evidence on a crime scene
Oh,
and preservation of that evidence for trial.
Exactly, online red.
Okay.
I attended the National
Judy's
Forensics
question.
Academy
Uh,
through one of the
what are the what are
It's
other
a
charges?
felony unaliving. It's neglect of a child. It's attempted neglect of a child. It's falsifying evidence and attempt of falsifying evidence, as I recollected.
UT, one of the UT sub schools out at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. It's a 10-week program. It's considered one of the more prestigious forensic technician schools in the country. I was able to
If it would
complete
make
that
any
course.
difference, we will stipulate his qualifications in the crime.
Thank you so much. Finally,
We'll
a
just
Everybody
be brief.
agrees he's a crime scene technician.
who does it right.
I do want you to tell them a
Thank
little
God.
bit about, we're not going to go into your whole CV, but if you'll just tell them about your education and then finish with what you were saying about the training academy.
I did get my bachelor's degree in genetics. It's molecular biology. And I did go for 10 weeks to the Oak Ridge Training Center for the National Forensic Academy, teaching just, like I said, crime scene, evidence preservation, evidence collection, and processing.
On September 14th of 2019, were you employed by the Knoxville Police Department as an evidence technician?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury briefly what an evidence technician does?
So primarily we're trying to capture evidence. All we're trying to do is capture the evidence as it was found on scene and preserve it throughout any proceedings. When I go on scene, usually that results in photograph evidence. We're trying to take a snapshot of the scene as we found it so that like a juror or that anybody in the future could see it as we saw it that day.
Okay. So how do you get assigned to a specific case?
We work in shifts. For instance, on this day, I was working a shift and it just happened to be the person on call for that shift. And so the call comes out to the officers.
Mhm.
The officers respond. And once they respond, they make a determination. With this
Thank you,
call,
Kelly.
because I was listening, I heard it was a shooting. I dispatched myself and went to the scene just to see if there was a victim. There turned out to be a victim, and I was officially dispatched to the call.
Okay. And so when you say determine if there's a victim, you don't mean a victim there present at the scene. You mean a victim as far as somebody that's been shot or hurt or injured in some way. Is that
Yes,
correct? Okay. And so when you did you go to 502 Balsam Drive?
I did.
When you arrived there, what was the state of what was going on at that particular location?
When I arrived on scene, the victim had already been transported. So the ambulance was actually leaving as I arrived on scene. There were multiple patrol cars and their fire rescue was on scene as well. I parked my vehicle, immediately started taking photos.
Okay. And so walk the jury kind of through, in this particular case, what you did as far as photographing.
So anytime as an evidence technician, we take photographs, we're going to photograph from the outside in. The last thing we want to do is start photographing in the middle and miss something. So we take as far out as we can. So the first thing I would do is take a photo of the location. Usually that's a street sign, mailbox, the letters on the front of the house. We're just trying
Honestly,
to
10 feet away from everyone.
paint a picture for you as we walk through the scene. So what I did was I started out wide and then I would focus my photographs into the crime scene.
Is that what you do in every case?
Every case, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And then the purpose of doing it that starting wide and then focusing, what is the purpose of doing that?
To make sure we collect as much evidence as we can. In this instance, it's to find the location exactly, and then make sure that we don't leave anything out. We want to collapse in on the incident location. And as we collapse in on that, we want to capture everything we can, because once that day is gone, you can't see it ever again. So we try to collect as much information as we can.
Let me hand you a collection of photographs and ask you to look through those, and do you recognize those? I'm going to probably do those collectively, Your Honor. I've got a couple different groups of photos that I'm going to do.
these are photographs that I took that evening.
Okay. And so if we could mark these as exhibit,
24, Lisa.
what number are we on?
24, Lisa.
Yes, sir.
24.
24. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3. First 42 pictures, if we can make these collectively to the next exhibit.
All right, let those be marked and filed collectively as exhibit 24, consisting of 42 photographs.
All right, so let me hand you exhibit 24
Yes, ma'am.
and ask, is the picture that you have on top the same picture that's being displayed over here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're gonna go through these in order. They're also gonna be on the screen so you can talk them through. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so what I'd like you to do is
I want
kind
to
of,
go find one.
describe what we have here, and then when you're ready to go to the next picture, tell me to go to the next picture, and we'll go to the next one, okay?
Yes, ma'am. So this is a photograph that I took to establish the location.
We can get the lights. A little bit more.
Get a Philly cheesesteak.
This is a photograph showing
Apparently, to get it away from the kid, maybe I don't think she ever really talked about it.
a street sign, and you can actually see
She just
the
said she
residence
wanted
in
it out of the
background.
house.
This is just where the
Yeah.
incident occurred to establish the location. This is the mailbox in front of the home. Again, I was just trying to
Gonna pull us apart.
establish location. You can see the name on the mailbox. Next. This is the front of the residence where the incident occurred. I'm establishing my way into the residence.
And do you
Mhm.
have a time frame for when it was that you started taking pictures in this case?
I started taking pictures around 8:10 p.m.
What's this picture?
When you first enter that front door that we saw, this is the den on the left-hand side. You see a side door entrance that is there, and then you see a set of leather couches. And then as we pan to the right, you'll see an entrance into the next room.
So where is the front door in this photograph?
I'm standing just inside the front door. It would be to the left-hand side.
Okay, so if you walk in, you're looking at what you see when you walk in this home.
When you're walking in and you take a look to the left, this is what you would see.
Okay, so walk in and look to the left.
This is what you would see as you start to look to the right. So this is closer to what you would see as you walk in. I always take photos left to right when I enter a room or a location to try to capture 360. So this is the second photo going through.
So the door would be behind
Behind
you,
me now.
behind you when you're taking this
Yes, ma'am.
photo?
And now the door is directly behind me. This is the right-hand side. So that door you see on the right is the front door. As you walk in through that front den area and you enter that other doorway, there's a bathroom off to the left and a small closet there. And this is the entrance to the den or living room area.
Okay, now is this a second living area?
This has entered the house toward the kitchen.
And again, the front door is directly behind you.
Yes, ma'am. And this is just another establishing shot of that living room with better lighting. As you enter that living room, that closet door is on the left. The master bedroom is off on the right. And this couch is the first couch. Or this little armchair is the first that you interact with.
Okay, and so in the very top left of this picture, I see that there appears to be a table with 2 bar stools.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where the table with the 2 bar stools were when you arrived on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't touched anything at this point, moved anything at this point. Is that fair?
Correct. And so when you're looking, you walk in, you hit that main living area. This is all the way to the right. The master bedroom is the one on the right, and I believe this is the children's bedroom on the left, but I'm not sure. This is that far wall. That table with the stools is right in front of me. I'm now photographing left to right on the opposite side of the living room. This is just another establishing shot. You can see that master bedroom on the right and the entrance. I'm sorry, master bedroom on the left and the entranceway on the right with the front door. And this is that far wall.
What was the lighting like while you were taking these pictures?
The lighting in the home was very dim. The reason we have so much light is because of the flash I used and the light settings that I put on the camera.
Okay. But whenever you were looking without the flash on your camera, was it much darker in that house?
Yes, ma'am, quite a bit. And so this is, as you're over by the TV, there is a bedroom door right there next towards the kitchen. And this was just a shot into that bedroom. This is the living room floor. This is the couch where the victim was found. This is a reddish brown stain that it was essentially under the victim when she was found.
Okay. Now, there are, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pillows that are on this couch. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, later on in the course of your investigation, do you end up finding something of significance in any of these pillows?
That's correct.
Which one do you find something in?
The third from the left.
Okay.
So on the left side, you have 2 with frills, and then you have 1 without frill. That first one without frill from the left is the pillow.
Okay. And so we're not talking about the one that's laying down. We're talking about the one that's propped up. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's the one where you end up finding what?
We end up finding a projectile.
And this is how the couch was when you walked into that home. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is that same couch. It's as I was photographing the scene, I noticed the remote control with the back missing. I just take a photo of everything. I happen to take a photo of that because it looked odd.
Okay. So we're talking about between the two couch.
It's like a couch and an ottoman.
Okay. So there's a couch back here and then an ottoman in the front.
Yes.
And then there is 2 black items that I can see in this picture. And you're saying one's a remote and what's the other piece?
The one on the right is the remote control. The one on the left is the back battery cover. This is a close-up shot of the reddish brown stain with a small piece of plastic. I believe it was a small piece of plastic from the remote. It ended up being next to the stain. That's another shot of that with better lighting.
And can you use that arrow to, where is this small piece of plastic that you're referencing? Is it over here?
I'm sorry, down to the left, left more. Left more. Keep going. A little more left. That piece right there is a small piece of black plastic.
What is this?
Why is
So
that
this is a shot facing the front door from the viewpoint of the couch where the reddish brown stain was, trying to establish a line of sight to the front door. This is another image of that with the foreground in focus. And this is a shot from the very left edge of the front door looking towards the couch.
Okay, so you've now walked into the second living room. Is that the first living room when you come in the door?
That's correct. You
Okay.
can see on the left side the door frame to the main entrance.
So are you standing in the actual front door when you're taking this picture?
Correct.
She couldn't have seen all that cassettes she saw.
And this is another shot heading back towards the
No way.
scene where the victim was found.
That's the smallest door frame I ever seen.
I know.
If this is not the same
Like-
photo, this is just another shot trying to get the lighting right.
You'd have to like walk through
These were,
sideways to get through it.
there were 2 cigarillos found in the home. I took photos of both just because they may have been collected for DNA evidence.
She got the gun from the body of
This
hers.
is
I
in the
think she
kitchen of the
can
home.
legally
It's,
possess a
when you're
gun.
looking at the living room, it's just behind the living room. A close up of the same cigarillo. This is a heater in the home. This heater had another cigarillo on it.
Right here,
Yes, ma'am.
just a close up.
This is just a close up shot. Yes, ma'am. When I was on scene, before investigator left with Miss Howington, he asked me to get a distance from the reddish brown stain to the front door frame. So we took a measuring implement and walked it out. This was me holding the beginning of the tape at the reddish brown stain. This is the entire length of the measuring device out to the front door.
Sorry, Jamie. Didn't he just state that he didn't believe that she was pew-pewed from the doorway? Because she never said that. Then why is he doing this? The officer just stated before that, no, she never said that it happened from there. He thought that guy entered the room. So this doesn't line up with what he just claimed previously.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I agree.
So she did tell him
And
that the shot was fired from the doorway.
this is the length going out. I had another crime scene technician who was a trainee of mine holding the tape at the front door. I walked forward and got the measurement at the front door.
Do you recall what that was?
It was 29 feet, I believe. Yes, ma'am.
What's this next picture?
I think this is the previous picture, but this is me holding that, or marking the beginning of the measuring tape. And this is another shot marking where I believe I was trying to mark where that pink laptop was found, 1.5 feet away from the reddish brown stain. This is the measuring tape going out through the living room to the door frame. This is the measuring tape being held in the same spot at the door frame. And this is the actual measurement in inches of the door frame itself.
What is that in feet?
29, he just said it.
I'm not sure in feet.
He just said 29.
So 29 feet. That was if you flip back one, that's the measurement in millimeters. That's the centimeters. Sorry. This is the measurement in feet.
Okay, so it's a little bit more than 29 feet.
Yes, ma'am.
What is this a picture of?
This is a picture of that front den.
Yeah, but the officer said she never said that, but she clearly said he kicked in the door and pew-pewed her. That's the first story.
Yeah.
And then he came closer to the couch when it was Antoine. But the first two explanations was someone kicked in the front door and just did it while looking at her. But the angle would be almost impossible to hit someone lying down on the couch if the pillow was behind her. Shut up, Google. Oh, Graham Cracker has been a member for a month and gifted 5 Broken Bacon membership to
Aw.
Rosie L. Unbreaded Beer Chicken, Helene, we haben sie nicht lange gesehen, Holly Moore, another one we haven't seen in a while, and Alicia K. Thank you so much, Graham Cracker. Another pin in the wall. Thank you so much. Was there a
That's
footprint
sweet.
on the door? The door isn't broken. We haven't seen anything about the door being broken. And again, remember, we watched the surveillance video. There's no one kicking the door in.
Yeah, no one's kicking the door in, for sure.
Yeah. No, it just makes us, again, this is really, really good for the state to prove her story just doesn't add up. To me, that's they're doing it the right way. I think it's good they got the angry detective out of the way before. He shouldn't be the last one on the stand.
Investigator Riddle, we did notice just a couple items of like food, and there was a lighter and some cigarillos. We just want to establish where those were found within the home. So this is that front den. And this is a close-up shot of where it looked like people had inhabited this room. This was a card found on the left-hand side of that couch with Gavin Howington's name on it for, I think, a dental appointment. These are what appeared to be like a cinnamon toast cereal pieces on the couch next to the Black and Mild and a lighter, or Black and Mild pack and a lighter. So this was taken a little later in the evening, but this was when we started to closely. Yes.
So these pictures.
Yeah, but
starting
why?
with,
That's the problem.
the couch with the cigarillo. What time did you begin taking those pictures?
I know Irish.
When I entered the home, probably around 8:15, I photographed my way through the home. This was after I talked to the investigator, so this started around 9:10 p.m.
And so, and there are 1, 2, 3 pictures here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we could make this the next exhibit.
25.
How many photographs?
I think 3.
I can't remember we ever had cigarillos in Denmark. We used to smoke them when I was deployed.
What are they?
Hey, Scott.
So I believe you said that you started
Scott.
at what time?
When I began photographing, it was approximately 8:10 p.m.
Okay, and then by the time you get to the couch and the remote that we're getting ready to look at, that's what time?
9:10 p.m.
Probably.
And tell the jury about the photo that we have displayed.
This photograph is of the remote control as found. You can see the back black cover, and you can also see reddish brown stains on the remote itself with a defect in the remote.
Is that what this is right here that I'm pointing out in the middle?
That's correct.
Okay, and this over here, is that the back part of the remote?
Yes, ma'am.
And this next picture?
This is just a sidelong photograph of the same defect on the back of the remote control.
Okay, did there come a point in time while you were there having photographed the scene when you received information from officers about a gun that had been located?
Yes, ma'am.
Now we can see the
Let
gun.
me, show you these sets of pictures and ask you, are these the pictures that you took after the gun was found?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was it that you began taking those sets of pictures?
Approximately 10:05 p.m.
Was that immediately after the gun was found?
Yes, ma'am. As soon as we were told about it, we stopped everything, went outside to photograph.
And so you started photographing at 10:06 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We could collectively make this the next exhibit.
They say it's a strafe. It's a gunshot that hit the remote.
11.
Any objection?
Don't think
You're
so.
also
I'm not sure
trying to
what
say-
it's adding, so I've seen it.
Are they photographs of the firearm?
Yes, it's going to be the outside of the home and the
A
firearm.
membership by Squad Bob.
Marked and filed collectively as number
Aw.
26.
Okay, so at 10:06, you start taking these photos, and can you
He
describe
gifted
to
her
the jury
himself a
what it is
membership.
that you took photos of and why?
See Underwood, just
We
on.
were told that
this
the
land
firearm was found on the outside of the
and
home
caught
on the right
curious.
side. I had made an establishing shot of that front porch in the window to determine the location of the house where I'm at. The next photograph would be a sweeping.
Uh-oh. Thanks, Squat Bob.
photograph of the right side of the home to determine.
And when you say the right side, are you talking about if
Come
you're
on.
looking at the home?
That's correct. If you're looking at the home from the front, yes, ma'am.
Okay, but it would be the right side from looking at the
Yes,
house.
ma'am.
Okay. So
I,
is this one? This is
we haven't heard
one?
any
Yes, ma'am.
technical
The right
evidence
side
so
of the
far.
house around the corner. This is further along the right side of the home. It was tough with the lighting, but you can see a bush on the right side there. This bush was on that right side of the home, about a little more than midway down the home.
Where?
When you walked around that corner before you used your camera to flash, could you see very well back there?
Oh, no, ma'am, it was very dark.
What's this a picture of?
So this is a picture with a better flash of the firearm under the bush as it was found.
Oh, like right there? Okay.
Okay, she tried to hide it under a bush.
I don't think she tried to hide it. I think she just threw it outside.
My neighbors planted a raspberry bush in my front yard. Yeah, he's weird. It has the same amount of leaves as this bush have. This isn't a gun you're trying to hide in a bush, as they
No,
said it like it would have been a big bush with that she hid it behind. She just threw it on the ground.
that's exactly what it is. It's so funny because they made it like I was picturing like her stashing it in a huge bush. Nope.
If it had been over here, it'll have been exactly the same. It's not that hard to find. It would actually be harder to find out on the grass than under the bush with the dry dirt under it.
This is why you have to see things for yourself because the
Yeah.
stories that they tell are so over the top.
Do you have an ice cream truck outside your house?
No, it's my little timer in the kitchen. I gotta go.
Oh. Whiskey. I won't pull it up, but I agree.
This picture?
MJ,
Yes,
today's
ma'am.
actually
This picture
quite
is a
good.
closer image of the photograph or of the firearm itself under the bush.
This?
Another closer establishing shot of the firearm.
This?
So this is a photo of the firearm after I picked it up and moved it to an evidence box.
This?
This is a photograph of the firearm with the model and serial number in view.
This?
Every time we handle a firearm, we have to make it safe before we.
What's American gun people? How bad a condition is this weapon in? That grimy thing on the barrel? Ugh.
Place it in the box and close the box up. So this is, if you look on the right, you can see the magazine has been removed from the firearm. I've pulled the slide back to eject the live round. Usually on a semi-automatic, you'd have a live round in the chamber ready to be fired. In this instance, there was a unejected spent cartridge still in the chamber.
Is that what this is right here?
Yes, ma'am. You can see there's no projectile in that
Okay.
casing anymore. So I wanted to show that that casing was in the gun when I found it.
Okay, now up until this point, whenever you looked into this firearm, had you all been looking for a casing in the home?
Yes, we had. We had spent quite a time looking for a casing and a projectile.
Okay, and so at this point, you found the casing, is that correct?
That's correct.
Have you found the projectile yet?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Did you spend any amount of time looking at that particular couch for the projectile?
Yes, we did.
Okay, but you hadn't found it at this point yet,
No,
is that
ma'am.
correct? All right, so this last.
If I read it correctly, this should be a Taurus Millennium PT 1100 G2. The unspent cartridge could be because the kit didn't have enough force to so it could cycle back because you need to steady the gun when it goes back for the slide to feed a new one. But again, it looked really grimy. Yeah, that's a compact, not big at all. It doesn't look big on the pictures. What's the weight on it? It's an excellent firearm. It weighs 22 ounces, have a 3.2-inch barrel with an overall length of 6.24 inches and a height of 5 inches. 12 round. It's very shootable, and at this size, it's handled the 9mm well. Did it look like a 9mm? The trigger pull is 9 pounds on DA and 5 points on SA. I don't know what that means. It's a really good trigger that's better than a lot of its peers that is twice the price. Mine had no grit at all and was very clean in the take up with a near crisp break, is a review of it. Hey, blue haired. So good to see you back again. Yeah, with that grime on the barrel, I would say it probably didn't feed well.
Last couple photos.
This is a similar
On a
photo just
22-ounce
showing
gun.
from the top how the cartridge or the casing was found in the chamber of the weapon. This is a image of the back of the cartridge to show that the casing was spent and the primer was engaged.
Okay, can you explain to the jury what that means? The casing was spent and the primer was engaged. What does that mean?
So this casing, this means that this is just a casing. This is not a full bullet. The projectile and powder are spent, and this small round section on the back of the casing that's encased in a darker bronze color, there is a defect, an impact defect in that primer, which just shows that that casing was fired.
Is that what this strike point is right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And what causes that?
When a weapon is fired, especially when a weapon is fired, a firing pin hits that primer, which ignites the powder inside of the ammunition, which fires the bullet.
Is that the last photo you have in that group of photos up there?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you also collected the gun, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have gloves?
This may be a good time to break. Is that all the photographs?
That's all the photographs for a couple minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is, that clock's a little bit fast, but it's 12:30 or a few minutes past that. The food, I believe, is getting set up as we speak, so we're going to break for lunch. Remember the court's previous admonitions, don't discuss the case with one another, nor with any other person, or attempt to learn anything at all about the case. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in here a little over an hour. Get back to work. I'll rise for the jury.
You bet, work. And how long
Woohoo.
ago was that? That was 10 minutes ago, so about 50 minutes, Jamie, till we're live again.
Okay.
Do you know what time it is?
Word time.
It's work time. I'm just gonna pull us off and make it full screen so everyone can enjoy it. And today, let that be the day where we break level 19, people. What do we think about the morning, Jamie?
I don't really think they got anywhere with anything. I mean, I don't feel any
No,
differently.
the defense didn't really crawl back anything from those, because we watched it yesterday. And that's the biggest problem. We could hear her talking, and she didn't do a good job explaining anything. What had happened was.
Yeah.
That's the
I still
biggest.
think. Yeah. I mean, my theory is it was it was totally an accident, but I still am just so annoyed about like why all the lies.
Yeah.
But
And
I don't
seeing-
think that he crawled back any with that detective. Like, I mean, there were points when I was like, okay, cool, but it didn't really do anything for me.
No. And again, seeing the gun, yeah, I think a 2-year-old could accidentally have discharged it. But say that, and she would have some negligent childcare, and that kid would never get in prison or anything. And
No,
she would. How long would she have had in prison? She wouldn't get 10 years in prison for that. Now she's looking at life.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, now that we see all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could have totally been an accident from the baby.
Yeah.
But why are you trying to play this game and risk everything? Just own up. And then seeing the gun, she hid it in the bush. That wasn't really hiding in the bush. Sorry.
Yeah, that's I don't get where she's going.
I don't either.
Jamie, you're nice,
Wrestler's
but still
mom.
know the mom
Yeah.
did.
Well, I believe she did it, but I don't believe that she did it like intentionally, where she was like, I got to take my daughter out kind of thing. I'm
No.
thinking more of it was just something has happening. Maybe there was an argument. Maybe the kid did get a hold of it. I don't know, something, but I think it was an accident. But I
have
just
to
don't
agree
get.
with Scott. The Bush didn't do it.
Well, and the Bush didn't do it.
But everyone, as always, follow me on. Jamie can update the Discord today because Iris isn't here. Wait,
Yeah, Whiskey will do it. I'll do it. It don't matter.
yeah, we'll update you on Discord and on X when we're back. For those of you who are not sticking around to play the word game, just remember, if Iris stops by, beat her in the game. She becomes so happy when people beat her. We'll be back in roughly 45 minutes. Enjoy your dinner, lunchtime break, Jamie.
Bye.
I can't take this. I cannot take this. My child just fell down.
They are supposed to be back soon, so I thought we should just get back and let's do a little mind cleansing so we are ready for the big afternoon. Hopefully, we can get on with the evidence and then. Well, don't do that.
My child just fell down.
Don't put that up.
I don't care. I have anxiety over the roof.
I get anxiety over the roof as well. Look who's back, back again. Brandon's back. Missed my friend. Look who's back, look who's back, look who's back. Hey, Brandon. And you know, it's not a Brandon day if we don't do this.
While I'm waiting for this, did you whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No,
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
no,
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
probably did. Everybody has. Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
Welcome back, Brandon. Missed you. Hope you're doing better, buddy.
Oh,
and
Brandon.
Look who's right behind Brandon.
Good.
I'm not implying anything, but funny those two should show up at the same time. Someone isn't happy Brandon's back.
Apparently, I got excited. Brandon's
Wait,
back.
bring
And
Jerry
you're
back in.
excited too.
Mr. Whalen.
Who's pretty chill? Me? Well, sometimes. Yeah. Don't. Purely coincidental. Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. And we're back.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah.
She was right sitting by my side. That's why.
You know, whenever she sneaks up, it's just to announce her presence.
I know. Fuck.
Hey, and Greedy Bloke came by too. So nice to see
Hey,
you.
Greedy.
And all the other newcomers, old comers, any comers. Welcome, welcome. And this morning has been, I didn't like where, I had a poll running. Maybe I should end that one. Because the defense strategy at yelling at the police officer, I'm not sure I like that. What did people say? Oh, I'm so far behind. Come on. Just jump to the last. They found the defense annoying and combative, 46%, not sure, but I like it, 23%, not sure, but I hate it, 18%, and raising good points, 11%. So, yes. Court just waited for you, MJ. But we had the cross-examination of the interrogating officer. That was kind of a shit show because they were just yelling at each other. He raised some good points in the beginning, but
May have a seat, wait for the call for the state.
I didn't like the ending. And then we saw pictures of the crime scene.
All right, hope you enjoyed your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We are still in the direct examination of Officer Burke. Go ahead.
Okay.
Haley
I was asking you about your collection.
Hi, Haley.
Yes,
Now we're going to see the pictures.
Yes.
And what is this box?
This box is the standard firearm collection case that we use at Knoxville Police. This is the standard firearm collection box that we would use at the Knoxville Police Department to collect firearm evidence.
Okay. And so is there any markings or notes on this box that indicates to you that you've done anything with this box?
It's a
Yes,
Taurus
so I can see that I was the
111.
one that sealed this box. I checked it for any hits on
22 ounce
warrants or
gun.
stolen
8
stolen
pounds of
firearms. It was negative on that check. I can see that I collected it, date, the case number, victim, location, and exactly what is in this box. I can also see that I ran it for DNA and that I checked it for latent prints as well.
Okay. And so we'll talk about DNA and latent prints here in just a second. But as far as you putting the gun in the box whenever you get it from
What's in the
Bolton,
box?
did you put the date that you collected this?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
What date was that?
That was 9/14 of 2019.
Okay. And if you could open the box and then let me know, do you have a knife?
I do not.
And we're not implying anything, Whiskey. Yeah, I liked his opening, but when they started that shouting match, I thought he'd lost. Because again, it's not about the law in courtrooms. A lot of people think, well, by the law, no. There's good people who has to decide this case.
You could tell me, do you recognize the items in the box?
Yes.
Gunnar, if we could mark this collectively as the next exhibit.
Mark the box and its contents is number 27.
So he was wearing gloves, she didn't. And that's a very big watch to wear with a suit.
Let me hand you exhibit 27, and what I want you to do is I want you to take each item out and show it to the jury, and then if you can walk the items down in front of the jury and explain it.
Make sure the firearm's clear.
Yes, sir. Firearm is clear, sir.
And if you want to set things down, that's fine. You're close enough to the jury that they should be able to hear you, so just speak as loud as you can.
So this is the firearm as it was found on scene. This is a normal semi-automatic firearm made by Taurus, Millennium G2 P111. Very popular weapon. It was found under the bush outside. The magazine from the weapon. It has a little bit of tarnishing on it that is due to the
Yes, evidence marker.
super glue fuming you do to try to get fingerprints off of it.
When this, are you the one that actually picked it up from the bush?
Yes, no one touched it before.
And where was the magazine when you first encountered the weapon?
The magazine was in the weapon.
Okay. And are there rounds in the magazine?
There were, yes.
How many rounds were in the magazine?
4 live rounds still in the magazine.
What else did you know about that particular weapon when you first came into contact with it?
So it was, when I first came in contact with it, the weapon was in an operational, it was in battery is what we call it. The slide was forward. Right, so this gun is safe. The slide was forward and the magazine was in the weapon like this. I went to make the gun safe, removed the magazine so no live rounds go back into the chamber. I removed the magazine. I went to make the gun safe, and as I did, I noticed that there was a spent shell casing stuck inside the chamber. We call it a stovepipe. It was stuck inside the chamber. It was stuck in there, and so when I went to cycle, it wanted to fall through. I stopped and immediately took a photograph of it so that I could show that that was stuck in the chamber.
Okay. And so you used the word stovepipe. Can you explain to the jury what you mean when you use the word stovepipe?
So there's 2 different kind of, there's a failure to eject where the round fails to, the casing fails to leave the chamber. Everybody sees a semi-automatic handgun. When you fire a round, the slide cycles back and the spent casing gets shot out the side. It's called ejection. When it doesn't do that, it's called a fail to eject. When the round gets caught in here, you can kind of see the casing sticking out. It's a pipe. They call it a stovepipe. It's kind of shooting out the side.
And so when you encountered the weapon and picked it up off the ground or made it safe, that's when you noticed that there was a stovepipe, there was a casing.
There was a failure to eject. There was a casing still locked in the chamber. Yes, ma'am.
What other items do you have in that box?
So the weapon, the magazine, I have the spent casing that was recovered from the chamber. I have the 4 live rounds from the magazine, and I have the DNA swabs that's collected off the weapon.
Okay, if you could open the spent casing.
Yeah, let me.
Change process.
Well, come enjoy yourself. We have Iris to do the modding duty. She just showed up right after Brandon, and we're not implying anything happened between those two.
You said the spent casing? So this is the spent casing.
He dropped something. Hey, Ralphie.
This is the,
Maybe hold that and walk down to the.
so this is the spent casing. in the front. This is the spent casing in the other. 9mm, and you see the primer was struck. That is what causes the bullet to be fired, that doesn't fire from the shell casing.
So again, this is the one that was stuck in the weapon, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Ralphie.
There's two other drillers on
Well,
And if you will put that back in here, and then if we can make this particular.
If any of you Americans, you know this better. Some of you might even know the Taurus Millennium G2 PT P111. It's not a big gun. It's a compact gun, as I can see it. It's kind of like those smaller Glock, female Glocks. So I could see him. He could fool around with it, but racking the slide and stuff like that, I don't see a 2-year-old doing that.
well, do they know, like, why am I even asking gun questions? I don't even know. But like, did he have to rack it? Was there one already like ready to go?
But again, yeah, that's the question, because if it's on the shelf inside of, or in the other room where he took the stool and climbed up and got it and pew, that will still make her negligent, because she had a loaded firearm.
Yeah, completely.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. No, Sue, I'm not saying that, but it's just that would mean that she at least is negligent because she had a loaded firearm ready to go. She had one in the chamber. If there was one in the chamber, I could see him discharge the weapon. And I could see it stovepiping because he couldn't brace it enough to use the I don't know, recoil to ride the slide forward again. That's why it's stovepiped. So to me, that makes it credible. But again, the gun looked really, really not well cared for, and I don't know how those towers is. I never fired one, so I can't tell you if they're very susceptible to being dirty and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
27A.
All right, file that as 27A, which will be the spent casing.
Yeah, I'm going back to my idea that the guy who came over, she didn't really know him. She was sketchy, so she had it for protection if the drug deal went bad. And either she moved it or the kid got it. Yeah, there was a stovepipe on it. Yeah, but I'm swinging between she picked it up and it went off because she was an idiot, or the kid got it. That's where I'm stuck. Because the story about getting it in another room absolutely makes no sense. And again, those elaborate lies is what's going to sink her, because no one in the jury believes her. And as I think I read, it was an 8-round magazine, but only 5 bullets in it. But she got it from a friend. It wasn't even hers.
And I'm going to let you go back and have a seat.
Yeah, and I think she lied because she doesn't understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
She thinks I had a loaded
We
gun.
collect DNA.
Or, sorry, pew.
So anytime we have a firearm, it's standard practice for us to collect DNA off of the weapon. If you look at the photograph that I had when I first put the firearm in the box, you can actually see the empty swab paper, the empty swab container, because before I ever touch it, I just due to cross contamination issues, I will swab first. So we get photographed in. I put new gloves on. I swab the firearm, and then I move in to make the firearm safe. So on a firearm, we will swab 3 places.
You had indicated something in this box. Where are you talking about?
So if you look at the top, kind of right, there's a white piece of paper there. That's the empty sheath that a set of swabs comes in, a sterile set of swabs.
And for the record, we're looking at Exhibit 26.
Yes, ma'am.
But does it have
So we collect
trigger safety on it?
It'd be easier if I show you, but we collect DNA from 3 different places on the firearm. One is the trigger. That's obvious. These semi-automatic weapons, as I'll show you, have a trigger with a safety integral to the trigger itself, and that supposed to allow people who are not meaning to fire the gun to prevent them from firing the gun, but due to the firearm itself and the way the trigger is ribbed, we collect DNA from the trigger. We collect DNA from the grip where there's a rough surface that can grab finger cells. And we collect it from the slide right here as well. I'll walk around and show you, but we collect it from this slide as well because these are very rough ridges providing grip when you pull back the gun, and the spring is kind of heavy, so they make them very aggressive. These areas collect the most DNA, so that's why we collect it from there. Should I show? Sure. Yeah.
It's a Taurus Millennium G2 PT111. You American gun people, that's a trigger safety, isn't that? I don't think this is a safety. I just think it's a place to rest. Is it a thumb safety? Wouldn't that be back here? Yeah, this is a stop nose. You couldn't use this. Handguns is really bad to aim in a distance, but this little one, that's an up close and personal. It's a good up close and personal, but it looks like a trigger safety. Wouldn't that take some extra manipulation? Again, we're talking about a 2-year-old allegedly used this one. Could be a palm safety. It's just, if her story checks out, and this is a 2-year-old who operated with a trigger safety, seems sus to me.
Mhm.
Speak up.
There's a microphone right there beside you.
So the ridges on the side of the slide, the aggressive grip material on the grip of the gun, and the ridges in the trigger itself.
And then you said you also did fingerprint swabs.
Yes,
I don't think they had modified this because it was someone at body of
but it's super blue fuming.
You have to go back up in the chair, just so you're more comfortable. Can you tell the jury about
that? That's what I'm thinking. It was an accidental.
Move on.
You also did fingerprint examination?
That's correct. We put it into a hood and we use the standard scientific practice where we fume super glue into the chamber. Any amino acids from the fingerprint will develop a fingerprint.
Okay. And so in this particular case, were you able to retrieve fingerprints from that gun?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
It's incredibly hard. I would say maybe 5% of all firearms that I ever got had a fingerprint. And I think maybe one semi-automatic with these rough texture, the polymer grip, and the way that these are designed, they're actually designed to spread oil so they don't look as bad and get dirty as fast. So any oils and amino acids that are on the surface of the gun go away very quickly.
Is it a sequence tie he has
So you
on?
weren't able to retrieve any fingerprints in this case?
No, ma'am.
You will return those
It does look weird.
to, that box.
But yeah, I'm sticking with accidental discharge. But why she's not just admitting that? She would have been out in, I don't know, 10 years maybe. She's going away for life.
I know.
Times when different things happen. And so, I want to get. Let me hand you exhibits 26, 25, and 24.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to write while you.
Oh, she's going to do the whiteboard again.
Oh God.
Well, it's a good idea to show it during closing.
Okay, so what was the time you told me that you initially arrived at the scene? I think you said 8:10. Is that correct?
Correct.
I think she like ruined it
The-
last
the
time.
time
though,
I
right?
took the first
She
photo.
got the date wrong.
Okay.
But yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. So is 8:10 when you actually took the first photo?
No, ma'am. It was 9:10.
All right. And so explain to the jury where you got 8:10 and why it's actually 9:10.
So we're taught to testify as to the time of the metadata of the photo. So you can look at any photo, any digital
always-
photo you take, and find out when that
That's a
photo
new
was
one.
created originally. And so we testify as to the metadata that comes with this original photograph. But I know from my notes and from my report that my camera was off 1 hour when I took those photos.
And why would your camera be off by an hour?
Most likely a daylight savings time issue. We take millions of photographs over 5-6 years, and sometimes you just forget to change the date and time.
So the first set of photos that you did that was of the initial crime scene was at 9:10. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the second set of photos that you did, starting with the remote, when did that start?
That would have been
What?
10:10.
Okay, and the
Just for
next.
the record, that's, so we're talking about 24 is the first set, 25 is the second set.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you are. And then exhibit 26, whenever you all found the firearm, I believe you testified that you started taking photos almost immediately thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
What time was that?
That was 11:05, 11:06.
11:05, 11:06, and that is the gun. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. After you took those initial photos on the scene, was there anywhere else? What's the next thing you did? After you took the 3 sets of photos we just saw.
So during this time, it's somewhat chaotic, and we're trying to get as much evidence as we can and still meet the wishes of the investigators. And there's multiple investigators on scene, multiple officers. Around this time, once we had the gun, we're doing an in-depth search for evidence. It all has to fit into it's not a strict schedule, but we also would around this time, once things are calming down, I'm looking to run my Faro scan, my laser scanner. I'm looking to do very in-depth search for extra evidence that wasn't found on the initial sweep, looking for anything else that we could have missed.
So at this point, you found the cartridge. Is that
No,
correct?
Yes, ma'am, we already found that in the
an old
weapon.
You
Neuhausen.
not found the projectiles.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
I'm that old.
Is the next thing did you ever go to the hospital? for testing?
Right after this, I believe it was Investigator
20
Wardlaw
minutes.
asked us to go collect
Hey.
the photos and the clothing from the victim at the hospital.
Let me hand you these photos and ask you, do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those photos of?
These are photographs taken at UT Medical Center of bullet penetration or penetrating wounds on the victim.
What time did you go to and take those pictures at?
My metadata says 10:50. That would have been 11:50 p.m.
So 11:50. And is that true and accurate representations of some of the photos that you took of Destiny?
Yes, ma'am.
I wonder if we could make this the next exhibit.
Collected again.
Yes, there are 4 photos.
What?
What?
I'm not sure. Maybe Jude is a little behind. She has three kids older than me.
Publish exhibit.
Well, I am 27, so
Any
Well,
objections? You may pass those to the jury.
While the jury's looking at that, can you just describe briefly what you did at UT Medical Center?
When we, at this point, I believe I knew that the victim was deceased. We went to the medical center. The first thing I did was attempt to locate the clothing of the victim, because sometimes the doctors aren't charged with collection of evidence. They will just dispose of it as biohazard. So my first order of business was to get that clothing, which I was able to recover. My second order of business was to get photography evidence of the wounds to the victim.
So did you take a picture of both sides of her hands?
Yes, ma'am. Her right hand.
And did you also take a picture of the front and the back of her body?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you actually collected the clothing first?
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. So let me start with this. Do you recognize the item in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is in your neck of the woods, Knoxville.
This was collected at the hospital from, I'm sorry, this was at the ME office.
At the ME's office?
The victim's clothing, yes, ma'am.
And so do you recall if that clothing was collected at the ME's office then?
Did I say that? Oh,
Is your handwriting on this?
This is my handwriting.
Knoxville
This is
pretty
the
new
address
when
for
I was
the ME
born.
office.
Okay. And so I think that you said that you thought you collected it at the hospital. Now that
That's
you're
correct.
looking at it, is it the ME's office?
now
Yes,
we can
ma'am.
get some back ASMR.
Anytime you get a murder, anytime there's a victim of an unnatural violent death, the ME always has jurisdiction of the victim and all of their property and possessions. So they would have taken this to the ME office.
Okay. And so what was the date that you collected that from the ME's office?
That was 9/26 of 19.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
Yeah. Only twice. More bags.
We could make this one look at the next exhibit. There were 3 bags.
3.
That bag or
I'm gonna have this bag. I'm gonna put those 3 back in.
okay, so that bag and its contents is collective 29.
29. Okay.
Well, I'm
Clothing
informed.
of Destiny Oliver, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, now there were 3 bags here. And the first one is a shirt, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Second one is some shorts,
Yes, ma'am.
and the third one's some underwear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we don't need to open the shorts or the underwear. So I'm gonna put those back into exhibit 29, but if you could open Destiny's shirt.
And hear anything from the police interview. You can hear everything
And
from
then I'm
them.
gonna have you do the same thing when you
Yep.
walk down in front of the jury so they can see that.
You know, I don't. Are they showing the clothes? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, they're gonna show the T-shirt with a hole in it.
This is the shirt the victim was wearing when she was recovered by officers. It's cut in the front because the medical personnel were obviously attempting life-saving efforts, but it was recovered like this from the medical.
Okay. Is the front of the shirt the portion that's cut?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any defects in that shirt?
There's a defect in the back of the shirt.
A 5-year-old girl, a mom calls the police, said her 5-year-old girl has been pew-pewed in the chest by an unknown black guy. The officer arrives, she's sitting on the couch, and he said, "Did anyone get shot?" And she just like points at, he sees a 5-year-old girl and a 2-year-old boy at the house. Gets her to the hospital, and yeah. Again, she tells the story. An unknown black guy kicked in the door, pew-pewed her little daughter. Then later, they obtain a ring camera from the neighbor where you clearly can see that no one kicked in the door. And then she changed it. She had 9 different stories about what happened. Two of them, one was unknown black guy just kicks in the door, shoots the girl. The second one, some Mexicans has talked about her titlets in a park. Unknown black guy kicks in the door. Third one was her baby daddy had sent a crackhead and did it. The fourth one was her baby daddy did it and took the gun away. The fifth one, baby daddy did it, she took the gun away. Sixth one, Gavin, her 2-year-old son, did it and baby daddy took the gun away. Seventh one was she and baby daddy was fighting and Gavin did it and she took the gun away. Eighth was Gavin took a stool through the entire house, crawled up, took the gun from pew from the top of a closet, went in and just pew-pewed his sister in the chest. And the fifth, the ninth one was, what was the ninth one?
I mean, they were all kind of mashed together in some sort of way.
Yeah, it's some kind of story, and her way to get out of it is saying, well, she had PTSD when she was interviewed by the cops. That's why she changed the story all the time. But when she called the 911, she said it was a unknown black guy who just kicked in the door and pew-pewed the girl. Then we saw crime scene photos. Couldn't have happened. And and the gun was, she had texted a drug buyer who wanted to score some oxy off her, if he can go and pick up the gun in her yard. The police was there, but it wouldn't be a problem. So yeah, but she's blaming her 2-year-old son. Well, she's from Knoxville. I only know 2 ladies in Knoxville, but
This is a defect in the back of the shirt.
and I don't call them liars, but I've met Eva. She's a little nuts. Yeah, that's the second. The second one was a black guy did it because some Mexicans looked at her boobies.
It was possibly cut with scissors. I can't feel it. I located a defect in the front as well.
You could. Go back up and have a seat, and then I'm gonna have you put that back in this bag. her shirt 29. For the record, I'm going to put 29A into the bag labeled Exhibit 29. So I want to go back to September 14th of 2019 when you all were taking photographs of the house. You indicated that you took photographs of the scene, then you took photographs of the remote control, and then you also took photographs of the gun where it lay. Did you also collect those items such as the remote control?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, did this item and ask, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that item?
This is the envelope containing the remote control with the perforation defect.
Okay. And there's also a note on there that I see that says RBS. What does RBS stand for?
That's shorthand that we use internally to refer to a reddish brown substance.
Okay. Could that be blood?
It could be blood.
Typically is.
It typically is.
And this is, what is the item in this bag?
This is the LG remote.
Is that the remote that we've seen in the pictures that's on the sofa?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could make this the next exhibit?
That'll be marked and filed as 30.
And if you could open this item and just hold it up for the jury and tell them what it is.
This is the remote control with the bullet penetration defect in it and the reddish brown stain.
Oh, that's why the remote was important. There's a,
No, I was like, okay,
brown.
why?
The entrance defect is here. And an exit defect is here.
So it went through the remote. Oh, I thought it
Correct.
dinged it.
Yes, ma'am.
Hand you this item and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
This is a green towel that was on the scene in front of the couch near the reddish brown stain where the victim was found.
If you could open Exhibit 31 and publish that to the jury, please.
It seems like it because she apparently had a wound to the hand as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because she did have a wound through her hand.
Yeah.
So she must have had the remote and went through the remote and then into the chest.
This is a green towel found in the approximate location of where the victim was supposedly found.
We'll see that in some pictures here in just a minute. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are there any reddish brown stains on that towel?
Yes.
Put that back in there. Hand you this next item. And ask you to recognize that.
I do.
What is that? A picture, or what is that?
Maybe the 2-year-old.
This item is the pillow that was on the couch. The throw pillow was on the couch with the defect in it.
And this is the third pillow.
This is the third pillow from the left. Yes, ma'am.
And you said it's the one without the fringes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We can make that the next exhibit 32.
That'll be marked and filed.
And Permission for him to open and publish Exhibit 32.
This is the pillow with the bullet defect found, third from the left, without frills, the one that was sitting up.
I'm sorry to make you keep going up and down, but if you could you orient that the way that it would have been sitting on the couch?
The way the pillow was sitting on the couch, if you were standing in front of the couch, would have been like this.
Okay, so the defect in the pillow is on the left side,
Yes, ma'am.
kind of mid to upper portion of the pillow. Is that
Yes,
accurate? You could just walk this way and then maybe just come over here.
When I walk around, the defect may be hard to see, but it is circled with my initials in black.
Okay, and after you found that defect, that's when you circled it with your initials.
That's correct. I found it, located it, we photographed it, recovered the projectile, and then after the evidentiary value was gone, we circled it.
You will put that back in how it was packaged.
This is worse than having a kid over for Christmas.
You got it? And let me hand you the final item and ask you to recognize that.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that?
This is the recovered projectile that came out of that pillow.
Came out of the pillow?
The pillow that we just looked at, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so just so that it's clear to the jury, that projectile went into that pillow, correct?
That's correct, through that
It did
defect.
not come out of the pillow, it stayed in the pillow.
Correct.
Okay, and so if you could open that and show the jury, we could make this exhibit 33. You could show that.
Because of the nature of the evidence, it was also placed into a smaller container, also sealed.
DP hasn't been mentioned, so I believe it's only live without at max.
This is the projectile
There is a
recovered from the
DP.
pillow.
No, we haven't heard about the trajectory so far.
Yeah, we haven't got the ME yet, so I bet
No.
they'll be talking about that with the ME.
Yeah, we were told that Emmy would tell us about the trajectory. I trained back yesterday and something got stuck.
Uh-oh. I know, Iris, they're killing all the trees.
You replace it back in the original envelope.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
Replace that envelope back into the other envelope. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But the cop said that the couch was too high for a 2-year-old to could have done it the way it hit, but an Emmy will testify to it.
I want to talk a little bit more about some more of the photography you did that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you this next group of pictures and ask, do you recognize them?
Couldn't we just get the results?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those group of pictures?
More evidence that was found at the scene, the remote control and a broken.
Cindy, you should have been here yesterday when I only had slept 4 hours, and I was beginning to feel I could taste metal and smell colors, because I can't figure out why she's lying. If she just said it was an accidental discharge, she would get a maximum of 30. I think 30 years is the maximum from accidental. But she rather lie and blame her 2-year-old. I can't tell you what's wrong. She tried to destroy a phone with evidence of drug dealing, but other than that, I don't know.
Fingernail that I recovered.
And what time did you take this set of pictures?
The real time would have been
Given to her by a
1:15
friend because she was afraid of a police officer
1:15.
who allegedly raped her.
So now we're on to September 15th, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think she was legally allowed to have one.
So if we could make those the next exhibit, Your Honor.
34.
I think that's what, honestly, that's what made her lie about everything.
Broken
I think she thought she was going to get in trouble for everything.
Yeah.
But this is more trouble than you'd ever have gotten in if you just fessed up.
I'm not 100%, but
clear about the timeline.
it was given to her by a friend. That's what I know. And I don't know the gun laws in Tennessee if that's legal.
Detective Riddle and Detective Wardlaw and Phyllis Tonkin came back to the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And when they came back to the scene, they came back with the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so these set of photos are these being taken whenever they're back at the scene.
They would have been at the scene. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that starts at 1:15.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, especially blaming it on a 2-year-old and telling stories about crawling up a closet. It's just so weird. It's so stupid.
Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is that same LG remote that I showed.
I had an LG once.
This is another photograph from that living area towards the main door. This is so I was establishing the location of this artifact. This is the bathroom, and that to the left would be that leather couch in that front den area. This is the bathroom on the left-hand side, entranceway, and we're looking at the pillar that you would walk through.
Okay, and so what is the next picture of?
This is the small piece of broken fingernail, purple in color.
And the last picture of?
A close-up of that same artifact.
Okay, and again, just to orient the jury, this threshold that we're looking at in the third picture, this one right here that's up on the screen, where is this? Where are we talking about in the house?
So the front door is to the left. Where the victim was found is just behind me to the right, and I'm looking straight into the bathroom. If I reached out my left hand, I would touch that fireplace in the den.
Okay.
So as you're walking through the front door,
This house
and
has
you go
the
past that
smallest
front den area
opening
before you
for
get into the
ever
next living area.
I
The
can
pillar,
do it,
the pillar that you walk past,
That is
it's there
such a
on the
small
left.
doorway.
So while you are at the scene at this point in time with Detective Riddle and Detective Wardlaw and Phyllis Tonkin and the defendant, at some point in time, did somebody ask you to move the stool or ask somebody to move the stool?
Yes,
Okay, and to photograph also a closet that was there.
yes,
Hey, Aaron.
That,
we did.
right?
Hi,
The
Erin.
next set of photographs and ask, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are those photographs of?
These are photographs that were taken of the closet in what I would consider to be the master bedroom.
Okay. And was that at the direction
Hey, Farrell.
of Detective Riddle?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many photographs are in that one? Is it
11.
11. Okay. What time
Goodness.
was it that you took these photographs?
This would have been 3:20 a.m.
3:20.
Well, she was
Yes,
an
ma'am.
oxy head.
And that's the closet.
This is of the master bedroom closet.
We could make this the next exhibit.
That was remarked and filed as 35.
Goodness gracious.
And permission to publish these to the jury. You will tell the jury what you're looking at in this next set of photographs.
This is the closet. So the stool has already been moved into place. We did a walkthrough with the with Miss Howington, and while we were doing that walkthrough, the stool was moved into this location, and I started photographing after the video walkthrough. So this is that closet with the stool in place.
And so just so that we're clear,
That's supposedly where the 2-year-olds put the chair when he
go
got
back
the pew-pew.
to exhibit.
Oh, that's the chair.
Yeah.
Okay.
The stool, so that you could take that picture, was moved from here to that closet. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
But if it was in the living room, who moved it back?
All right. So to get the stool there,
Well,
where would you have had?
wait, go back. Was the chair small?
From where we found
No,
the
it
stool
was-
when we were
it was a
walking
stool
in,
for her
it's
little
kept at a
dinette
little
area.
table. You would take it from the far end of the living room closest to the kitchen, and you would walk it through the living room, around a corner, and into the master bedroom.
Let me show you exhibit 24.
It looked like a step stool.
Correct. You would walk toward the camera
This one's-
and then go around the.
It's one of these.
Oh, okay, okay. The way he took the picture, it looks smaller.
But again,
Yeah, those things are heavy. I mean, they look.
who
I've
put them
I've had
back
ones
here?
like that.
This is the first crime scene photo. Who put it back here? Who the little guy took this one or the other one away.
Okay, did they
Got
only
it.
have two then? Huh? That's weird.
Yeah, because he said they had to move it. So he went in there, got the pew stick, put this back, and then kaplow, and then they called 911. Or how else did they?
This little armchair that's in the
Uh.
front of the photo, and then you would take a right.
You
would take a
You're asking too many questions, Baker.
P2 PT 111.
All right. Please tell the jury what's in the next photo.
This
What
is the
was
top of
that?
the closet.
That's the gun that was used. Pew that was used.
I know.
This
There's
is a
lot of-
90-degree on view of
A lot
the
of words.
closet with the stool in front of it, bottom. And this is the same view of the top with the black bag.
Okay.
This is the closet door. There was no handle on the inside. Another view of the broken handle on the closet door. There was no frame damage to the closet door. I think I was just trying to take a photo of the black bag in relationship to the doorway. Another view of the chipped paint around the door frame.
And what about what is happening in this particular photograph?
In this photograph, we're photographing the height from the top of the closet where the black bag was found down to the top of the stool.
And what is the distance from where the bag was to the stool?
It was 51 inches, which is 4'3" 51 inches. Yeah.
Okay, so you know that one because we were talking about it. It has a trigger safety, right? It's a 2-year-old that supposedly used it.
Did you take any additional photographs?
I did.
Is that even remotely possible, Bolster?
We went to the neighbor's house. I guess the young son Gavin was familiar with the neighbor, so he was in with investigator Tonkin. They were over at the neighbor's house, and the young boy had fallen asleep.
Okay, and talk about Gavin?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take some pictures of Gavin as well?
We did.
Let me hand you these 5 photographs and ask you to recognize them.
I do.
What are these 5 photographs of?
Of Gavin on the couch and of measurements we took.
We could make those the next exhibit. And what time did you go do that?
That was about 4 a.m.
Permission to publish these to the jury. You said it was about 4 p.m.
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury what's in this first picture?
This is Gavin when I entered the residence, this was Gavin on the neighbor's couch.
It's a Taurus.
In this picture, we had placed a
model.
measuring tape alongside
like it
him.
had-
I was trying to get his full body in frame, not necessarily take the measurement there. This is a rough estimate of how tall he was without extending his arm, just head to foot. He's about 3 foot 1 inches tall, 3 foot tall.
And then somebody took his arm and extended it for this picture.
That's correct. I believe the neighbor took the arm, extended it out, and it contracted a little bit, but we just did the best we could to measure from the tip of his finger down his body to the base of his feet.
And what is the measurement from his finger?
It was 42 inches from fingertip to the to the heel of the foot, and then the ball was like another inch, 43.
And so did you all wake Gavin out to take these pictures?
No, we manipulated him, but he was a sound sleeper.
Okay. And you're aware that later on in the investigation, that there were pictures taken of Gavin while he was awake. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, and he was much more cooperative then.
Okay. And so, but these are the pictures that were taken on September 15th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you also charged with collecting Gavin's clothing and the defendant's clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Hand you this and ask what is in this bag.
This is Gavin's clothing.
Okay. And when was that collected?
That was collected on 9/15 in the morning. It was right after these photos were
There was
taken.
just this little thingy on the trigger, so I thought it was
Photos of Gavin
maybe
and
safe.
also his clothing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this his clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
And if we could make this the next exhibit.
So the marking file is 37.
And if you could open exhibit 37 and show that to the jury.
There are 2 pieces of individually packed clothing, the Nike gray t-shirt and the black shorts.
Well, if you did it, stop making me that bad.
This is the shirt the victim was wearing when we photographed him and changed his clothes.
Now you said the victim, do you mean Gavin?
I apologize. Yes, this was the clothes that Gavin was wearing when we talked to him, or when we were photographing about 4 a.m.
Okay. And so are you aware if this shirt was sent to be tested for gunshot residue?
It was, these are gunshot residue tests.
And same exhibit that you just did. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. If you could place the shirt back into this bag, or if you could make this bag with just this shirt in it, exhibit 37A.
The shirt be filed as 37A.
Is that the only thing in here?
Yes, ma'am.
It's the 2-year-old's clothes.
And then if you could just put the other items back in.
With the GSR kits in the bigger bag.
Couldn't it be from the kidnap?
bigger
Maybe
bag,
to give it enough
So going into exhibit 37 is
Also
GSR
the
kits,
recoils,
shorts,
The black shorts.
and
cycle.
then 37A, which we opened, which
Yes.
is Gavin's.
T, we haven't heard from the ME yet. The ME will be later. So, but I believe they said in opening that she had GSR in her hands.
Did you also test, or did you also collect the defendant's dress?
Yes.
And this, I'm gonna ask you about when that was collected.
That was collected 9/15, so September 15th of 2019.
I want the dad
And so,
to testify, and I want the ME, and I don't know what else
item that I've handed you, is that
we
her
need
dress?
more than
Yes,
those
ma'am.
people.
Can we make that the next exhibit?
That'd be marked and filed as 38.
Yeah, according to the opening statement, but we haven't had testimony about it yet.
If you could open that, and if you can have permission to publish that to the jury.
We don't know. No,
Same thing, is there a GSR kit in here?
I
Yes,
think Christine said 5 days. But the judge seemed like he didn't think that it would go that long.
Place that back in this envelope.
Don't you get
Okay, I'll show you these
The
last
group-
set of photographs.
I don't know what to call it in
and ask you to
English.
Recognize these.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are
a
the
slight
photographs of?
nips you?
These are photographs of the pillow with the bullet defect in them.
And there are 10 photographs there.
Yes, ma'am.
If we could make that collectively the next exhibit.
That'd be marked and filed as
Yeah,
39.
we watched 4 hours of interviews yesterday where we heard every 12th word. Today we can hear, and the court cover is back. Today we can hear all the
And
jingling of
before
the
we
paper.
pull these up on the screen, can you explain to the jury what you did as far as with the couch and with the pillow?
As we finished up with Gavin, we were finishing up the scene. I was speaking with Investigator Wardlaw, was on scene at the time. We were talking about a final sweep of the crime scene, just making sure that we had every bit of
Yeah,
evidence
he's
we would
7
want.
now.
Investigator Wardlaw expressed
Now he
that
understands
the
it.
investigative team wanted to take the entire couch. We knew that's where she was found. We had not found a projectile or a defect at this time, so we wanted to take the entire couch. We took the couch as evidence, put it in a box truck, immediately transported it to our evidence facility at the crime scene investigation unit. We have a big garage. Put it in the garage. I
It is a
photographed the
sequence.
clothing and put it in a drying machine, and then we sealed the garage up as a evidence unit. We came back later that day due to hours. We came back, I think it was 2:30 or 3 p.m. to process the actual couch. And while we were processing the couch, we found the defect.
Okay, so let me show you the photos that we just introduced as the last exhibit.
But I like the way they're introducing the evidence. It's pretty fast, even though it's a lot of pictures.
Yeah.
And they cut it up so they don't just show all of it and then describe it in the end. It's kind of like step by step.
Tell the jury with this. First, I want to ask you: do we have this oriented correctly, where the defect is in the on the left side?
Hey, Nate.
Is it oriented correctly as it would have been on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
So when we moved the couch to our evidence facility, we left the pillows in place. We just picked the whole couch up, put it in there. When we got it to Fifth Avenue, at our evidence facility, and we didn't touch it until we came back that next day. While we were looking through the pillows one by one, we found a defect. It's on this pillow, and it's very hard to see right now, but there's a small red fiber, and it was right next to that red fiber. That is little up, right? Yeah, so you're a little to the left, little more. There's the red fiber. That red fiber was very close proximity to the defect.
Show you the next photo. Is this oriented correctly how it would have been on the couch?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where is the defect that you were talking about?
That there's a red fiber moving across to the right-hand side. That's the defect. To the right, there it is right there.
Next photo.
While the way we found that defect, I was squeezing the couch looking for the projectile and found the projectile. Then we found the defect. You could feel the projectile. And then this is the projectile inside, just breaching the defect on the way out.
And so are you going to take the projectile out of the pillow through the hole that it went into the pillow in?
Yes, ma'am.
This next picture.
This is the projectile coming back out the defect.
Okay, so that's literally you pulling it out of the pillow, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is this a photo of?
This is what we call an ABFO scale. All it does is give you on a perpendicular line, gives you the measurement of the defect. Because it's in cloth, it seals pretty well. It's very hard to tell the size of the defect, but I measured it either end.
Is that the last photo that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
I can have just 1 minute.
Well, the evidence is pretty clear that haven't heard anything about it.
You doing okay up there?
Doing all right. Yes, sir.
Good.
Don't hear anything.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for asking. I just want to clear up a little confusion on that.
And T, I don't think I've seen your name before. I'd rather stop the stream. We'll catch up when there's a break, and tell people what it's about, or ask chat. There's so many nice people, and we'll try to help each other along, remembering all the details, because that's why you watch it on a trial with some talking heads, so they can help you catch up with it. And drug screening, I don't know. We haven't heard any medical examiners so far, so it might come in later.
First part of timing and camera and
Yes, sir.
clock. So your camera was 1 hour back.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought that you picked up those clothes at UTMC, but it turned out it was a medical examiner's office.
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything at UTMC, if you know?
Other than take the photos, that's it.
Oh. Could you slip that back over on my side?
You need the screen.
Please.
Yes, because it didn't cycle again, so that's the stovepipe.
You've identified this photograph, right?
Yes, sir.
I think that's in the collective 35. So we've got this photograph with that bag hanging way down off the shelf. And then I think the one, nope. This one. Is that the same bag?
It is the same bag, yes, sir.
Do you know how that different orientation came about?
When we first got on scene, the bag wasn't in there. The bag was hanging off a door handle. And as they're doing the walkthrough, the defendant grabbed the bag and put it up there to show approximately where it would have been. While they were talking, this is after the walkthrough we did. They asked us to measure to the bottom, not necessarily to the bag, to the bottom of the actual shelf there, yes, sir, or to the top of the shelf, yes, sir. So we approximated about an inch above the shelf to the bottom of the bag.
According to her 7th or
On
8th.
top of that shelf there's that bag and high-heeled shoes.
Yes, sir. We moved that bag back just to get the measurement from a firm location. Yes, sir. That bag was, when we went to go take that measurement, still hanging in the front.
So it was on the door handle, and
Had
she
you
put
not
it up
come
there
up here,
while they
you
were
would have been on a
walking
boat
through.
in the coastal waters of Florida.
Yes, sir.
That's new.
Yeah, they came in, and I'm beginning to speak Danish. Did the walkthrough, and she said it took the bag from the door handle, put it up there, and said it would have been here. That's because you saw it hanging off the shelf before, and then now it's back when they did the measurement, and that's, he said she put it up there, and then they put it back when they did the measurement. So this is
was
what
on the door handle though. So
yeah, that's where
it
the kid
could've-
left it when he took it down.
This is
Her
so
claim,
stupid.
her claim, Jamie, is this
I
is where the
know.
bag was. Then the kid got the stool, got the bag, got the pew, went in, did it while carrying the stool that he put back in the correct position. And remember to nicely put the bag on the door handle. To me,
Yeah,
everything makes
okay.
perfectly sense now, Jamie.
Well, why do all that if it was on the door handle? I know
Because-
Irish. That's why I'm
because
at with it
it-
too.
It was up there, then the kid took it down, put the bag on the door handle, took out the pew.
Is that what they said though?
No, that's what she said.
I don't
When we
remember
did
her
the
saying-
walkthrough, it was hanging on the door handle. She put it up there to show us where it should have been stored.
where it should have been.
Yeah, where she believed
but
it
she
to be
didn't
with-
know it was
Yes, that's
there
where
when this all happened.
that's where she stored it with Jamie. You're trying to rationalize. Don't do rationalize. Her claim is
It's giving
her
me a
son.
headache for sure.
Her story is the son got the stool, stood on it, took out the bag, hung the bag on the door because it was supposed to be up on that shelf. Then he took the stool in one hand, the pew in the other, went in, put the stool perfectly where it should be, and said, "Hey, sis, I want to watch Thomas the Tank Engine. I don't care for Barbie. Kip you." Totally.
Okay.
reasonable.
Yep.
Sorry, I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Briefly, so just to be clear, the person that moved the bag, you said it was on the handle of the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that door, in one of the pictures, you can see that the handle on the inside of the door is just like a screw.
Yes,
And on the
ma'am.
outside, there's an actual knob. Is
There's
that
a knob.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the door on the inside
Not
of was the
I-
bag on the inside of the door or on the outside? And if you don't recall,
I
that's
can't
okay.
recall. I know it was on that door because I remember Investigator Wardlaw exclaiming that she moved it.
Okay, he was concerned that she was moving
Yes,
the
ma'am.
bag from the door up to the top of the closet.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct? That's all.
Anything further?
Did you say the bedroom door had just a screw on one side or the
The
closet?
closet door had, yes, sir.
Was a photograph ever taken of the bag on the door?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right, you may step down.
What does
a safe
that have
trip
to-
Back to Florida.
How does that
Very
help
next
you?
witness.
Every little inconsistency to say, "Oh, they claimed the other thing." They claimed
Yeah,
that
but people don't see it that way because I don't see it that way.
every little
Like-
he again. This is about trying to find anything that the jury will believe.
I know, and they're not gonna.
And and no, they're not gonna, because it's so far out there. And especially if the ME comes in and tells us that anything above what? How much is a meter? Mass? Oh, mass isn't here. Anything about, let's just say anything above McKinley's height, that it was from that direction, a 2-year-old couldn't have done it, because McKinley is kind of the same size as a 2-year-old.
3 feet tall.
Well, 2.5, 3 feet.
If you would raise your right hand, please, and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat, adjust the microphone.
No, Mom put it back on the shelf to show the officers when they did the walkthrough that it should have been up on the shelf.
And if you need to speak directly into it.
Sniper, pew pew. Go get some sleep, and thank you so much for the support today. 3 feet 1 inch.
Could you please state your name and spell it?
A little
for
taller
record,
than the
please?
T-bone.
Yes, Rudy McGowan, Rudy, RUDIE, McGowan, MCGOWEN.
And Ms. McGowan, where do you work?
I'm at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Nashville headquarters.
And what do you do at the TBI?
Currently, I'm a human resource officer, and I'm in the Human Resources Division.
How long have you been in human resources?
This is my 4th year coming up.
And prior to, I guess about 2020, when you went into human
She wearing a
resources, did you
mask?
work for TBI at that point
Yep.
as well?
Yes, I did.
And what did you
Ma'am,
do?
come on.
Before 2020?
Yes.
Yes, I was a forensic technician in the Nashville Crime Lab.
Hey, Ann, can you just tell the jury a little bit about what it means to be a forensic technician?
Yes, to be a forensic technician, it means that you receive evidence from the law enforcement
So now we're gonna
agencies
get all
in Tennessee.
And
DNA
the
and
Nashville
DSR.
office, does it receive evidence
Yeah.
from just Nashville or all agencies outside of Nashville as well?
The agencies outside of Nashville as well.
And is that because only certain
Thanks, man.
testing is done in Nashville as opposed to all over the state?
That is correct.
And can you tell the jury a little bit
One-
about how it is that the Nashville office will receive evidence from outside agencies?
When the
Why do people
evidence
think
is
this is
received,
going to
we
help
take
them?
evidence by hand and as well as in the mail.
And particularly, I want
This
to
is-
talk
this is
about, were
fine.
you working in this capacity in October of 2019?
Yes, I was.
And did you receive several pieces of evidence in this particular case?
I did.
And do you recall how it was that you received them?
Yes, I received these pieces of evidence through the mail via FedEx.
I'm not contesting chain of custody.
Okay.
I like he's not contesting anything.
Well, that
Just
cuts
go through with
down
it.
on my questions a whole lot, Mrs. McGowan.
I take it you looked at the evidence, you logged it in, and documented where it came from, correct?
That is
And the
correct.
judge, and the judge
Now,
says
I guess at
nothing
this point,
that
if
they
we
need.
could at least just have,
Go ahead and show her that document, let her identify that.
I like this judge.
okay, so when
Please
evidence comes
work with all
in,
these
you log it
lawyers
in
as well.
TBI's internal system, and it creates a chain of custody.
That is correct.
And does that chain of custody document every time that a piece of evidence is taken out by anybody or for testing or anything like that?
That is correct as well.
And do you recognize this document that I'm showing you here?
I do.
And is this the chain of custody for this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
Or if we could have this as the next
Let that be
evidence.
marked and filed as number 40.
And then when you receive evidence, does it also come with a request for examination from the agency that is actually sending you the evidence?
Yes, yes.
And is that what this form that I'm showing you here
Yes.
is? And that's the one that you received with the evidence in this particular case?
Yes.
Or if this could be the next
Let
number.
that be
exhibit.
marked and filed as 41.
Oh yeah, it could be.
It could be.
And just so we're clear, Ms. McGowan, when you received this evidence, you said that you received it via FedEx package.
Yes, that is correct.
Did it show any signs of tampering or damage or anything like that when
Not
you
at
received
all.
it? Okay. And then once you received it, did you then put it in TBI's secured vault?
Yes.
And at that point in time, is the only people who have access to that, is that going to be the agents that work for your agency?
Almost. The people that have access to the vault, it's very limited. It's only the TBI director, the the assistant director of the laboratory himself, the laboratory manager, my forensic technician.
Good question, Scott.
Scott,
Good question.
I'm sticking to two different explanations. She had a drug deal. There was a guy at her house, came in, went out pretty fast. She had a drug deal. She had it ready if anything went bad. She picks it up, something goes wrong, and it happened. Or she was moving it, and an accident. I think it's an accident, but she's an idiot and didn't know that she would get less time if she just pled guilty to an accidental shooting.
Supervisor and the six forensic technicians that I worked with.
And in this particular case, once all the testing that was needed to be done was completed, did the TBI then send the evidence back to the Knoxville Police Department?
Yes, it did.
That's all I got, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions?
Oh, so no, it's just that they did the testing.
Have a safe trip back to Nashville. Thank you. Call your next witness.
It looks like a Poindexter. We're a little behind. We can do this.
The witness, stand, raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Have a seat, please.
Oh, he has a binder.
Oh, gosh.
Afternoon.
A
If you would please
binder.
state your name and spell it for our court reporter, please.
Kyle Osborne, KYLEOSBORNE.
And where are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at the U.S. Army Crime Lab.
And how long have you been with the U.S. Army Crime Lab?
About 2.5 years.
Prior to, I'm gonna say what, about 2022, where did you work at that point?
Before that, I was employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's Nashville Crime Laboratory.
And how long did you work for TBI?
I worked for the TBI for 7 years.
And were you working there back in late 2019?
I was.
Early 2020, late 2019?
I was.
And what was your specific job title at that point in time?
I was a special agent forensic scientist assigned to the microanalysis unit.
And I apologize, I don't know if you still have the same title, but I'm going to call you Agent Osborne just because I'm going off your report here, unless I need to call you something else. Is that okay?
As of now, I'm no longer a special agent, so.
Well, I'm going to go off this report and I'll just refer to that just to make it a little bit easier, if that's okay. All right. So before we get into this, I want to talk a little bit about your education and your training prior to coming to the TBI. Can you tell the jury about that?
They can ask if they want. We're not contesting.
Ladies and gentlemen, both sides agree that this witness is an expert in the field of microanalysis. For that reason, the rules of evidence provide that he may offer opinion testimony. Go ahead.
That's my idea, Scott.
All right. And so
Look who's here. The
I
white
guess, Your
rabbit.
Honor, just for purposes of the record, I think we would also ask that the witness be tendered as an expert in gunshot
the
residue.
expert have a nice day at
residue, as
dentist.
well as microanalysis.
Did he
of the
get
work
his little
done.
teeth first
What is
cleaned?
give me the full title of your field of expertise at the time.
Gunshot primer residue for this case, Your Honor.
Gunshot.
This is the GSI guy.
Okay, go ahead.
And just for purposes of the record, I know that we've already tendered you as an expert. Could you at least just tell us where you went to school and what degrees you hold at this time?
It's not important.
Yes, so I have a bachelor's of chemistry from Vanderbilt University, as well as a master's in chemistry from Georgia Tech.
And so were you asked to examine some articles of clothing in this case?
Yes, it was requested that I examine, it looks like 4 articles of clothing in this case.
Okay. And were you able to actually do the testing needed on those and create a report with the findings of your testing?
I performed testing on 3 of the 4 exhibits that were submitted.
Okay. And did you put your findings in a report?
I did, yes.
I can approach now. All right. Do you recognize what I'm showing you here?
Yes, this appears to be a copy of my microanalysis report dated January 17th, 2020.
Great. And is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in this case?
Yes.
If we can have this.
Mark it and file it as Exhibit 42.
Okay, now before we get into the specific findings in this case, I want to just kind of back up just a little bit. If you could just talk just a little bit about what is gunshot residue?
So gunshot residue generally refers to residues that are produced when a firearm is fired. So for gunshot primer residue, it's specifically talking about the residues that come from the primer on the back of the cartridge or ammunition. So when the trigger is pulled, the first thing that's going to happen is your firing pin or your hammer is going to strike the primer on the back of your cartridge, and that's going to initiate a chemical reaction. It's going to create a very intense flame that's going to then start burning your gunpowder, and that's how you get the reaction that's going to eventually propel your bullet out the barrel. So when that initial reaction happens in the primer, you're going to get chemicals that are common to primers, and they're relatively uniform across different manufacturers. Those chemicals are going to contain antimony, barium, and lead. When they burn, you're going to get those chemicals turning into a gas, very hot, expanding rapidly. And so they're going to try to force their way out of the weapon any place they can, any little non-airtight gaps. So you're going to have a lot that are going to go out the barrel, but you're also going to have them escaping through, if it's a pistol, like your ejection port, or out the magazine well, through gaps around the trigger. If it's something like a revolver, you have large gaps around the cylinder where those gases can escape. So when they escape the weapon, they're going to move out in the area around where
She had a guy come to her house. She was known for selling oxy.
The firearm was discharged, and they're going to expand and cool very rapidly. When this happens, you're going to get these gases that are going to condense all the way from a gas down to a solid. And when they do that, they're going to form these rounded shapes as they move from solid to liquid, or gas to liquid to solid. And so you're going to have these small microscopic rounded particles that are going to be distributed and falling out of the air in the area around where the gun is just discharged. We consider those rounded particles containing the elements antimony, barium, and lead to be primer gunshot residue particles.
And again, just to be clear, I mean, talked about a lot that goes on whenever a gun is fired. This is not something that can be seen with the naked eye, though. You can't see gunshot residue on a person with the naked eye. Is that correct?
That's correct. These residues that we're looking at aren't like soot or partially burnt powder. These are small microscopic particles, generally on the order of a few nanometers. So, for instance, the width of a human hair, you can line up somewhere on the order of 60 to 80 of these particles along the width of a human hair to give you an idea of the size of these particles.
And so if you are doing a test on, say, an article of clothing or hands or something to that effect, and you find gunshot residue, what would that reveal?
So finding gunshot residue on hands, item of clothing, is an indication that that item, it tells us that they have gunshot residue on that item. What's up for debate is how those residues got there. And there are a few ways that residues can come from a firearm and end up on the hands or an item. It can be from firing a weapon. It can be from, like we said, those particles are condensing in the area around where a weapon was fired. So if you were near a weapon that was fired, or if you handled a weapon that had gunshot residue on it because it had been fired, or came in contact with a source of gunshot residue, they can be transferred in that way, like through handling a weapon. So those are the three main ways that we talk about of how gunshot residue could end up on someone's hands or clothing.
And so just to make sure that I'm clear on it, let's say that we're dealing with a situation where we're in an enclosed space. Could the presence of gunshot residue indicate that a person was just in that room when a gun was shot?
Yes, the presence of gunshot residue could indicate that person was just near a gun when it discharged.
Not necessarily that they did the shooting, but were in pretty close proximity. Is that correct?
Yes, they could have never handled the weapon. And if they're in relatively close proximity, say generally we talk 5 to 6 feet or kind of downrange of the weapon, they could have those gunshot residues on them without ever handling the weapon.
Could there also be transference of gunshot residue from one person to another? Say if a person had it on their clothing and hugged another person or picked up another person, could that also be a way in which gunshot residue could end up on someone's clothing?
Yes, these particles do not permanently adhere when they settle onto an object or clothing or someone's hands. They will be lost through transfers over time and when they come in contact with other things.
And so does the presence of gunshot residue, is there any way for you to determine the distance in which a gun was fired or from a victim or anything like that? Does gunshot residue tell us anything like that?
No, primer gunshot residue does not give an indication of distance of firing or type of weapon used.
So I want to just talk a little bit about the specific testing procedure that you used in this case. Okay, could you just kind of walk the jury through what it is that you do when you get an article of clothing or you get samples from a hand or something like that to test?
We just stipulated.
When I get an article of clothing for testing, first thing I'll do is after pulling the evidence is clean my workspace thoroughly, put out fresh paper, and open that evidence to collect the potential residues from the clothing. Our analysis is not looking directly at the clothing. It's going to look at samples that we take from the clothing. So once I have the clothing out and have it documented, we use small aluminum stubs. So it's an aluminum disc that's about the size of, say, a dime with an adhesive
and the stipend will tell you how far away the gun is from.
If it were, say, my suit jacket, I would tab
along when it's fired.
the front of the garment,
So,
essentially
yeah,
covering the
used to-
entire front of the garment with those little presses. And that adhesive is going to.
As a lot of people are asking, because she was a drug dealer, if we have any indication of drug use and stuff like that.
After
they
collection,
haven't
take that
mentioned
stub
it. The
to
only
a
thing we know
specialized
is
microscope.
trying to get a guy
It's going to allow me to look at
off
both
of her
the shape, like we talked about, where they've condensed from a vapor, so they're going to have a rounded shape.
pick up the
It's going
gun.
to let me see the shape, but it's also going to let me look at the elements that.
And then
make
they
up
said
that
the
part.
prescribed
So I
medication
can
she
see
had,
that
she
it has
had
the
a
correct-
prescription
It
for.
has the correct
So
shape.
Yeah.
And it has
She had some
that
cyanide
antimony,
med.
barium, and lead.
Med.
yeah.
Then I'm able to call that a particle of primer gunshot residue.
Now, in this case in particular, you said that you received 4 items of clothing. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you said you only tested 3 of those. We'll get into that 4th piece. But on the 3 that were tested, were you able to find gunshot residue?
Yes, I found gunshot residue on what the TBIs exhibits 1A, 1B, and 2A.
Okay.
Well, the gun was fired, so you'd find it everywhere.
1A.
A pew pew was fired, so it'd be everywhere, right?
Child's T-shirt. Did you recognize this bag at
Sorry.
all?
Yes, if you flip it around. So it's got the case note, the lab assigned case number for this.
Yeah, I think
for
it's
this
called
case.
a pill pop.
It has a label
Again.
with Exhibit 1, as well as I have my personal markings on it with the case number, the exhibit numbers that were in this bag, so 1A and B, my initials, and the date. And then these seals here are evidence tape with my initials across them.
Okay, so this is, we're looking at what's on your report as Exhibit A and I think B too, because this contains the shorts as well.
Yes,
okay?
this is 1A and 1B.
And then we're looking at what's already been admitted as Exhibit 37. I just want to make sure there's also what looks like some GSR testing kits in here. Do you recognize these?
Yes, so these would have been the stubs that I tested as part of my, like I collected with and then examined under the microscope. This one labeled with the case number, and Exhibit 1A and B would be the stubs that I collected from the articles of clothing. And then this other would be the negative controls that I created and tested as part of this case. As part of our testing process, we take a stub and don't let it come into contact with any of the evidence from this case. It goes through all of the processes that we would to examine sample stubs to ensure that we don't have any source of contamination within our laboratory or any of our testing processes.
I also want to show you what has already been submitted as 38, exhibit number 38. Again, do you recognize the same sort of markings that you were talking about on exhibit 37?
I do, yes. So it has all of the same markings that I discussed on the previous exhibit, and this is marked as the labs exhibit 2.
Okay, and this on your report is listed as a black and white dress. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and so exhibit 37 here, this first bag, listed as a gray Nike Child's t-shirt and size 14 black shorts that we now know came from Gavin, the 2-year-old Gavin. And then exhibit 38 here is the dress worn by Robin Howington. Those were the 3 items that you tested. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you find the presence of gunshot residue on those 3 items?
I did, yes.
Okay, and so again, just so that we're all clear, the presence of gunshot residue, that cannot tell us who shot a gun. Is that right? Is that an accurate statement?
That's an accurate representation.
Okay, but it can tell us that when a gun was shot, that these individuals were probably in pretty close proximity. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
So being in close proximity is one of the ways that these particles could be deposited. Again, physical contact with a source of gunshot primer residue is an additional. My testing of those 3 major ways can't distinguish which.
And can your testing find whether or not there's more gunshot residue on one person versus another, one article of clothing versus another, anything like that?
There's not any scientific basis for assigning extra weight to finding more particles on one person or another, trying to assign, shooter versus bystander. For gunshot residue, the testing is really to the point of whether it's present or not.
Now, briefly, I just kind of want to talk a little bit about when we're talking about clothing, gunshot residue on clothing versus gunshot residue on a person's hands, for example. Does gunshot residue on clothing last longer typically, or vice versa?
So on the hands, gunshot residues are deposited into the oils that our skin naturally produces. That's where they kind of stick. But those oils are constantly lost through touching objects, through just your natural oil production of your hand. They're constantly getting replaced. So they last significantly, they last a shorter amount of time on skin than on clothing. Something as simple as washing your hands would completely remove gunshot residues from your hands. Whereas with clothing, typically gunshot residues are considered to remain on that clothing until it's washed.
And is there a certain amount of time after, say, a shooting takes place where you typically wouldn't expect to find gunshot residue on a person's hands?
The rule of thumb that I normally go with is after around 8 hours, I am not expecting to find gunshot residue on someone's hands. There are labs out there that will not test kits from an individual's hands if they were collected more than 4 hours after the incident.
I want to just, last thing is I want to talk about this 4th article of clothing that you received. And you've got it listed as Exhibit 3A here on your report. And it states that it's Destiny Oliver's clothing. Now, did you test that clothing?
I did not test Destiny Oliver's clothing. It was indicated to me that Destiny was the victim of a gunshot, in which case she's been associated with the discharge of a firearm, and that is all that that primer gunshot residue testing would have been able to say anyway. So doing the testing would not have provided any additional information to the case.
So just to make sure that I'm understanding it, essentially because we already knew that she was the victim of a gunshot wound, there would
Caroline,
be
how are you
really no
today?
need for testing to see whether or not there was gunshot residue on her clothing.
That's correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon.
Doing all right up there?
I am.
Okay. And one of the reasons not to test Destiny's clothing is you would expect to find gunshot residue.
Yes, I would.
And so the contact, if someone was lending aid to or comfort to Destiny, that certainly could have been a transfer by contact of GSR, right?
Yes, if someone is coming in contact with someone who has been shot, especially if they're contacting them in any area around the gunshot, I would expect transfer.
Holding a pressure bandage or something holding pressure over a wound would transfer?
Yes, I would expect that would transfer it to someone's hands. Yes.
And you were not asked to look at the hand, or you were not asked to do any testing related to the hands of anybody in this case, right?
No, as far as I know, no kits from hands were submitted.
Thank you, Agent. Have a good
Yeah,
trip.
you were free to go. Have a safe trip back. All right, you may need a break. I see some heads nodding. Okay. We're going to take about a 10-minute.
Then we caught up again. Well, now we have the chain of custody. We still don't know what all the testing. So will the ME be there to line it all up, or and we still need the warthog to come in and talk about. I don't know what he's going to talk about. I was hoping we'll wrap the state up today. And I still want to know what Antoine said.
I know, me too.
And YouTube is freaking me out because normally you can see your live views in your control panel, but now it's the concurrent viewers. That's a different number than I have on the other screen. It's so annoying.
For sure. Where is this guy? He better show up. Antoine is the baby's father.
Yeah.
And they were apparently arguing. So
Yeah, I'm at 48 people
Oh.
watching here and 36 watching over on X. So yeah, she's snowing 48 people. That's the first time I think I have had more people watching on almost more people watching on X than I have on YouTube. Hola, compadres.
yeah.
On X.
Hey everybody.
But let's be honest, the last two witnesses, kind of a waste. It's just to tell you where they got the evidence and how they got them.
Mm-hmm. And nothing has moved the needle for me whatsoever. I still believe it was an accidental shooting, but I don't know. Or the defense hasn't moved the needle for me, I would say.
No. Yeah, hit the like. Yeah, that's the worst part about people over on X, because I can't see the analytics over there because I'm not paying for my X account. But thank you so much for following me over there. And just for that, let's clear our minds again. We need a little mind clearance.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh my God, Baker. Baker's a clairvoyant. Jesus.
That's a really, really good argument for why you make this evidence number 100. The judge is
Oh my
gonna
God.
love you.
Oh Lord, this is the funniest thing I think I've seen
Again,
in a
please.
while.
And
Please.
people wanted to watch your
Farrell,
business.
clip that.
Yeah.
Whew.
Should
I
business
will-
who?
I'm
Look at
I'm
this. This is
verklempt.
much better.
Verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves.
Are we
Barbara
ready?
Streisand and Funny Girl.
Yes.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and edit
Look at
because
this
I want to see.
guy. Oh
I
my
wanna-
God. I'm pointing at the screen like anyway.
Yes, XView.
Yes.
No, XViews. I don't think they can see my chat, but they can write it and I can bring it into here. That's why, if you're on X and you have a YouTube and you want to participate in the chat and meet all the lovely people, come over to YouTube because we have Iris over here. She's a little sus, but the rest of the people are nice. Well, Schoenberg is here too,
Yeah.
but the rest of them are good eggs. Only a few bad eggs in the bunch. But thank you so much for watching on X. But no, I want the medical examiner to tell me the trajectory of the pewing. That's what I'm really because to me it's gonna be important because as he said, it was a tall couch and we have the couch here and apparently she was lying sideways on it, but that doesn't match up with the pillow because it was the upper 2/3 of the pillow that they were found in. Maybe it does. Because she was
It does.
yeah, kinda. But if it's let's say we know this from Murder. If it's an upward trajectory, it could be a kid. If it's a downward, I would think it couldn't be the kid.
You ready, Mr. Whalen?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm now no.
I don't know, Sean Bird.
Investigator what it all is happening. So I don't know about getting through both sides. Investigator Ward.
I think if we're not gonna get to work.
What does he add that?
I'd like to let him, like, we've got to put in the phones, we've got evidence that we have to put in.
Okay.
But if we're not gonna get to him today. I
He
would like
says,
to stay
okay.
here all day. So if we could, and he's on night shift tonight, so if we're not gonna get to him today, I'd like to just let him go ahead and go and tell him that we're gonna
Well,
call him first thing in the morning.
I'm not clairvoyant. Who's your next witness?
We've got, the firearms expert, then I have Phyllis Tonkin that has 2 videos that we're gonna play with her, then we have Terry Pate who has, jury on hearing that we're gonna have to do, so I don't think there's any way we're gonna get to him anyway, but I didn't want to tell him he could go for purpose.
No, I mean, I don't want him sitting here, but I don't want to zip through 3 straight witnesses and at 4:15, you're saying that you're out of witnesses. But I mean, realistically, if we've got the firearms person and then who's the next person? I'm sorry, who? Oh, Phyllis. Okay. And then Investigator Pate. I mean, in all likelihood, we're probably not getting to him.
Can we let him go there?
Yeah, we'll just start with him tomorrow.
I
Can we
don't
get all the proof in?
I have a party on Friday.
Proof tomorrow? Are we going to be done with the proof, you think?
Unless the defense has one of those. We'll be done with the state's case tomorrow.
All right.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
You hear him?
Yeah, I heard.
Did you hear?
That is the one ray of sunshine I have that we're still going to be trying this case is I won't be entertained by Mr. Jolly tomorrow afternoon.
I want to know who Mr. Jolly is now.
Okay.
I think she's eating gum.
You can do it at lunchtime. I'm not. All right, get the jury lined up.
I like this judge. He's a funny guy. Funny guy. But I would it's Wednesday today, right, Jamie?
Yes.
So it looks like closings on Friday before lunch. Because I have my brother coming and picking up his clothes, so I have to figure out how to do that. Because if I'm sitting here and they're doing closing, it's gonna be quite weird when I'm sitting here yelling, "Get away from the window!" to him all the time, and he's wondering, "What's that idiot talking about?" Because he doesn't know Lynette.
I can't take this. I cannot take this. I don't care. I have anxiety over the roof.
So that's why I want to be done, because maybe my brother's going to mention the roof. It's going to be a party Friday for Baker. I'll call in from when verdict watch is done, and Amy can run the show.
For the defense. General, call your next witness.
The state calls Lad Kuykendall.
No, yeah, I saw MG hit 5,000. Congratulations, MG.
Wait, what was his name?
Sweetest MG.
No, sorry, that guy. Lad
Would come around before you take the witness stand. Please raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Have a seat, please. If you need to adjust the microphone, do so.
Good afternoon. Would you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Ladd, L-A-D-D, Kuykendall, K-U-Y-K-E-N-D-A-L-L.
And where do you currently work?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, specifically within their forensic division.
And what do you do at TBI?
I'm a special agent, forensic scientist, specifically in their firearms and tool mark identification unit.
How long have you been employed at TBI?
Just over 10 years.
And could you tell the jury a little bit about your education and background as it deals with firearms and tool mark identification?
Skip. Judge, once again, we will stipulate his qualifications.
Same instructions, ladies and gentlemen. The parties agree this witness is an expert field for forensic firearm and tool mark identification. The rules permit him to offer opinion testimony.
It's the other brother.
And I know that we've stipulated that you are an expert in the field. However, if you wouldn't mind just giving us a short, brief background on your education.
Yes. In May of 2013, I received a BS degree in biology with a minor in chemistry.
He received a BS degree.
And under my employment at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, I underwent an extensive 2-year training program specifically for firearms and tool mark identification.
In your time at TBI, how many firearms would you say that you tested?
Hundreds, if not thousands.
And I want to talk specifically about what you did in this case. Did you examine a firearm and some casings and bullets that were recovered from the firearm in this particular case?
I did.
And were you able to put the results of your examination into a report?
I did.
Here.
I do recognize this as a copy of my official report.
And is this a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in this case?
It is, yes.
Yeah, if we could have this marked with the next one.
That'll be marked and filed as number 43.
Okay, so before we get into the specific results of your testing in this particular case, can you just describe for the jury when you receive a firearm for testing, as you did in this particular case, what is it exactly that you're doing with the gun, with the firearm? What are you looking for, I guess?
Yes. So in general, in the firearms and tool mark identification unit, what we're trying to do is find if a fire and ammunition
the other
component
guy
such
is
as
sick.
bullets or cartridge cases were fired from a particular firearm. When I receive a firearm as evidence, I'm going to make sure that it is first unloaded and safe to handle, and I'm going to make sure that it's in normal operating condition with any safety features functioning.
And so when you say that you're looking for similarities, things like that, when a gun is fired, does it leave any sort of markings or anything like that on the casings and or the bullet?
Yes, it does. And we do break this down into two sets of characteristics, if you will. The first would be class characteristics. This is the blueprint of the gun, the caliber, the shape of the firing pin, whether it's hemispherical or rectangular, the rifling pattern. This is the raised and depressed area within the barrel that's set at a certain twist, whether right hand or left hand, and that's what imparts a spin on the bullet. That's what makes the bullet stable and fly. All those things are predetermined by the manufacturer. So I look for those things to see if they agree. Say I have a firearm, it has 6 right rifling, it is a 9mm caliber. I look on a bullet if I receive it as evidence, and I see 6 land, 6 groove impressions set at a right hand twist, and I measure it, and it is consistent with 9mm caliber. Those all have the same class characteristics. That's not unique to a particular gun. That's unique to a set of guns made by a manufacturer. What I'm looking for after that, if all these class characteristics match, I'm looking for individual characteristics, which are unique to that firearm. It's a mechanical fingerprint, if you will. So during the firing process, a gun can impart unique incidental markings to bullets and cartridge cases. So that rifling I mentioned earlier, it cuts into the bullet and it can leave what we call stria, which are just scratch marks. These are unique to that barrel. And then on the firing pin, there can be unique marks and that can be impressed onto the cartridge case. And the breech face, that's the area of the slide that surrounds the firing pin, can also impart marks onto the cartridge case. I evaluate all these things on a microscopic level. I use a microscope to compare test-fired cartridge cases that I know came from the gun. So all the markings that are on those cartridge cases and on the bullets, I know came from the gun. I look at those marks and compare them to the marks that are on the evidence from the scene. And if I see the level of agreement that I see between things that I know came from the gun to the evidence, then I can identify or make the conclusion that that ammunition component was fired from the gun.
And so I guess just to make sure that I'm understanding, whenever a weapon is fired,
Yes.
you're talking about those lines and things that it's leaving. If
Yeah,
that
Nick
same
was
weapon is
yelling.
fired again, would you expect to see the same
Yes,
sort of
lines right
lines on the second bullet as the first?
Yes, there has to be a level of reproducibility in order to make an identification. And this is what we see. I generally test fire at least 4 bullets and at least 4 cartridge cases to see if these marks are reproducing one test fire from another. And if there are more tests that need to be done, I'll shoot as many as need be. But yes, I do expect these firearms to reproduce these marks if they're there.
Okay. And so in this case in particular, you were provided with a weapon. Do you recall what kind of weapon that was?
I do recall it being a 9mm pistol of Taurus make, I believe.
Does this box look familiar to you? It's already been admitted as exhibit number 27. Do you recognize that box?
I do recognize it, yes.
Is this the box that you received in this case that contained the firearm that was found on the scene?
It does appear to be. It has my laboratory markings in my handwriting, my initials, and the exhibit numbers on it.
Okay. So when you first get a weapon, I believe you testified a little while ago that you will check it to make sure that everything's functioning properly. Is that correct?
Yes, I will make sure it's in normal operating condition.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
And what were your results?
That it was functioning normally as expected, and the safety features were functioning as well.
Okay. So I want to talk specifically about these safety features on this.
States just said they're going to rest tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to step down and just demonstrate where specifically the safety features on this gun.
Well, it's a pretty open shut case. We thought it would be over yesterday.
Would you also like me to explain the cycle of fire of this as well?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Still clear?
Yes, sir. Would you like to see it?
Take your word for it.
And just to be clear, I also see the laboratory markings, exhibit number, and my initials that I've etched onto the gun magazine. So I do believe I am handling the firearm that I work in this case. This is a Taurus model PT-111 Millennial G2. It's a long name. This is a semi-automatic 9mm pistol. I'm going to show you in general how this is supposed to operate. There are a few basic core steps in order to operate this weapon. So you have a magazine. It is a detachable separate magazine that you would load the cartridges, unfired ammunition.
Oh, tomorrow it will go to the
magazine.
defense.
Once this is loaded, you will then insert it into the bottom of the grip. That is loading the gun. Now, to feed a cartridge into the slide, you will have to pull this to the rear and allow it to go forward. That's what's going to strip that first piece of unfired ammunition into the chamber. It is now ready to be fired. Pulling the trigger, you heard that, that releases the firing pin, that detonates the cartridge within, fires the bullet this way. Now, how this all operates is a short recoil operated system. What that means is if you fired a gun, that kick that you experience, that's called recoil. That's the energy from the detonation of this cartridge. That's what operates this slide. So that energy from the shot will then force the slide backwards to the rear, automatically extracting and ejecting the cartridge case, the fire cartridge case within the chamber, out. It will also then go back forward once it reaches all the way to the rear. There's a big spring that forces it back home like you just saw. Now a new unfired piece of ammunition is in the chamber, ready to be fired. And pull the trigger only fires one at a time in a semi-automatic operated pistol like this one. So this has a couple of different safety features. The first that you can see is on the left-hand side of the pistol. It's what I would call a left-handed manual lever safety. You have to manually flip this safety up. And what this does is it actually seizes the trigger and it cannot be pulled. So now I cannot pull it any further than what I'm doing now. So it's not releasing the firearm, so it would not fire. This safety has to be disengaged.
You could have one in the chamber.
There's another one called a Taurus security system. This is a lock and key. You see this small circle on the top of the slide? There's a key that you can insert and twist and will actually lock up. It will seize up the trigger in the back in the connection to the firing pin. It will not fire if that's locked. In this case, it became unlocked. The safety does function, though. I have a key, and I used it in this case. Now, there are two other safeties that are defeated by the pull of the trigger. The first, and you see on top of the trigger shoe, which is this plastic piece right here, there is a thin piece of plastic called the trigger safety. This prevents the trigger from being pulled if it's not pressed. So if something accidentally gets within the trigger guard and hits the side of the trigger can't be pulled unless you depress that very thin piece of plastic in the middle. Once you do that, now it can actually go into the trigger guard all the way and you can pull the trigger. The last safety that you will can't really see, but it's on the inside here. And flip this around. Maybe you'll be able to see it. Yeah, you can't see it in this one. But it's on the underside of the slide. It's called a firing pin safety. This is what prevents the firing pin from coming forward and striking anything in the chamber. The only way that it's defeated is by pulling the trigger. How this is a safety, if it's dropped, the trigger goes backwards. It doesn't go backwards. The firing pin does not disengage from the sear and doesn't detonate what's in the chamber. So it is a safety from that point of view, but it is defeated with the pull of the trigger. There is one more safety feature that does not keep the firearm from being fired, and it is a loaded chamber indicator. is on the very top.
A lot of people
So
carry with
something
one in the
is
chamber, so
within
you're
the
ready to
chamber,
go.
It lifts up and you can see the little red line. It just lets you know that it's loaded.
Not
This is
to
not
contaminate
firearm
the
loaded.
evidence.
So those are all the safety features on this pistol.
Thank you. You can return back there. So I do not know a lot about firearms, so I apologize, but I'm going to ask you a couple things just to make sure that I am understanding what you just explained. So the safety on the side, you're saying that that has to manually be flipped up before the gun can be fired, correct?
So it would be flipped down. If it were
Flipped down.
flipped up, it's in safe. And so when you look at it again, I'm going to handle this without gloves. I apologize. But you can see a red dot on the side. If that's exposed, it's ready to be fired. If it's flipped up and covered, if you don't see the red dot, it is now unsafe.
Okay. And
Why did you have gloves on
so
before?
that has to be flipped. You have to actually physically cock the gun to get the bullet to go up into the chamber. And I'm talking about before you can actually fire a first shot out of it.
Yes, you would have to feed a cartridge into the chamber by pulling the slide all the way back and releasing it. Yes.
Okay. And then the third kind of component is that the trigger would need to be pulled because of that last safety that you talked about.
Yes,
correct?
those last two safeties would be defeated by the pull of the trigger. Yes.
Okay. And so that last safety again is just to make sure that if a gun is dropped, that it's not going off unless, without somebody actually pulling the trigger. Is that
That's correct.
way to say that? Okay. And so all of those safeties on this particular gun, you stated they worked correctly as far as you could tell.
They did.
Okay. So I also want to talk about when you received this gun, did you receive anything other than the firearm itself?
Yes, I did. So within this box,
Sorry, go ahead.
yes. Yes. So within this box, I also received 4 unfired pieces of ammunition or 4 cartridges, and then I received 1 fired cartridge case.
And so when you say unspent, I think is the way that it's listed on that envelope there. Is that the bullets that were in the magazine that was?
Hey, Ariel. Today has mostly just been putting evidence into the record. We have seen a lot of crime scene photos. We've seen measurements from the crime scenes. We have seen where they found the gun. Now we have the gun expert. We had some tech guys just talking about they did some testing. So that's what we had. And the next person will be a technical witness too.
Were in the gun. Is that what that means? Where it says unspent bullets?
Yes, those unfired cartridges were from the magazine.
Okay. And so now I want to get down specifically to the report that you made in this particular case, the testing that you did on this weapon. Okay. And so you tested the shell casing that you received.
Yesterday. No,
Is that correct?
don't ask me.
That is correct, yes.
And when we're talking about the shell casing, are we talking about the shell casing that was the spent shell casing that was actually found lodged in the gun?
It was reported to be within the firearm in some capacity. That was noted. When I received it, it was separate from the firearm, but that was noted. And that is the cartridge case. That is the fired cartridge case that I did examine in this case.
And when you did your testing, what, if anything, did you figure out about that casing versus any other casings from the gun?
So through my testing, the visual inspection and then microscopic examination of test fired cartridge cases from this particular firearm in conjunction with the fired cartridge case submitted in the same package, I was able to determine that that cartridge case from the scene was fired in this pistol.
Were you also provided a bullet? Not the 4 that were in the magazine, but a separate one. I believe you've got it listed as 5A on your report as 1 fired bullet from Couch Pillow.
Yes.
And were you able to examine that bullet in comparison with this firearm?
Yes, I was. I was able to determine that it shared the same class characteristics, meaning that it was the same general caliber. It had impressions of the same rifling pattern within the barrel, and it did have similar individual marks that looked very similar to test-fired bullets that I'd gotten from this gun. However, The surface of this bullet had changed just enough. It was slightly damaged. I was not able to make a definitive determination on whether or not it was fired from this particular gun.
And when you say that the bullet was damaged, could that be caused by entering, exiting a body, or hitting a hard surface, anything like that?
If it makes impact with anything semi-solid, solid, it can absolutely have an effect on the bullet and its condition.
What about a remote control?
I could see that damaging a bullet as well.
And what about if it makes multiple entries in one person's body? For example, if it goes through a hand, out a hand, in a chest, out a back. Would that be another thing that could cause the damaging to the bullet?
It could, yes.
And so because of this damage to the bullet that was found in the couch pillow, you're not able to definitively say that it matches the bullets in the gun, but you can say that it had similarities and the same class, I believe you called it.
Yes, it had the same class, meaning a firearm very much like this with the same caliber, same rifling pattern, had made these marks. However, those microscopic marks left behind by the gun have been slightly damaged enough where I can't tell one way or another if it were fired from this gun.
Now, I also want to talk about the fact you were provided with what's marked on your report here as Exhibit 3A, and it's one white Justice brand tank top from Destiny Oliver. And you talk a little bit in your report about you did a visual examination of that shirt. Can you just explain to the jury what you did with that?
Yes. One of the other testings that is performed within my unit at TBI would be a muzzle to garment distance determination. And this is an approximate distance that can be determined from the end of the muzzle or the end of the barrel to whatever is fired upon. Usually in the cases that we work, they're articles of clothing someone was wearing. So it would be the general distance between those two. So how this is done is it's visually inspected first to see if there are any holes that look like bullet holes or bullet entries or exits. And I will visually and microscopically look at these bullet holes to see if there are gunshot residues around that hole. If there is, there are chemical tests that I can perform to enhance and to see those particles. If they form a distinct pattern, meaning much like if you spray a spray can, you know that it comes out in almost a circular pattern, not too dissimilar to what the gun will do with gunshot residue. So once that pattern, if it's actually developed, I can look at that and then make test patterns with the firearm and like ammunition at known distances so that I can make a pattern at contact. I can make 1 foot, 2 foot, all the way out to 6 feet, and then compare those patterns to the one that I developed on the shirt to see generally how far away this pattern looks based on my knowns. And in this case, when I did my testing and after visual, microscopic, and chemical testing, there were gunshot residues present. However, it did not form a distinct pattern, and therefore I could not come up with a distinct or a definitive distance at which this shot could have been fired.
And when you're talking in your report, you reference a hole A on the t-shirt, and that would be in the upper mid chest area. And then you also reference a hole B, which is on the upper left back area. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and so when you're saying there was not a distinct pattern of gunshot residue, you're talking about on the front of the shirt and the back of the shirt, correct?
So when I'm specifically talking about the results I just had mentioned, I should have distinguished those two. So hole A on the front, I did find gunshot residue there, but that did not form a distinct pattern. Yeah. On the back,
you're saying,
I did find residues that were
I'm
consistent
not
with the passage of the bullet, but it wasn't as if it were fired upon there. So hole A had more gunshot residue here, and there were residues on the back, hole B, but there were very few there, and there was definitely no pattern on the back.
And so would the lack of a pattern, or could the lack of a pattern be caused if the bullet passed through the victim's hand first before entering her chest?
There are many reasons why a pattern may not form, and an intervening object such as a body part like a hand can absolutely affect the deposit of a pattern because it blocks that GSR or the gunshot residue from depositing on the shirt. So anything in between the muzzle and its final, I don't want to say target, but whatever it hits, if there's anything in between it, that GSR can be picked up by that intervening object.
This is.
I want to talk
he is useless.
now about some of the
Get out of here.
specifications of this particular gun. Can you tell us about how much pressure it takes to pull that trigger on that gun?
So a part of the normal function testing of firearms, we do record the trigger weight, meaning in pounds, how many pounds of pressure it will take to pull the trigger far enough to release the firing pin. In this case, and this is a unique gun in that it has a unique feature called a double strike or a second strike feature. And all that means is that if the slide is racked, now the firing pin is connected to the trigger, and all the trigger will do is release the firing pin. That trigger weight is, as I recorded it, it was 5 pounds and 5/8. So just a little over 5.5 pounds of pressure to pull the trigger in that mode. Now, the reason why Taurus did this, at least explained on their website, was that say the cartridge within the chamber doesn't go off and you don't have time to re-rack the slide, you can pull the trigger again, and there's a mechanism that when you pull the trigger now, it actually reconnects that firing pin with the trigger and then releases. So it's a double action in that it cocks and then releases the firing pin. That trigger pull is slightly heavier because it's doing an additional function within the gun. So it's around 6.5 pounds of pressure there. So if the slide is racked, a little over 5.5. If it's not, 6.5.
But just to be clear, let's say that this was the first time that gun was ever being fired. Before that initial bullet comes out, it would have to be racked.
It would have to be racked, yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about actually racking a gun? Is there any sort of pressure or strength or anything like that that's required to physically rack the gun?
So typically, in order to what we call rack the gun or to pull this slide to the rear, it's pretty taut. There's a very big spring. It's called the recoil spring, and it has a couple of functions. But basically, what its main function is.
This guy has cocked this pistol more times than I've done in my entire career. And he's pulling the trigger over and over again in a courtroom.
Yeah.
That's
very odd.
So, hey, all the Foxy, I don't know what she calls you, the supporters of Megan Fox. Hey, Megan. And welcome. This is a case about, well, it's on the surface, it's a case about a 5-year-old girl who was a pew put a hole in her chest. And now we're trying to find out if it's her mother or it's her 2-year-old brother who did it. The mom has given 9 different explanations of who did it. First, it was an unknown black man. Then it was some Mexicans who had talked about her front area in the park who sent an unknown black man. Then it was her ex-husband, the girl's father, who sent an unknown black man crackhead. Then it was the girl's father. Then it kind of was the girl's father, but maybe not. Then it was her 2-year-old son. Then it was her 2-year-old son, and the dad hid the gun. Then it was her 2-year-old son, and the mom hid the gun. And watching this case makes a lot of you are maybe familiar with this lady.
I don't care. I have anxiety over the roof.
We watched her testify for over 2 hours yesterday, and I had that feeling when we were done because we actually don't know what happened. We have a security camera video showing she came home. She had some guy come over. He left. And then 3 minutes later, she went outside and dropped the gun on the ground. Hey, Robson. Buckle up, people. Exactly. Yeah, the Fox raid. And remember, this is Megan Fox, the medium smart, not the throw thumbs. But thank you so much for the raid. And yeah, it's a crazy case. He has been pointing it all. The only one he hasn't pointed it at yet is the jury and the judge. And he has pulled the trigger at least 10 times. So, yeah, they found it on the couch. She was sitting right next to it when she called the police and said, a black guy shot my daughter. So, yeah. Well, her explanation was, one of her explanations was, the kid took a stool in the living room, carried it into her bedroom, crawled upon it, took the gun from the top shelf of the closet, went in, carried the stool back, and then shot his sister. It's a different animal, this case. No, the only ones he hasn't pointed it at is the jury and the judge. The rest of the courtroom, and he has pulled the trigger multiple times. So, but the only good thing I say about it is this judge is really, really not playing along. He's just, whenever the defense says, yeah, we stipulate to that, yeah, go on, and the prosecution goes, but could we talk about his education? Move along. So it was supposed to have ended, I think they were supposed to have rested today, but now they're going to talk too much again. Yeah, but Binger is he's a special kind of animal. This guy is well, he had his gloves on to begin with, and then he went back to the stand, and they asked him another question. He just took the gun up without gloves on. Then he put gloves back on. So, it's a special case.
They're very smart, of course.
Yeah, it's it gives you that feeling.
I can't take this. I cannot take this.
This is to pull that slide back to home and locked in so that you can now pull the trigger.
Welcome.
That takes a decent amount of force to be able to do. And I will say it does take some practice and some dexterity to be able to grab the slide and to proficiently pull the slide back and release it. Now, again, that's not something I do as a firearms examiner. I don't teach people how to do that. However, because I am a special agent and I do qualify every year with firearms, that is training that we go through. They do train you in how to properly operate semi-automatic pistols. We don't use this exact one, but it's very similar. So I can speak to that. Yes, it does take a little bit of training in order to proficiently rack the slide in order to load it and fire it.
Now, during the course of this case, were you also able to do some independent research regarding the ability of maybe small children to fire these sorts of handguns?
I was requested to see if there was any research on that topic, and I found one article.
His first statement was, I got a BS degree. So
I got a BS degree.
Yeah.
That does refer to small children and women and their ability to pull certain poundages of trigger pulls.
And specifically this article, can you tell the jury, did this article deal with 2-year-old children?
From my knowledge in reading it, it did not include, the sample size did not include 2-year-olds. The youngest was 3-year-olds.
And in that study, what was the percentage of 3- and 4-year-olds that would be able to pull the trigger?
This is a 2-year-old.
Of some sort of firearm. I'm not sure if the study actually.
It did say the poundage. So between 3- and 4-year-olds, from what the study has said, was that 25%.
Sorry, what happened?
Those two. So how this is done is it's visually.
Make sure that if a gun is dropped, that it's not going off unless, without somebody actually
There. So if the slide is racked,
focus on 2-year-old children, it only looked at as young as 3 and 4. Is that right?
as young as 3 and 4 on up into other ages, yes.
Okay. And so, in your expert opinion, the particular firearm in this case, do you believe that it would be possible for a 2-year-old to fire this weapon?
It can be possible. And again, I must qualify with these are not tests that we perform at the TBI. And I can only say it's possible.
Do you think that it would be difficult at all?
I'm going to object anything further. He said he doesn't think so.
I think he's gone as far as he can go sustained.
So in this, dealing with this particular gun, let's say a 2-year-old did get this weapon. What would they have to do in order to fire it?
That depends on how they find it, to be honest. So if they found it loaded and the safety was off, all they would have to do is pull the trigger. If it was unloaded, then they would have to load it themselves. They'd have to rack the slide in order to do that. If the safety was engaged, they'd have to disengage that manual lever safety or take the key and unlock it if it were locked that way.
Thank you, Irish, for the 5 gifted memberships to D. Robinson, Squidbro Crow, Snarky Mama, John Cumrin, and Tootly Pip. We haven't seen Tootly in a while. Oh, that's not true. So on Monday. But thank you so much, Irish.
But again, there's any combination of those things that they would have to do if they were to try to fire the firearm.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Agent Kuykendall. You doing okay up there?
Doing well, thank you.
Lad.
If you need some water or something, shout.
Oh, thank you.
Right.
Oh my God.
Let me.
Look right in front of him.
Says the man who needs water.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Iris, can you?
This one study you found, Bill, starts with, it has groupings of ages, right?
It does.
It says 3 to 4-year-olds, 5 to 6-year-olds, 7 to 8-year-olds, right?
That is correct.
So if we're talking about a 2.5-year-old, 2.5-year-olds are not listed. 2-year-olds are.
Yeah, anything less than 3 was not listed.
Right. So, and this is at a low end on the trigger pull, right?
On this particular firearm, yes. It's about typical. It's around 5 pounds is typical for most pistols. It can be a little heavier. Any lower, that's usually a performance trigger, meaning it's lighter, so it's easier to pull.
And while that was only one study,
hey, Rob,
you're aware of what goes on in the world, right? The world with guns.
Could you clarify?
If I tell you that have you heard, read newspaper articles, seen reports on television about small children that age getting a hold of a pistol, shooting themselves or someone else in an accident? You heard of that?
I've heard of cases, yes.
Tragically, right?
Tragically.
Now, we talked a little bit when we were doing jury selection with folks about their own usage of guns and keeping of guns. If this gun was found by a child, loaded and with the safety off, all they have to do is pull that trigger to fire it.
That is correct, yes.
The most safety conscious of gun owners would keep a safety on. Should keep the safety on.
And it just depends on how they want to keep the gun if it's going to be ready.
A lot of people don't keep the safety on, do they?
I can't testify to that.
Well, you don't know if it was on or
But those small children who got hold of guns and fired them likely did not load a magazine, rack a pistol,
understand
and then pull
Southern.
the trigger.
It's hard to say. I can't recall any specific situations.
Thank you, Agent. Have a good trip home.
Anything further? You
I
are
like
free
that
to go.
the
Have a
defense
safe trip back to Nashville. Call your next witness.
doesn't do those long questions where they try to disprove everything that he said, and because there's nothing to go by. Everyone
I like that.
really.
I like that too.
He just seems like I need to ask a question here and there.
Yeah.
Eris is really getting loved on today. Well, she's a good egg. Sometimes.
My child just fell down.
You solemnly swear.
Did
or
I miss
affirm
that
the
part?
testimony
Did they
about to
say
give the
there
truth,
was-
the whole truth, and
What?
Did they say that there was GSR on everybody basically in the house?
No, they tested them, and they got the testing tube, and they processed them.
I know, but
we didn't get results for the testing.
oh,
They're just
I
putting
thought
in the chain of custody so the ME can
good
test it.
lord. Well, I didn't know if like the baby and her and everybody had it on them.
We just know there was GSR on the baby's shirt. And he's happy to see that.
Please. Yes, my name is Phyllis Tonkin.
And can you spell your first and last name for our court reporter?
PHYLLISTONKIN.
And where are you currently employed?
Knoxville Police Department.
What do you do now?
Currently working in the Office of Professional Standards.
Okay. Prior to working in the Office of Professional Standards, did you work in a different capacity at KPD?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
I've been with the department for 22 years. The first 16 and a half years I worked in special crimes. We did interviews, investigations with domestic, elder, human trafficking, missing persons, and child abuse. And then I went to internet crimes against children.
Okay. And so in September of 2019, where were you? Which role did you have?
I would be working in the special crimes unit.
Okay. And so what was your title in the special crimes unit?
Investigator.
Okay. And you said that you did that for about, did you say 14 years?
About 16 and a half
16
years.
Okay. Do you recall if on September 14th of 2019, you became involved in a case involving Robin Howington?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell the jury briefly how you became involved in this case.
There was a call that came in, and it involved a child
Well, it's a
that
Phyllis,
had
so I
been
think
shot.
email.
I went to the scene with Investigator Riddle.
Pretty sure.
And I assisted him with that
Her
case.
partner is
And
a wife,
so
too.
the reason that you were involved in the case is that because there was a child victim.
Correct.
Okay. And so major crimes handles homicides, but in this case, since the victim that was deceased was a child, then you become involved as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is there also somebody with the Department of Children's Services who
Well,
is
the big
assisting
yes.
as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you and the Department of Children's Services kind of work in tandem on these types of cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that you were involved there initially at the scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall if you were involved at all with speaking to Ms. Howington at the scene before she went to the hospital?
Not at the scene.
Did you travel to the hospital and speak with her at the hospital?
I don't believe so.
You're aware that she went to the hospital, though, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And thereafter, she was brought to the Knoxville Police Department to be interviewed, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when she was brought to the Knoxville Police Department, the interview that was done, that started with Detective Riddle and Brendan Wardlaw, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your role in this particular interview?
This particular interview, I was with the Department of Children's Services. I did ask some questions in regards to the domestic violence that Ms. Howington was involved in. And then the majority of the conversation was with the Department of Children's Services asking questions.
Okay, and so just so the jury's clear on the timeline, the initial statements that the defendant gave to Investigator Riddle and Investigator Wardlaw, you were not present in the room for those initial statements.
Correct.
Okay, but at some point in time, you got called in and spoke to Ms. Howington, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall whether or not DCS came with you into the room when you spoke to Ms. Howington?
They did.
And was that interview that you did with Ms. Howington, was that something that was recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, just so that we're clear, the first set of statements that Ms. Howington did, that was before you even got in the room, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you talk to her, that's kind of after she's talked to these investigators for a while, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me, if I could have the projector.
Oh, we're gonna watch some video again.
Did you put it in already?
Did she talk to the kid? Is that what it is?
No, I think she became a part of questioning Robin.
This is Phil Stonkin.
Okay. Do you recognize the image that's on the screen right now?
Yes.
And is that, tell the jury what that is.
This is the interview room on the third floor of the Knoxville Police Department.
And there are 3 people in this interview room, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the one at the top?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you have become involved in this case as far as interacting with Ms. Howington, it looks like at 1:53 on the 15th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask to make this the next exhibit and publish this to the jury.
All right, make this exhibit 44 would be Investigator Tonkin's interview of Ms. Howington.
We got the lights.
This is Phil Stonkin. She works in the domestic violence unit. She does this for a living. She's good at this. She does great at it. She's going to talk to you later nothing.
The person that just walked into the room, who was that?
Alicia Weaver with the Department of
Children's Services.
with the Department of Children's Services.
Violence side of things. And this is a lady from DCS, and she's going to talk to you as well. Okay, I told you other agencies are involved. And they may ask you some personal issues, and I'll stay out of it, okay?
Goodness gracious.
Well, this is the third interview we have seen. She was interviewed on the night and 2 days after. And with this close on, it's the night of, because that's the it's the 15th. Yeah, this is the night of.
I'm sorry about your loss.
Yeah, Megan Fox was nice enough to rate us.
She works on DCS. We're going to ask you some pretty hard questions. But all I want you to do is just to be honest with me, okay? And I know that you've been through a lot tonight. It's okay.
It's really not amazing, dead.
But as you know, the other investigators were in here, I know that things have kind of changed as you talk to them, right?
Correct.
If there's something you need to tell,
I told him the truth.
When he came in, you said that you all had tussled a little bit.
He came in screaming, hollering anyway.
Why was he screaming?
Because because Destiny didn't want to talk to him on the phone because on Friday she got a bad report at school and he gives her hell about it. He's a narcissist. He's very hard on her. And when he called today to talk to her, he asked her how she did at school yesterday, and she said bad. And he got to
got her ass and she ran out of the room. And me and him got an argument. I told her that she shouldn't feel like that. She shouldn't be scared of her daddy.
So you were in the living room when that happened, or were you in the kitchen?
No, we were on the phone.
You were on the phone. So whenever he came in, where were you in the house?
2 rooms. We were in the living room.
Okay. And when you were in the middle, where were you sitting?
I had like a couch and there's like a footstool thing, and I was sitting on the footstool. She was laying watching Netflix and TV, and Gavin was sitting beside me.
You said that you two had gotten into a tussle. Where did you guys tussle at?
In the doorway between the 2 living rooms.
Okay. And were you in, which living room were you in when you were tussling?
We were in the doorway.
In the doorway. Which side were you? Were you on the one closest to the door?
Yes.
Out?
Yes.
Side? Or were you?
Yes. I was trying to get him to leave.
Okay. And where was the?
She actually said, "I don't want to talk," and then he asked her another question, and she kept talking for over an hour. And that's why when she made up the first 7 different stories of what happened, then she came back and made up 2 more, and now we're about to hear about a tussle that went on.
Well, this sounds more logical to what happened, because she's saying he was upset about Destiny at their school,
the
and
only
then he
problem
came
is
over to argue, and they were tussling. Yeah.
Yeah, but you forgot that they talked to the guy. He wasn't there.
Well, somebody was there.
Yeah, the guy who bought
stuff
from her.
There's like those little things like tables with the 2 little bar stools or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's where they eat at. They don't eat at the table, they eat there in front of the TV.
So and I work in domestic violence, so I'm trying to figure out if we have any charges against the baby daddy. And I say that because if there was a tussle, I want to know kind of, if you can walk me through your tussle.
Yeah, I was trying to get him to leave, and he was basically fighting me not to.
Okay. So you were
in his first
living room. So you're tussling. Tell me what he did to you. Because I was looking to see if he had any issues.
Remember the video. She arrived. A guy arrived before her. She arrives, goes into the house, signals to him, come into the house. He's in there for less than 2 minutes, walks out again. That's when the supposed tussle happened. He's not running out of the house. She comes out, moves the car, goes back into the house, is inside the house for, I believe, 3 minutes, comes out and puts the gun next to the house. Remember everything that happened, not just that there was a guy there. She went out, moved her car, he left. She moved her car up again, went back into the house. She didn't come running out or call the police right after he left. So that's why it doesn't add up.
Did you have any injuries?
I mean, not really. I sprayed him, so there's probably not anything.
Well, what if
in the rain?
he left? What if she had the pew and he left, and then something happened after he left, like she dropped it or something happened, and it went off?
She can't come in and go off. Just heard that was 52.
I mean, it was really mainly my arms, because like I was trying to get him out, and he was just trying to hold me and was screaming and hollering out the board.
But she could have lifted and the
I got
son
raped by
could have
a
used
officer on May 21st, 2019, and I'm about to get a settlement from the city because of it. And ever since he found out about that, being nosy in my house, he's been very persistent about it.
No one saw him.
And the guy I've been talking to got into a fight. Well, they got into a tussle in the yard yesterday. So it's like he's been freaking up on me, or lurking around my house, stalking me, whatever you want to call it.
You tell me exactly what he did when you're in the doorway. What did he do?
He put his hands on me and carried
Right
me.
here?
Yes.
Okay. And he just put his hands on you?
Yeah, he put his hands on me and pushed me up against, there was like, the doorway's kind of blocked, and it was like, you're no more, blah, 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 you don't want to be with me, you want to be He said that black girls have sex with anybody, that she never had a kid with me. He's gonna stick to his own race from now on.
Is it me or does she come off really racist?
I didn't
Because
hear. What did you
she
hear?
said he told her that he was going to be with black girls from now on and stick to his own race, and
Well,
all her
that would
kids are
be the
mixed. But,
opposite.
yeah, but welcome, Dennis from Alabama.
Hey, Dennis.
Apparently, they have video from the other side of the house, down by a street down there. And no one was seen there, and she hasn't said anyone came in through the back door. She said someone came in through the front door.
There was a person there.
I mean, it was you just screaming and calling like a nut, basically.
And you tried to push him out.
Yes. Which is not possible because he's way stronger than me. He lifts weights, he's a big one, he's like a health nut. Goes to the gym every day, all that. And I feel like my son was trying to protect this.
Well, and first off, what's interesting is the fact that you say you're trying to push him out, but you're on the outside.
Right.
See how that doesn't make sense?
Yeah, I was saying, we went back and forth. It wasn't like we were just in one place at one time. Like I said, he actually pushed me up against the wall, everything. Like, it just happened so fast. Like, it seemed like forever, but it really wasn't.
No, it wasn't. It happened very quickly.
What would you like to do is just to see if you have any injuries on you? Is that something you could do? Sure. Okay. And then
I know my back is hurting.
So do you recall if you ever took Miss Howington out and gave her the opportunity to show you any injuries or anything like that?
She did go use the restroom, and there were no injuries.
And what?
No injuries.
There were no injuries?
There was I think a little bruise on her shoulder, but other than that, we did not see any injuries.
Goes back in, wait a couple of minutes, come out,
Since we're going to do that, what
back
we
in
can
and
do
call
is we
number.
can go
Yeah.
into the restroom and then we'll check and see if you have any bruising from the scuffle from earlier.
Just my back hurt right here.
Okay. We can see if there's anything back, on your back, and then she'll give us the screen, and then we'll come back in here. You good with that? Just you can use a little bit, you probably need a little break.
Thank you, Walter.
Yeah,
What happened there?
that was between us.
What's that?
Between me and Ansel.
Tonight it was. You know where that popped off there? No. Do you have any other injuries other than, just your back is sort of sore? So if you're wanting to try and get an order of protection, we're at the Family Justice Center, okay? And it's where Alicia's housed out of also. What you can do is come in, we'll talk with one of our advocates, and we can try and get an order.
Yes, really, I'm not pulling that one up.
Staying, I don't see have any friends.
I don't know anything about him. All he knows is
You have a baby with him and you don't know anything about him?
Right.
Oh, she's on medication for shingles.
Detective Tonkin, after this interview that you did with Miss Howington, do you remember going then back to Balsam Drive with Detective Wardlaw and Detective Riddle and DCS and yourself, where you all kind of did a reenactment? Do you remember that happening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember being in the room with Miss Howington at some point where it was just the two of you in the room, or maybe the two of you in DCS in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall at this point in time if there had been any mention of a black purse as far as you knew?
Not that I knew.
While you were in the room, did Miss Howington mention something about a black?
This is Tennessee v. Robin Howington. The poor little girl's name was Destiny. Oh, she has a different last name. Oh, I can't remember her last name.
Oliver.
But
Oliver?
yeah, Oliver. Destiny Oliver was the small little girl's name. And the guy Antoine she's claiming she had a tussle with is Destiny's father, who according to her was angry she had her new boyfriend named Kike. What was it? Kelly. That's his nickname.
Kelly.
Yeah. And she was he apparently was angry. She was over there.
Purse?
She did.
Did you relay that information to
Oh,
Detective
they
Riddle?
get away with that a lot. Good morning, Kim.
Were you also involved in attempting to interview Gavin, the little 2-year-old in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that?
There was we take children to Child Help USA, and they have a forensic interviewer there that is trained to interview children with trauma. They also have expertise in like child abuse investigations. And
What did I say this time?
we did try and so I wasn't in the room. We have a one-way mirror, and myself and the Department of Children's Services sit behind the mirror and watch the interview take place. Gavin went in to the room with the forensic interviewer who no longer works with DCS, or I'm sorry, with Child Help. She attempted to get Gavin to talk to her. He ran to the door, and then she was able to call him back. And then he laid on the floor and took a writing utensil and looked like he was doing something on a piece of paper. And then he gets up. She's still trying to ask him questions. And then he goes back to the door, and that was the end of the interview.
Okay, so there was an attempt made to interview Gavin, is that fair? And he.
Gavin is the 2-year-old son that she claims did it. And now Iris has told me what I said. I didn't know that. Aloha, Dawn. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. And totally not a Russian bot. I'll try to find someone better. Get me a good pro se idiot.
He was basically too young to be interviewed.
Correct.
Okay. Let me show you this DVD and ask you recognize this as a DVD of the Child Help interview that was attempted on Gavin. He could make this the next exhibit.
Mark and file it as Exhibit 45.
There's a hearing in Tucker.
Why does the jury need to see this?
Next
Why does the
Monday.
jury need to see
It
this?
shows the size of this child. It shows how he's interacting with others. This is important for the jury.
How long is it?
It is approximately 5 minutes.
All right, play it.
I like the judge. All right, play it.
Yeah. He's a Southern Borowski.
Yes.
I don't want to be here at 4:15 and you don't have any witnesses pulling their tails.
Yep.
Okay, and so there are 4 different views. Is the purpose of the 4 different views so that people can see the entirety of the room there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's a mirror, a one-way mirror.
So we're going to see the interview with the kid where the kid doesn't say anything.
Yes, ma'am.
He didn't lawyer up. Kurt told him he would be standby counsel for him, and he said, no, don't need it.
Yeah, he thinks he's good.
No, he just pointed it at the rest of the room. Hey, Malcolm. It's been going fine. It's just mostly been evidence put in by different experts, and we had some quite good photos from the crime scene. Right now, we are watching an interview of a kid being interviewed where he doesn't say anything. So that's probably why they don't show it, because it's a 2-year-old. But all the crime scene photos it was interesting to see the layout of the room. The rest has just been, we did testing. Well, I'll swing by when I come to Tennessee. I hope not. I can't take any more explanations.
Look at the markers. Do you like to draw? Do you like to draw? No. Look, I have it. Do you want to draw? Look, I got green. No. No, you don't like green? Hey, Gavin, how old are you? How old are you? No. No.
You're almost smaller than her mom. This one.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Ooh, what are you doing? Ooh, no? Can you tell me what your name is? No. Okay. Can you tell me how old you are? Look, do you want to color in here? Color in the floor? I like to color in the floor. I'll use the green paper that I've already used.
That has got to be sad, though.
Paper. Draw a picture? Ooh. Do you want to go?
Well, she is looking at the screen.
Well, I mean, like, she hasn't been able to see anyone since this happened.
Yeah, it's 5 years. She is under house arrest because she got a $500,000 bail. Then she smoked marijuana because she's that intelligent.
Hey, Gavin, can you tell me how old you are? I draw. You draw? Tell me what you draw.
Oh,
She should just
still not legal in Tennessee.
A dog? Yeah? Hey, Gavin, who do you live with? Wonderful. I did it. What is that? Yeah. Gavin, can you tell me how old you are?
Well,
Waterfall?
Tyrone admitted he smoked weed and he's out on bail.
How old you
Yeah.
are you done with that one?
I've only had 2 gift cases in the time I've been a juror, and they don't talk to them like this.
Do you want to talk to me a little bit? Hey, Gavin. Do you want to come talk with me?
Don't talk to them.
If you didn't say anything, why are we watching this?
Part of your investigation, did you also participate in taking any measurements of Will Gavin's size?
Yes, ma'am.
And show you. Doesn't ask you, do you recognize these set of pictures? It's going to be
It's not.
2, 3, 4, 5 pictures.
There's probably because she's a known Roxy dealer, so she's probably not allowed to.
Yes, these
do
are
any
pictures that we took on the day of the forensic
That's
interview.
true, because they tell you not to even drink on bail and stuff.
It does be marked and filed collectively as number 46.
Okay, and so for exhibit number 46, tell the jury, we don't have these on the projector, so you might just have to stand up and show the jury what it is that we're looking at in these pictures.
This is a picture of Gavin, and this is how tall Gavin is.
How tall is Gavin?
Does
it accurately reflect how tall he is?
It does.
Okay.
It's about 38.
How tall?
38 inches, is it?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, approximately.
what
And then
Tyrone
what did you guys
Tucker said.
do?
Well, it's legal where he lives. That's not the state to give you the bond.
We had the tape up, and then we basically had to have some fun, try and have some fun with him. And then we were able to get him to reach.
Does she have like a gummy or a piece of candy or something in her hand?
It looks like she's got a piece of candy in her hand.
Okay, and so she's holding it up for him to reach out to.
Right here.
Okay.
And then the next picture is a picture of Gavin reaching for the piece of candy. Then the last picture shows the length of his arm reach.
Yeah, and
then
she
we
lived
have
in a house
pictures,
that's now
where
turned
we
into
have
a
picture of his hand.
to a lot. Where did she get the money to
Size
post
of his
bail?
hand.
We could publish those to the
Maybe
jury.
she actually has a decent family.
And then this.
What was the reach? What was the measurement on the reach?
I can read it to you. Can you see that?
Probably not.
The jury can see this, Your Honor, but can you read what
About
that says?
45.
Help them with-
About 45 inches.
Hey, Sophia.
All right, and then I'm gonna hand you this last set of pictures. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you recognize those?
Yes. This first is a picture of Gavin's hands that we drew.
Okay. And so literally you guys just trace his little hand.
Traced his hand.
Okay. And then the other ones?
Then this is, oh, they're together. So this is a measurement of Gavin's hand. This is a measurement
This
of his
this is a
left
little
hand.
boring, Jamie.
A measurement of his right hand.
Well, yeah. When I heard her say, "This is a picture of Gavin reaching for the piece of
Boring.
candy,"
Another
Jesus.
measurement of the right hand.
Okay, Dave.
Another measurement of the right hand. And another measurement of the right hand.
You can make this collectively the next exhibit. And publish it.
Be 47.
Pictures of Gavin and how tall he is, his hands being traced. So
How many total
measuring them up.
photos or drawings was that?
Yeah, and we don't see anything because it's a kid. Yeah, he's been looking for it the entire time.
8. That was 47. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Sir.
I don't want to get your title wrong.
Investigator.
Investigator Thompson. We've known each other, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You don't like him.
Now, let's talk a little bit about
Why you say that?
third floor
Your side eye?
in the old KPD safe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We're watching, we're not now, we were watching that video from that was recorded in that room, right?
Yes, sir.
And there is a spot on that floor where people can go and watch that interview, right?
Yes,
There's no two-way glass in that room.
that's correct, sir.
You're just watching the same video that we're watching here on a monitor.
Yes, sir.
When did you arrive at KPD that day?
I could not recall when I arrived.
You asked her some questions about some of the things, right when you sat down, you asked her some questions about some of the things she had told Investigator Riddle and Wardlaw, right?
Yes.
Were you down the hall watching that video?
I was not watching all of the video. I don't remember what part, if I watched any. There were a lot of things going on, and so I can't say that I watched every single second, or if I watched, I know I didn't watch the whole thing.
But you did see something.
I may have seen some of it.
Did you see the part where she told him she'd been raped by a police officer?
No.
You see the part where the investigator decides to give her a hug?
No, sir.
Do you remember what was going on?
Yeah,
in the interview
199.
that you did see?
What I did,
Thank you for the likes.
I was sitting there, and the Department of Children's Service was sitting there as well, and she was sitting in front of me.
Do you recall hearing either Wardlaw or Riddle telling Miss Howington, you know, if you say he did?
Oh, yeah. Sorry for all of you new people. She claims she has PTSD from she was raped by a police. I should say rape. It's YouTube. She was raped by a police officer. During the interview, they played good cop, bad cop, and one of them stood up and started yelling at her, "You're going to prison. I don't give a F what you did. We're saving your child." Blah, blah, blah. And the other one was, "Oh, I'm so nice." And then she started crying, and he hugged her. And now he's trying to infer that that was reliving the sexual attack by that hug. She was crying at his shoulder, and she seemed comforted by it. She didn't seem like she was reliving past trauma. But that's his only approach he had to anything in this case. That's she was a poor lady that had to lie because she was afraid of the police. And she had shingles.
He's going to have to go through a forensic interview.
No.
So there's only one forensic interview, right?
Yes.
And we just saw
Yes,
an
sir.
attempt at a forensic interview.
Yes, sir.
So that would have been the thing that this child was going to be subjected to.
Yes, sir.
Asking him to color and chasing him around the room because he won't sit down.
He's a 2-year-old.
But during that interview, you were on the third floor of the KPD building.
Yes, that's where the interview took place.
Did you see them go into that room? Did you see Riddle, Wardlaw,
No.
and Ms. Howington go into that room?
No,
Were you on the floor when they went into that?
I don't know. I don't recall if I was on the floor yet or not.
Did you see either of them walk out of that room, either Wardlaw or Riddle walk out of that room while you were there during their interview?
No.
Had they come and asked you to step into the interview and observe, would you have been okay with that?
To observe the interview?
Yes.
Yes. We step in and do interviews with everybody.
If they had come out and said to you, we got a woman in here who's afraid she was raped a while back by a police officer. She's uncomfortable with two of us. Would you come sit in the room? You'd have done that.
Yes, sir.
And then when you come into that room, I believe Detective Riddle tells her DCS will come, there will be some private questions that need to be asked, and he's going to leave the room, right?
Yes.
So he left the room.
Yes, sir.
And he goes down that hallway, right? Out of the
I don't know where he went, but yes,
and could easily go to the place where you watch the video from, right?
where
Where you watch the feed from the interview room.
he could have. I don't know where he went.
But when you sat down there and you start asking questions that are just a whole lot like what was asked in the interview, right?
I was asking domestic violence questions and what happened.
How'd you lose that fingernail? Where was it? Where was he in the room? Where were the two of you in between those rooms? Those kind of questions, right? That was really just that was an investigative ploy, right? To get you in the room, to have her now, so you can pull your chair up close, get into space and say, tell me what happened. Get the guys out of the room.
I was going in there with the Department of Children's Services and to talk about the domestic violence.
Is that the entirety of that interview?
No, sir.
Did the Department of Children's Service ask any questions in that interview?
Yes, they do.
But not in the department.
No, correct. There was more questions asked.
Yeah, it
And
was
your
so
question
much good cop, bad
about
cop.
Domestic violence.
And then they became
What happened
bad cop, worse cop.
at 502 Balsam on the night of September the 14th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
The incident on which this trial is being conducted.
The incident that led up to what this trial was about. Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further?
Are they going to end at 5 or 6 today?
I hope 5.
Well, they have one more witness they talked about before. Maybe they can go through it if they go to 6, and then we can end tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, for all the new people, if any of you who became members today, there's a link to my Discord in there. We normally go in and talk a little bit on voice chat if anyone wants to talk about what we
Gentlemen, I
saw.
need to take up a matter in your absence. Don't discuss the case. All rise for the jury.
Bronskis.
They talk about how she's lost her other child through DCS and things of that nature that I wasn't going to play for this jury, but now that Mr. Whalen has said to the jury,
Don't talk over her. Let her talk and then you'll get your turn.
said to the jury, you know, why are there other portions that haven't been played? I feel like I need to play the rest of this interview that includes where DCS is talking about this other child.
What relevance does that have to this?
Yeah,
It has relevance because the defense attorney is making it to this jury that we've taken out portions of this interview that are important. The state's done something wrong, which we've
They
not
don't
done.
care.
So I'm happy to play the whole interview.
All right.
I watched the video played here where the DC, they talk about this being DCS's opportunity to come in and talk to her. And the only one that talks is Ms. Thompson.
No, jury has been let out.
So I asked the question, is this a ploy? Are you just getting back in there just to talk about, get a female in to ask the questions and see if the answers change? I think that's a reasonable question given what they played. I'm looking for I'm pretty sure I had a transcript of that, but I'm not sure because I think there's another interview at the house.
How many times does this woman
if they want
talk?
to
Diesel
say,
Pete,
or
shut
have
up.
We both stipulate, if we bring the jury back in here, that the DCS investigator during the course of this interview asked a number of questions of Ms. Howington that the parties agree are not factually germane to this proceeding. Can we agree to stipulate to that announcement?
We can stipulate that announcement, Judge, and if the state wants to avoid these, they can just tell me when they're offering a redacted video. I haven't been offered I didn't know that redacted video existed.
I mean, I think the record is pretty clean so far in this case, and I really don't want to get into stuff about.
Yeah, and he does that a lot. He's pretty
having a
good at
child
it.
removed that doesn't have anything to do with what we're trying here.
It does because In here, she says that the reason the child is removed is because of something that Antoine has done. So that, I think, makes it germane to what we have here, because her feelings about Antoine.
How is it germane now when it wasn't germane 15 minutes ago when you didn't play?
Your Honor, I didn't play it out of abundance of caution, but now that the defense attorney has said to this jury that we're hiding something from them, I think that it's even more important.
Okay. Your argument to me a moment ago was that the impression is being created that this was all a ruse, that DCS was merely a prop. And what the solution I'm offering is that the parties agree and stipulate that DCS, in fact, during the course of this same interview, asked a number of questions of Ms. Howington that were not germane to this proceeding. Which doesn't that answer the question that this was a ruse?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think that Mr. Whalen.
That was his argument, though, not mine.
I understand. Why does that announcement and agreed stipulation not cure your words? I really think you're prying the lid off of a box you may not want to pry it off of. You have to go into
it's kind of
why
like,
she lost another child when you're
what's wrong
prosecuting her for felony murder and the perpetration of aggravated child neglect. Do we really want to pry the lid off that box?
I don't know how to undo when the defense attorney stands up and gives the impression to the jury that the state is leaving things out on purpose. So that
The
they
state, you're shady AF anyway. So
Yeah,
stop
I
it.
like him.
May I suggest a remedy? Stop introducing redacted videos without telling someone you've redacted the video. They did the same thing with the first.
Yes, they're talking about the problem is they left part out of her interview, and that's why he said, "Did someone say something?" But they say we didn't want to bring it in because it's about the third trial that she lost to the Child Protective Services. That's why they're arguing now, and she wants to protect her witness by saying we didn't do anything shady. It wasn't just a ploy. And he's saying, well, I didn't see the video, so the redacted video. So they must have done some shady stuff.
Cruiser video. Said, what are you introducing? The cruiser video. And it turned out it was two very brief snippets of the cruiser video. If they don't want me to say, why are you doing that? Let me know you're doing it before you do it. That's actually required by the rules.
That's why I'm here.
They should be telling me what they're introducing, not telling me it's a cruiser video when it's not the full thing, or it's the this interview when it's not the full thing.
Folks, we can sit here and argue for the next couple of hours about what has transpired and what hasn't. We can't change the fact that this video has been introduced. Investigator Tonkin has testified about what transpired in the interview room between she and Ms. Howington. You have cross-examined and you asked the questions about the DCS worker being there. I am respectfully suggesting to both of you that I am offering you both a relatively painless way out of this dilemma that we find ourselves in.
What I say now.
I'm going to have to listen to what was said in the DCS portion of the interview before I can rule on it. Are you that insistent that you want this in the record, General?
I think it's actually already in the record. I mean, she talks about it in her interview with Detective Riddle. I think that the caution was we just didn't want to draw more attention to it. But she's already said it in her interview. She specifically talks about the issues and she hasn't seen her child in all these years. It's already in the record. Just put it out there.
How long is
it? Oh my God.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take 10 minutes and let's just think it over and what the ramifications are of introducing this evidence. And then if I have to, I'll come back and listen to it. We'll stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Yeah, maybe take 10 minutes and figure out that you don't need to do that. Oh, and we caught up again. That's so nice.
See, it's not bad when we have to pause a little bit.
No, we crossed 200, not 200 subscribers, 200 likes today, Jamie. Thank you so much, Megan. Now we just need 3 more subscribers, then I'm at 3,000. I'm getting good at the grift now.
He is up so high. Good Lord.
Part of the
Unless
interview,
he's like,
then the whole thing should be included. No, they should just leave that part out because it has
May have a
absolutely
seat,
nothing
waive
to
the
do
call
with
for the
it.
state for the defense. All right, General McDermott, I believe the parties have an announcement they wish to make to the court.
Yes, Your Honor. The parties, the state and defense, agree and stipulate that DCS asked Ms. Howington questions not pertaining to this incident, which are not relevant to this case in particular. Therefore, a redacted copy of this interview was introduced.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you
Yes.
may accept the stipulation as accepted. Fact.
They did that in another video. They said we had cut out parts, so whenever there's a hole, it's just because it's not relevant to the case. They could have done it here too.
Between the parties, it's not in dispute. Do you have any further questions of this witness on redirect?
Just briefly, Detective Tonkin, as far as what you were doing in the course and scope of whenever Investigator Wardlaw and Investigator Riddle were doing their interview, were you just standing right outside the door or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Were you doing other things pertaining to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you coordinating with other individuals and with DCS and your supervisors and things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
That's all.
Any further?
No.
All right, ladies, you may step down, Detective Tonkin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 5 o'clock. Good news and bad news. You want the good news first or the bad news first?
I like it.
The good news is that I think we've reached a point today where you've worked very hard. The lawyers have worked hard. And I think they've all agreed that maybe it's a good stopping point for today's work. There is obviously more that needs to be done in this case. You're going to be hearing further testimony tomorrow. So I want to give you the same instructions and admonitions that I gave you the previous 2 nights. You'll recall that you're on the honor system. Don't look at any media accounts about this case. Do not attempt to learn anything at all about this case from any independent source, and do not discuss this case with any other person at all. I want each of you to be in a position to judge this case based only on what you have heard in this courtroom and no place else.
What's the bad
Have a
news?
very
Let's
good
go.
evening.
Thank you so
Enjoy
much,
some
Sandy.
basketball if that is your preference, and I will see you back here.
Thanks,
Report
Sandy.
directly to the
Sandra.
jury room like you did this morning. Be there by 10:15, just as we did this morning. My goal is to get you in here as close to 10:30 as possible and get back to work. I've got very fortunate tomorrow. I've only got an 8-page docket, which for a Thursday is a rarity. So we should be able to start back pretty close to 10:30. Have a very good evening. We'll see you back tomorrow morning. All rise for the jury.
1:30? Did he say the bad news? Did I miss it?
Yeah, they're going to come back tomorrow.
Oh, that was the bad news.
Thank you so much for helping me reach 2,900 subscribers and 200 likes per video. That's amazing. And thank you so much, Megan, for the redirect. What did we learn today, Jamie? Anything good?
Everyone may have a seat. Let's take just a couple of minutes before we break for the day to think about jury instructions. I don't think I've asked Ms. Mullins to give you a rough copy of the instructions yet.
Well,
what is the state's position on the lesser included offenses that should be charged in the felony murder count?
For those of you who are new here, you can hear I have a slight accent. It's because I'm in Denmark. I'm not a lawyer. I'm what's called a layman in Denmark. We have a jury system where we are juries for 4 years at a time. So I've been doing that for the last 12 years. So that's why I'm interested in court cases. The only problem by covering court cases in the US when you're in Denmark is your 5 o'clock is my 11 p.m. So this is a long one.
Yeah.
Said the last time that we were in court, what our position, this is a topic that he was researching.
The only question I have is on second degree murder. I think that it's clear that voluntary manslaughter would not be a lesser. I think we all can agree on that. I think we all agree that reckless homicide and criminally negligent homicide under Burns should be instructed.
Yes, we will
Second
be back
degree
tomorrow,
is
Shelley.
a result of conduct offense. my initial impression was it should not be charged. I found a case, but that involves aggravated child abuse as opposed to aggravated child neglect. Clearly, under aggravated child abuse, it would be instructed, but that's not what we have here. Yeah, let's look at it. I didn't know if either side had looked at it yet. I'm going to go on Westlaw tonight and look a little bit more and see if there's anything out there. My inclination is not to charge it, but I don't know yet. So, and then on the neglect counts, I think on the one where serious bodily injury is alleged, we would charge reckless aggravated assault and reckless endangerment. On the one where the deadly weapon is alleged, reckless endangerment. And then on the, which count involves is the, on the tampering counts is the attempt count involving the phone.
Second degree murder would take it from life
You're going to have to make an election on false.
between 15 and 60 years in prison.
Yeah.
So there wasn't, I thought there was a bill of particulars done on the tampering counts.
Thank you so much, T. Underwood. And scratch the copy behind the ears.
We have to be ordered to do one, so it's not like that we're just not doing something that we're supposed to be doing in this case.
Okay, I'm just simply asking, I've got a tampering count that is a consummated count, i.e. She is alleged to have concealed an item, a thing, and I'm assuming that's the firearm. There is an attempted count where she's accused of attempting to tamper with evidence by altering, attempting to alter a thing, and I'm assuming that's the cell phone.
I think it's in the indictment.
It's not. The indictment just says thing in both counts, which is the language from the statute, but I need to know which things we're talking about.
I think the deal would be the firearm altered.
I think that's the only one that makes logical sense, but I just want to confirm that. So I'll charge the consummated, the way it's indicted on the firearm, tampering with evidence, and then
Well,
I think
thank
I've
you,
got to charge
Cindy.
attempt as well. It's
the wrong
indicted as an
wrong
attempt, so I can't think of what a lesser would. I don't think there's any lessers on that. All right. I'm going to have an expert witness instruction.
No, I think they want to put in the second degree because she accidentally did it. But she never talked about she did it. It's either Antoine, the unknown black guy, or the 2-year-old. She never, ever alluded that she did it. But I think watching this case, Jamie, correct me if I'm wrong, we're beginning in our head, and again, remember, court cases isn't about what the law says, it's what the jury believes. And we are thinking more and more, she had a drug deal, she had the gun out to, if anything should have went bad, she did something when she picked it up to put it away or just stashed it, and something happened and it went off by accident. That's why we were saying, why didn't she just plead guilty to that? She would have gotten way lesser sentencing than she's going to get now. That's my theory is she was either picking the gun up from a hiding spot that she had it to do the drug deal, or she was putting it somewhere after the drug deal and it went off.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
I believe that too. And I think she made a lot of stupid mistakes because she was afraid that, maybe she wasn't supposed to have it. And, they were going to find out she was dealing drugs. There could be multiple stupid things going through her mind where she thinks she's going to get in way more trouble or something stupid which is so dumb, but it happens.
Yeah. And Shelley, ask away. I love questions, and chat loves questions.
Baker
we like
loves answering questions, guys. He loves it.
Yeah, because then I'm interactive with my chat.
Yeah.
But I will look at that tonight, and if there's anything else, I'll let you know. 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Mr. Whalen,
Yeah,
have
I
you thought
really
any
believe that,
about the
Iris. I think
instructions and
it
what
was all
you wish to
just
have included?
dumb mistakes.
Yeah.
Not sufficiently, no.
From a logistical
Because she got
standpoint, let's
home
talk about tomorrow.
and all of this happened in a
You've
matter of like
got,
10 minutes.
in all likelihood,
Yeah.
3 witnesses, General, left.
And maybe 4, I don't know if we're gonna call it.
Oh, please call Antoine.
So with any luck, the state's going to be resting their proof maybe by mid-afternoon, late afternoon.
Probably late afternoon.
I would like to get all of the
47.
evidence in tomorrow. If we can do that and get all the proof concluded. And then if it's late in the day, we'll come back Friday morning and argue and charge it. But that's kind of my goal. So get a good night's sleep. If we have to work till 6:30 or 7 o'clock tomorrow night in order to get all the proof, and I think we need to do that. All right. Anything else we need to take up today?
Not from the state. Your Honor, as far as, one thing I guess that we would want essentially is looking at KPI 4227, there's an inference of concealment or destruction of evidence. That one.
No, I mean, that's appropriate.
Yeah.
Do you want does either side want the pattern instruction on admissions against interest?
What number is that one?
It's in the 42s. I can't remember what the number is. $42.11. I mean, it's appropriate. Does either side want it charged? It's the pattern instructions on admissions against interest.
Well, it should be expert witnesses, or maybe I can't fathom any way she will take the stand. That would just, it would be so stupid.
That's appropriate.
I think I'll charge that too.
Yeah, this is the end of today's
All right.
proceedings. Pick up again,
Have a
10:30.
good evening, get a good night's rest, and I'll see you back here, be in your chairs, ready to go to work, not later than 10:15 tomorrow morning. Miss Allen can be sure to be here by that time. Court will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
They haven't
Everybody have a good evening.
They haven't pushed that part, but an unaliving combined with a child neglect is an enhancer as well. So I don't think it. Hi, Jamie. It doesn't change anything that if they put that in there, because is she coming back? Because it's already felony unaliving of a kid. So, but Jamie, should we just clear our minds before we round it off?
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has. Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
Everything's good again, and you're muted.
Sorry.
Yeah, we have beef, Zach. Have fun, everyone. We'll pick it up again. Yeah, it's the best clip in the world. We'll pick it up again tomorrow at 10:20, like today. Looks like the state will be resting. It's going to be interesting to see. We need the medical examiner. That's going to be interesting. Tie all of it together. And defense, I don't think they're going to put on much of a case. It's so bad poor Glenn wasn't allowed to come into the trial because What would you say he had, Jamie, that not many other witnesses have had?
What?
What was special about Glenn? What did he have that many
Oh, Glenn. Glenn had Swazier.
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by the Swazier who that one was, you know, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew Swazier is, get that word right, Swazier? Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his walk, his talk.
Okay.
Glenn had Swazier.
He did.
Thank you, MJ.
Thank you.
Hospice was a little faster picking it up than you.
I know I didn't hear you. I didn't hear Glenn, so I was like, "Wait, what did he say?"
But everyone, I'm gonna ship you over to T-Bone if you want to go say hi to her, and we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for stopping by, all the likes, all the new subscribers, and thank you, Megan. It's a pleasure having great people around you that share the love, because I'm all out of love. I want you to.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone had things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got to get some man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right. You was chicken shit.